Prologue. The opera ghost was real. He was not a dream made by artists. He was not a superstition held by the managers. He was not a silly idea from the young ladies of the ballet or from their mothers. He was not a rumor from the box-keepers, the cloakroom attendants, or the concierge. He existed in flesh and blood. He looked like a ghost, but he was a man. He could appear like a thin shadow. He could pass like a pale shade. Yet he walked and spoke and chose like any living man. I began to search the archives of the National Academy of Music. I opened old files and letters. I read notes, reports, and messages. Soon I saw surprising links. They were between the strange things people said the ghost did and a very great tragedy. This tragedy once excited the upper class of Paris. It was extraordinary and fantastic. Little by little I formed an idea. The tragedy might be explained by those same ghostly events. The dates matched, the places matched, the names met again and again. These events were not far in the past. They were not more than 30 years old. Even today one could find witnesses in the ballet foyer. They were old men of high respect. They were men whose word one could trust. They remembered, as if it were yesterday, 3 dark events. They remembered the kidnapping of Christine Daaé. They remembered the disappearance of the Vicomte de Chagny. They remembered the death of his elder brother, Count Philippe, whose body was found on the bank of the lake that lies under the opera, on the Rue Scribe side. But none of those witnesses had thought there was any reason to connect the legendary figure of the opera ghost with that terrible story. The truth was slow to enter my mind. My inquiry puzzled me. At every moment, new facts appeared. At first sight, they seemed superhuman. They looked like things beyond the power of a man. More than once I was within a hair of giving up. I felt I was exhausting myself in the hopeless chase of a vain image. I thought my work was useless. Still, I continued. At last, I received proof that my first feelings had not lied to me. I was rewarded for all my labor on the day when I became certain that the opera ghost was more than a mere shade. On that day, I had spent long hours over the Memoirs of a Manager. It was a light and playful book. Its author was Moncharmin, who did not believe easily. During his time at the opera, he understood nothing about the ghost. He laughed at each strange sign. He made jokes about every story. He mocked even at the very moment when he became the first victim of a curious money trick. This trick was carried on inside what people called the magic envelope. I left the library in despair. My spirit was low. On a landing, I met the delightful acting manager of our National Academy. He stood chatting with a small, lively, well-groomed old man. The acting manager greeted me with a smile and introduced us gaily. He knew all about my research. He knew how eagerly and how without success I had tried to discover the whereabouts of the examining magistrate in the famous Chagny case, Monsieur Faure. Nobody knew what had become of him, alive or dead. And here he stood before me, back from Canada after 15 years. The first thing he had done, on his return to Paris, was to come to the opera offices and ask for a free seat. The little old man was Monsieur Faure himself. We spent a good part of the evening together. He told me the whole Chagny case as he had understood it at the time. Because proof was lacking, he had been forced to a simple end. He had to conclude that the young Viscount was mad and that the elder brother died by accident. Yet he felt sure that a terrible tragedy had taken place between the 2 brothers in connection with Christine Daaé. He could not tell me what became of Christine. He could not tell me what became of the Viscount. When I mentioned the ghost, he laughed. He, too, had been told of strange signs that seemed to point to the presence of an abnormal being living in one of the most mysterious corners of the opera. He knew the story of the envelope, but he had never seen anything in it that he thought worthy of his attention as the magistrate in charge of the case. It was as much as he had done to listen to the evidence of a witness who came of his own accord and said that he had often met the ghost. This witness was the man whom all Paris called the Persian. He was well known to every subscriber to the opera. The magistrate took him for a dreamer and a visionary. The story of the Persian interested me greatly. If there was still time, I wanted to find this valuable and eccentric witness. My luck improved. I discovered him in his little flat in the Rue de Rivoli. He had lived there ever since, and he died 5 months after my visit. At first, I was suspicious. I spoke with care, but the Persian spoke with childlike honesty. He told me, calmly and simply, all that he knew about the ghost. He handed me proofs that the ghost existed. He gave me a bundle of papers. Among them was the strange correspondence of Christine Daaé. He told me to do with it as I pleased. After that, I could no longer doubt. No, the ghost was not a myth. I know some people later said that this correspondence might have been forged from first to last by a man with a rich and heated imagination, but I was fortunate. I discovered some of Christine's writing outside the famous bundle of letters. I compared the 2 sets. I studied each line. I looked at the shape of every letter. I saw how the pen moved and stopped. Then all my doubts were removed. I also looked into the past history of the Persian and found that he was an upright man. He was not the sort who would invent a story that might defeat the ends of justice. This, moreover, was the opinion of other serious people who, at one time or another, had been mixed up in the Chagny case. Some were friends of the Chagny family. I showed them my documents. I set forth my reasons. Many agreed. In this connection, I will give a few lines that I received from General D. He wrote, "Sir, I cannot urge you too strongly to publish the results of your inquiry. I remember perfectly that, a few weeks before the disappearance of that great singer, Christine Daaé, and the tragedy which put the Faubourg Saint-Germain into mourning, there was much talk in the ballet foyer about the ghost. I believe that the talk only ceased because of the later affair that excited us all so greatly. But if it is possible, as, after hearing you, I believe, to explain the tragedy through the ghost, then I beg you, sir, to speak to us of the ghost again. Mysterious though the ghost may at first appear, he will always be easier to explain than the sad tale in which ill-natured people have tried to picture 2 brothers killing each other who had loved one another all their lives. Believe me, etc." With my bundle of papers in hand, I once more went over the ghost's great domain. I walked through the huge building he had made his kingdom. I looked with care. I listened with care. All that my eyes saw, all that my mind perceived, agreed with the Persian's papers. The details in the documents matched the rooms, the stairs, and the passages. Later, when men were digging in the substructure of the opera, they prepared a place to bury phonographic records of artists' voices. While they worked, they laid bare a corpse. I was at once able to prove that this corpse was that of the opera ghost. I made the acting manager put this proof to the test with his own hand. It is now a matter of complete indifference to me if the papers pretend that the body was that of a victim of the Commune. The poor people who were massacred under the Commune in the cellars of the opera were not buried on this side. I can tell where their skeletons can be found. The place is not very far from an immense crypt which, during the siege, was stocked with all sorts of provisions. I came upon this track while I was looking for the remains of the opera ghost. I would never have discovered it but for the unheard-of chance I have described above. We will return to the corpse and to what ought to be done with it. For the present, I must end this necessary introduction with thanks. I thank Monsieur Mifroy, who was the police commissary called in for the first investigations after the disappearance of Christine Daaé. I thank Monsieur Remy, the late secretary. I thank Monsieur Mercier, the late acting manager. I thank Monsieur Gabriel, the late chorus master. I thank especially Madame la Baronne de Castelot-Barbezac, who was once the little Meg of the story, and who is not ashamed of it. She was the most charming star of our admirable corps de ballet. She was the eldest daughter of the worthy Madame Giry, now deceased, who had charge of the ghost's private box. All these people gave me great help, and thanks to them, I shall be able to set before the reader those hours of love and terror in their smallest details. I should also thank the present management of the opera, which kindly assisted me in all my inquiries, and Monsieur Messager in particular, together with Monsieur Gabillon, the acting manager, and the amiable architect who was trusted with the preservation of the building. He did not hesitate to lend me the works of Charles Garnier, although he was almost sure that I would be slow to return them. Lastly, I pay public tribute to the generosity of my friend and former collaborator, M.J. Lacroze, who allowed me to use his splendid theatrical library and to borrow the rarest editions of books which he valued. This is the end of my introduction. I have told how I began. I have told how I found proof that the ghost was a real man who looked like a shade. I have told how the Persian gave me papers and letters. I have told how a general and other serious friends urged me to speak. I have told how I walked again through the opera and later saw the body which the workmen uncovered. Soon I will set down the story step by step. We will follow Christine Daaé. We will follow the Vicomte de Chagny. We will learn the fate of Count Philippe. We will go to the lake under the opera. And we will remember that the opera ghost was not a fantasy. He was a man who chose the look of a phantom, and so people called him a ghost. Gaston Leroux. Chapter 1. Is it the ghost? It was the evening when M.M. Debienne and Poligny, the managers of the opera, gave their last grand show before they retired. Suddenly, the dressing room of La Sorelli, one of the main dancers, was filled by 6 young ladies of the ballet. They had just come up from the stage after dancing Polyocte. They burst in with noise and confusion. Some laughed in a strange, forced way. Others cried out in fear. Sorelli wanted a quiet moment to read through the speech she would give to the resigning managers. She looked around with anger at the noisy crowd. Then, little James, the girl with the tip-tilted nose, the blue forget-me-not eyes, the rose-red cheeks, and the white neck and shoulders, gave the reason in a shaking voice. "It's the ghost." She locked the door. Sorelli's room had plain, official elegance. There was a tall mirror, a sofa, a dressing table, and 1 or 2 cupboards. A few engravings hung on the walls. They were keepsakes from her mother, who had known the old opera in the Rue Le Pelletier. There were portraits of Vestris, Gardel, Dupont, and Bigottini. To the young girls of the corps de ballet, this room looked like a palace. They lived in common rooms, where they sang, argued, slapped dressers and hairdressers, and bought each other small glasses of cassis, beer, or even rum, until the call boy rang his bell. Sorelli was very superstitious. She shivered when she heard the word ghost. She called little Jams a silly girl. But, as she herself believed in ghosts, and in the opera ghost most of all, she at once asked for details. "Have you seen him?" "As clearly as I see you now," said little James. Her legs gave way, and she fell with a small moan into a chair. Then little Giry spoke. She had eyes black as sloes, hair black as ink, a dark skin, and a thin face stretched over thin bones. She said, "If that is the ghost, he is very ugly." "Oh, yes," cried the other girls. They all began to speak at once. The ghost, they said, had appeared to them like a gentleman in dress clothes. He suddenly stood in front of them in the passage. They did not know from where he came. He seemed to step straight out of the wall. "Pooh," said one girl, who was a little calmer than the rest. "You see the ghost everywhere." It was true that people had talked of the ghost for months. The story was always the same. A man in dress clothes walked about the opera from top to bottom like a shadow. He spoke to nobody, and nobody dared speak to him. He vanished as soon as he was seen. Nobody knew how or where. He made no noise when he walked, like a real ghost. People laughed at first. They made jokes about this strange figure who looked like a man of fashion, or like a man at a funeral. But the story soon grew and grew among the girls. Many said they had met this being again and again. The loudest talkers were not the most calm. When he did not show himself, he seemed to leave signs behind him. Some small accident, some silly trick, or some missing powder puff. The superstition of the opera always said, "It was the ghost." After all, who had really seen him? Many men in dress clothes came to the opera, and they were not ghosts. But this dress suit had a special mark. It covered a skeleton. At least the ballet girls said so. And the man had a death's head. Was this serious? The idea of the skeleton came from the story told by Joseph Bouquet, the chief scene shifter. He said he had really seen the ghost. He met him for a second on the little staircase near the footlights, the one that leads down to the cellars. The ghost fled at once. Joseph told anyone who would listen. "He is very thin. His coat hangs on a skeleton frame. His eyes are so deep that you hardly see the pupils. You see two big black holes, like in a skull. His skin is stretched tight on his bones like a drumhead. It is not white, but a nasty yellow. His nose is so small that you cannot see it in profile, and the absence of that nose is horrible to look at. He has only 3 or 4 long, dark hairs on his forehead and behind his ears." Joseph Bouquet was a serious, steady man, not one to invent stories. People heard him with interest and surprise. Soon others said that they too had met a man in dress clothes with a death's head on his shoulders. Sensible men who heard of it said that Joseph must have been the victim of a joke by an assistant. Then a line of strange things happened, one after another, and even the shrewdest people began to feel uneasy. For example, a fireman is a brave man. He fears nothing, least of all fire. But one fireman went down to make his round in the cellars. It seems he went a little farther than usual. He came back on stage, pale, shaking, with eyes wide and staring. He almost fainted in the arms of the proud mother of little jammies. Why? Because he had seen at the level of his own head a head of fire without a body. A fireman is not afraid of fire, and yet he was. His name was Pampin. The corps de ballet was thrown into fear. At first, this fiery head did not match Joseph Bouquet's tail. But the young ladies quickly told themselves that the ghost had more than one head and could change as he liked. Then, of course, they thought they were in great danger. If a fireman could faint, then leaders, front row girls and back row girls, had good reason to run fast past dark corners and dim halls. The very next day, Sorelli put a horseshoe on the table in front of the stage doorkeeper's box. Everyone who entered the opera as a worker had to touch it before stepping on the first stair. This horseshoe was not invented by me, any more than any other part of this story, alas. People say you can still see it on the table in the passage outside the stage doorkeeper's box if you enter by the court called the Cour de l'Administration. Let us return to the evening in question. "It's the ghost!" little Jamas had cried. A painful silence filled the dressing room. Only the hard breathing of the girls could be heard. At last, little Jams pressed herself into the far corner, her face full of true fear, and whispered, "Listen." Everyone seemed to hear a soft rustling outside the door. There were no footsteps. It was like light silk sliding over the wood. Then it stopped. Sorelli tried to be braver than the others. She stepped to the door and asked, with a shaking voice, "Who's there?" No one answered. She felt all eyes on her, watching her every move. She gathered her courage and called out loudly, "Is anyone behind the door?" "Oh, yes, yes, of course there is," cried Meg Giry, the tiny and daring one, while she held Sorelli back by her gauze skirt. "Whatever you do, don't open the door. Oh, please, don't open the door." But Sorelli always carried a small dagger. Holding it, she turned the key, pulled the door back, and the ballet girls ran into the inner room. Meg Giry sighed, "Mother, Mother." Sorelli looked into the passage bravely. It was empty. A gas lamp, shut in by a glass shade, threw a red, suspicious light. It did not chase away the darkness. The dancer shut the door with a deep sigh. "No," she said. "There is no one there." "Still, we saw him," said little James. She walked back in small, timid steps to stand by Sorelli. "He must be near, walking about. I will not dress again yet. We should all go down to the foyer now for the speech. Then we will come up together." The child touched a little coral ring on her finger, a charm against bad luck. Sorelli, very quietly, drew a small saint, Andrew's cross on the wooden ring on the fourth finger of her left hand with the pink nail of her right thumb. Then she said to the girls, "Come, children, be brave. I dare say nobody has ever seen the ghost." "Yes, yes, we saw him just now," cried the girls. "He had his death's head and his dress coat, just as Joseph Bouquet said." "And Gabriel saw him too," added Jams. "Only yesterday, in the afternoon, in daylight." "Gabriel, the chorus master?" "Yes. Did you not know?" "And the ghost was wearing dress clothes in daylight?" "Who?" "Gabriel." "No, the ghost." "Of course. Gabriel told me so himself. That is how he knew it was the ghost. Gabriel was in the stage manager's office. Suddenly the door opened and the Persian came in. You know people say the Persian has the evil eye." "Oh, yes," answered the little ballet girls together, making a sign with their hands to keep away bad luck. "And you know how superstitious Gabriel is," Jams went on. "He is always polite, but when he meets the Persian, he puts his hand in his pocket and touches his keys." Well, the moment the Persian stood in the doorway, Gabriel jumped from his chair and ran to touch the iron lock of the cupboard. In doing so, he tore the skirt of his overcoat on a nail. Then he hurried to go out of the room, banged his head on a peg, and made a big bump. He stepped back quickly, hurt his arm on the folding screen near the piano, and tried to rest his hand on the piano. But the lid fell and crushed his fingers. He rushed out like a madman, slipped on the stairs, and fell down the whole first flight on his back. I was passing with Mother. We picked him up. He was full of bruises and his face was bloody. We were terribly scared. Then, all at once, he thanked heaven that he had got off so cheaply. And he told us what had frightened him. He had seen the ghost behind the Persian, the ghost with the death's head, exactly as Joseph Bouquet had described. Jams told her tale very fast, as if the ghost were chasing her, and she was out of breath at the end. There was a silence. Sorelli cleaned and polished her nails in great agitation. Then little Giry said, "Joseph Bouquet would do better to keep quiet." "Why should he keep quiet?" asked one of the girls. "That is Mother's opinion," said Meg in a low voice. She looked around the room, afraid that some ears outside might hear. "And why is that your mother's opinion?" "Hush, Mother says the ghost does not like being talked about. And why does your mother say so? Because, nothing. This only made the girls more curious. They crowded around Meg, begging her to explain. They leaned forward together, full of fear and excitement. Their fear passed from one to the other, and they took a sharp pleasure in feeling their blood turn cold. "I swore not to tell," said Meg, almost choking. They would not leave her alone. They promised to keep the secret. Meg burned to speak. Her eyes fixed on the door, she began. "It is because of the private box." "What private box?" "The ghost's box." "Has the ghost a box?" Tell us. "Not so loud," said Meg. "It is box 5. You know the box on the grand tier, next to the stage box on the left." "Oh, nonsense." "It is true. Mother has charge of it. But you must swear you will not say a word." Of course. "Well, that is the ghost's box. No one has had it for more than a month except the ghost. The box office has orders that it must never be sold." "And does the ghost really come there?" "Yes." "Then somebody is seen in it?" "Number. The ghost comes, but nobody is seen. That is just it." The little girls looked at each other. If the ghost came to the box, he should be seen, since he wore a dress coat and a death's head. They tried to make Meg understand, but she said, "That is the point. The ghost is not seen. He has no dress coat and no head. All that talk about a death's head or a head of fire is not true. You only hear him when he is in the box. Mother has never seen him, but she has heard him. Mother knows, because she gives him his program." Sorelli stepped in. "Jiri, child, you are teasing us." Little Jiri began to cry. "I should have kept quiet. If Mother learns I talked, but I was right. Joseph Bouquet should not talk about what is not his business. It will bring him bad luck. Mother said so last night." There was the sound of heavy, hurried steps in the passage, and a voice cried, "Cecile! Cecile! Are you there?" "It is Mother's voice," said Jams. "What is the matter?" She opened the door. A respectable lady, shaped like a strong soldier, rushed into the room and fell into a chair with a groan. Her eyes rolled wildly in her red-brown face. "How awful!" she said. "How awful!" What? Joseph Bouquet." "What about him?" "Joseph Bouquet is dead." The room filled with cries, questions, and frightened words. "Yes, they found him hanging in the third-floor cellar." "It is the ghost," little Jiri said, as if against her will. Then at once she covered her mouth. No, I did not say it. I did not say it." All around her, the girls whispered, "Yes, it must be the ghost." Sorelli turned very pale. "I shall never be able to say my speech," she said. Madame Gems gave her opinion while she quickly drank a small glass of liqueur that stood on a table. The ghost must have had something to do with it. The truth is that no one ever knew how Joseph Bouquet died. The inquest said, natural suicide. In his Memoirs of a Manager, Monsieur Moncharmin, who later took over the opera with another manager, wrote, "A sad accident spoiled the little party that Million Debienne and Poligny gave for their retirement. I was in the manager's office when Mercier, the acting manager, ran in half-mad. He said a scene shifter had been found hanging in the third cellar under the stage, between a farmhouse set and a scene from Le Roi de Lahore. I shouted, 'Come and cut him down!' By the time I rushed down the stairs and the Jacob's ladder, the man was no longer hanging from his rope." So M. Moncharmin called this natural. A man hangs at the end of a rope. They go to cut him down. The rope has vanished. Monsieur Moncharmin had a simple answer. He wrote, "It was just after the ballet, and the girls lost no time taking precautions against the evil eye. There you are. Picture the corps de ballet running down the ladder and cutting the rope to share it among themselves, all in less time than it takes to write these words. But I think of the exact place where the body was found, the third cellar under the stage. To me, it seems that someone wanted the rope to disappear after it had done its work. Time will show if I am wrong. The terrible news spread quickly through the opera, where Joseph Bouquet was liked by many. The dressing rooms emptied. The ballet girls crowded around Sorelli like timid sheep around their shepherd. They hurried toward the foyer through the dim passages and staircases, trotting as fast as their little pink legs could go. I heard the story of the fireman from Monsieur Pedro Gailhard himself, a former manager of the opera. Chapter 2. The New Margarita. On the first landing, Sorelli met the Comte de Chagny. He was coming up the stairs. The Count was usually calm. Tonight he looked very excited. "I was going to you," he said. He took off his hat. "Oh, Sorelli, what an evening! And Christine Daaé, what a triumph!" "Impossible," said Meg Giry. 6 months ago she sang like a crock." Then the brat made a saucy curtsy. "Please let us pass, dear Count. We must ask about a poor man. They found him hanging by the neck." Just then, the acting manager hurried by. He stopped when he heard this. "What?" he cried in a rough voice. "Have you girls heard already? Please forget it for tonight. Above all, do not let Monsieur Debienne and Monsieur Poligny hear. It would upset them too much on their last day." They all went on to the foyer of the ballet. It was already full of people. The Comte de Chagny was right. No gala show ever matched this one. Great composers took turns and conducted their own music. Faure sang. Krauss sang. And on this evening, Christine Daaé showed her true self for the first time. The audience was surprised and full of joy. Gounod conducted the funeral march of a marionette. Reyer conducted his beautiful overture to Ségur. Saint-Saëns conducted the Danse Macabre and a Rêverie Orientale. Massenet gave an unpublished Hungarian march. Guiraud gave his Carnaval. Delibes gave the Valse Lente from Sylvia and the Pizzicati from Coppelia. Mademoiselle Krauss sang the Bolero from I Vespri Siciliani. Mademoiselle Denise Bloch sang the drinking song from Lucrezia Borgia. But the true triumph came with Christine Daaé. She began with a few lines from Romeo et Juliet. It was her first time singing in this work by Gounod. The opera had not taken this work. It was brought back at the Opéra Comique, after Madame Carvalho first produced it at the old Théâtre Lyrique. Those who heard Christine said her voice sounded like a seraph. Even that was nothing next to what came later. In the prison scene and the final trio in Faust, she sang in the place of La Carlotta, who was ill. Her notes were superhuman. No one had ever heard or seen anything like it. That night, Daaé showed a new Margarita. She was bright and splendid in a way no one had guessed. The whole house went mad. People stood up, they shouted, they cheered, they clapped. Christine sobbed and fainted in her friend's arms. They carried her to her dressing room. A few subscribers, however, protested. Why had such a treasure been kept from them for so long? Until now, Christine had sung a very good Siebel. Carlotta's Margarita had been too rich and too worldly. And now, because Carlotta was absent, the little Daaé, with almost no warning, showed all she could do in the part kept for the Spanish diva. The subscribers asked many questions. Why did Debienne and Poligny call Daaé when Carlotta fell ill? Did they know of this hidden gift? If they knew, why did they hide it? And why did Christine hide it? It was strange. People said she had no singing teacher just then. She often said she would practice alone from now on. The whole matter was a mystery. The Comte de Chagny stood in his box and listened to the cries and praise. He joined in and clapped loudly. Philippe Georges Marie, Comte de Chagny, was 41 years old. He was a great noble. He was good-looking, taller than average, with a hard forehead and rather cold eyes. yet very attractive. He was very polite to women. He could be a little haughty to men. Men did not always forgive him for his social success. He had an excellent heart and a clean conscience. When old Count Philibert died, Philippe became head of one of the oldest and finest families in France. Their arms went back to the 14th century. The Chagnys owned much land. When the old count, a widower, died, it was not easy for Philippe to manage the whole estate. His two sisters and his brother, Raoul, would not hear of a division. They gave up their shares and left everything in Philippe's hands, as if the firstborn right still stood. When the two sisters married on the same day, they received their portion from Philippe. They thanked him for the dowry as a gift from a brother, not as a legal share. The Comtesse de Chagny, born de Moirogis de la Martinière, died when Raoul was born. Raoul came into the world 20 years after Philippe. When the old count died, Raoul was 12. Philippe took charge of his young brother's education. His sisters helped him at first. Later, an old aunt, the widow of a naval officer at Brest, helped too. She gave Raoul a love for the sea. The boy entered the Borda training ship. He finished with honors. He sailed quietly around the world. With strong help from high places, he was named to an official expedition on the ship Requin. It was going to the Arctic Circle to search for survivors from the D'Artois expedition. No one had heard of them for 3 years. Meanwhile, Raoul had a long leave for 6 months. The dowagers of the Faubourg Saint-Germain pitied the handsome, delicate boy. They feared the hard work to come. The sailor lad was shy. One might almost say he was innocent. He seemed fresh from the apron strings. Petted by his sisters and his old aunt, he kept gentle manners. They were simple and clean. Nothing had spoiled them. He was a little over 21 and looked 18. He had a small, fair mustache, beautiful blue eyes, and a face like a girl's. Philippe spoiled Raoul. He was proud of him. He hoped for a great career in the Navy. One of their ancestors, the Chagny de la Roche, had been an admiral. During the leave, Philippe showed him Paris, with art and luxury. The Count thought that, at Raoul's age, it is not good to be too good. Philippe himself had a steady character. He worked well, and he enjoyed life well. His manners were faultless. He would not set a bad example to his brother. He took Raoul everywhere. He even took him to the foyer of the ballet. People said the Count was on terms with Sorelli. But it was hardly a crime for a noble bachelor, with much free time now his sisters were settled, to spend an hour after dinner with a dancer. She was not very witty, perhaps, but her eyes were the finest eyes ever seen. Besides, a true Parisian with the rank of the Comte de Chagny must show himself in certain places. At that time, the foyer of the ballet at the opera was one such place. Perhaps Philippe would not have taken Raoul behind the scenes if the boy had not begged first. He asked again and again, gently and firmly. The Count remembered this later. On this evening, Philippe clapped for Daaé and then turned to Raoul. He saw the boy was very pale. "Do you not see," said Raoul, "the lady is fainting?" "You look ready to faint yourself," said the Count. "What is the matter?" Raoul had recovered. He stood up. "Let us go and see," he said. "She never sang like that before." The Count gave him a curious, smiling look. He seemed pleased. Soon they reached the door that led from the house to the stage. Many subscribers were moving slowly through it. Raoul tore his gloves without knowing it. Philippe was too kind to laugh at his impatience. Now he understood why Raoul was absent-minded when others spoke, and why he turned every talk to the opera. They reached the stage. They pushed through a press of gentlemen, scene-shifters, supernumeraries, and chorus girls. Raoul went first. His face was set with passion. He felt his heart was no longer his own. Count Philippe followed with trouble and kept smiling. At the back of the stage, Raoul had to stop. A little troupe of ballet girls rushed in and blocked the passage he wished to enter. Some little made-up lips threw light jokes at him. He did not answer. At last he passed and went into a half-dark corridor. It rang with the name Daaé, Daaé. The Count was surprised that Raoul knew the way. Philippe had never taken him to Christine's. He thought Raoul must have come alone before, while the Count stayed in the foyer speaking with Sorelli. Sorelli often asked him to wait until her time to go on. Sometimes she handed him the little gaiters she wore to run down from her room, to keep her satin shoes and her flesh-colored tights clean. Sorelli had an excuse. She had lost her mother. The Count put off his usual visit to Sorelli for a few minutes and followed Raoul down the passage to Daaé's door. He saw the place was more crowded than ever. The whole house was excited by her success and by her fainting. She had not yet come to herself. The theater doctor arrived just as Raoul entered behind him. Christine received the first aid from the doctor while opening her eyes in Raoul's arms. The Count and many others stood in the doorway, unable to enter. "Doctor," said Raoul coolly, "do you not think the gentleman should leave the room? There is no air here." "You are quite right," said the doctor. He sent everyone away, except Raoul and the maid. The maid stared at Raoul with open wonder. She had never seen him. She did not dare to ask who he was. The doctor thought the young man's manner showed a right to be there. So the Viscount stayed and watched Christine slowly return to life. Even the joint managers, Debienne and Poligny, who came to offer thanks and praise, found themselves pushed into the passage with the crowd of dandies. The Comte de Chagny, one of those outside, laughed. "Oh, the rogue, he said softly. Then, under his breath, "These youngsters with their schoolgirl airs. So he is a Chagny after all." He turned to go to Sorelli's room, but met her on the way with her little troop of trembling girls, as we have seen. Meanwhile, Christine Daaé gave a deep sigh, and a groan answered it. She turned her head, saw Raoul, and started. She smiled at the doctor. She looked at her maid. Then she looked at Raoul again. "Monsieur," she said, hardly above a whisper, "who are you?" "Mademoiselle," said the young man. He knelt on one knee. He pressed a warm kiss on the diva's hand. "I am the little boy who went into the sea to save your scarf." Christine looked again at the doctor and the maid. All three laughed. Raoul blushed and stood up. "Mademoiselle," he said, "since you do not wish to know me, I want to tell you something in private. It is very important." "When I am better, please," she said, and her voice shook. "You have been very good." "Yes, you must go," said the doctor with a pleasant smile. "Leave me to care for Mademoiselle." "I am not ill now," said Christine suddenly. Her voice was strange and firm. She rose. She passed her hand over her eyes. "Thank you, doctor. I want to be alone. Please go away, all of you. Leave me. I feel very restless this evening." The doctor began a short protest. Then he saw her clear agitation. He thought it best not to fight her wish. He went away and said to Raoul in the passage, "She is not herself tonight. She is usually so gentle." He wished Raoul good night and left. Raoul was alone. This part of the theater was now empty. The farewell for the old managers was surely in the foyer of the ballet. Raoul thought Daaé might go there. He waited in the quiet and the shadows. He even hid in a dark doorway. His heart hurt badly. He wanted to speak to Daaé at once about that pain. Suddenly, the door of the dressing room opened. The maid came out alone with bundles in her arms. He stopped her and asked about her mistress. The woman laughed. She said Christine was quite well, but he must not disturb her. She wished to be left alone. Then the maid went on. One idea filled Raoul's burning mind. Of course, Daaé wished to be alone for him. Had he not told her he wanted to speak in private? He went to the door, hardly breathing. He raised his hand to knock. He pressed his ear to the panel to catch her reply. But his hand fell. He heard a man's voice in the room. The tone was grave and masterful. "Christine, you must love me." Christine answered in a sad, trembling voice, as if she was crying. "How can you speak like that, when I sing only for you?" Raoul leaned against the door to ease his pain. His heart, which felt dead, came back into his chest. It beat very loud. The whole passage echoed. Raoul's ears rang. Surely, if it went on, they would hear it. They would open the door. They would drive him away in shame. What a place for a Chagny, to be caught listening at a door. He took his heart in both hands, as if to make it stop. The man spoke again. "Are you very tired?" "Oh, tonight I gave you my soul and I am dead," Christine replied. "Your soul is a beautiful thing, child," said the grave voice. "I thank you. No emperor ever received so fair a gift. The angels wept tonight." Raoul heard no more. Yet he did not go. Fearing he would be caught, he slipped back to his dark corner. He decided to wait until the man left the room. In one moment he learned love and hate. He knew he loved. He wished to know whom he hated. To his surprise, the door opened and Christine Daaé came out. She wore furs. A lace veil hid her face. She was alone. She closed the door. Raoul saw she did not lock it. She passed by him. He did not turn his eyes to her. His eyes stayed on the door. It did not open again. When the passage was empty once more, he crossed it. He opened the door and went into the dressing room. He shut the door behind him. It was pitch dark. The gas was turned off. "There is someone here," said Raoul, with his back to the door. His voice shook. "Why are you hiding?" There was only darkness and silence. Raoul heard his own breath. He did not see how far his boldness had gone. "You shall not leave until I let you," he cried. "If you do not answer, you are a coward. I will expose you." He struck a match. The flame lit the room. No one was there. Raoul turned the key in the lock. He lit the gas jets. He went into the closet. He opened cupboards. He searched. He felt the walls with damp hands. Nothing. "Look here," he said aloud. "Am I going mad?" He stood for 10 minutes, listening to the gas hiss in the quiet, empty room. Though he was a lover, he did not even steal a ribbon to keep the scent of the woman he loved. He went out. He did not know what he did or where he walked. At one moment on his aimless way, an icy draft blew on his face. He found himself at the foot of a stair. Behind him, a line of workmen came down. They carried a kind of stretcher. A white sheet covered it. "Which way is the exit, please?" he asked one man. "Straight ahead. The door is open. But let us pass." Raoul pointed to the stretcher. He asked without thinking, "What is that?" The workman answered, "That is Joseph Bouquet." They found him in the 3rd cellar, hanging between a farmhouse set and a scene from Le Roi de Lahore. Raoul took off his hat. He stepped back to give them room. He went out. Chapter 3. The Mysterious Reason. It was the time of the farewell ceremony. The opera gave a grand party because Monsieur Debienne and Monsieur Poligny were retiring. They wished to die game, as people said then, and to keep smiling to the end. All the important people of Paris came, from the world of society and the world of art. After the performance, everyone met in the foyer of the ballet. Sorelli waited on the steps with a glass of champagne in her hand and a short speech ready on her tongue. Behind her stood the dancers of the corps de ballet, young and old. They whispered about the events of the evening, or made small signs to their friends. A noisy crowd of these friends stood round the tables, where food and drink were set on the slanting floor. Some dancers had already put on their everyday clothes. Most still wore their light, thin skirts of gauze. All of them wore special party faces, as if that were the proper thing to do. All, that is, except little Jams. She was only 15. Happy age. She had already forgotten the ghost and the death of Joseph Bouquet. She laughed and chattered without stop. She hopped. She played tricks. She did this until 2000. Debienne and Poligny came into the foyer. Then Sorelli, who was impatient and serious, told her to behave. Everyone noticed that the retiring managers looked cheerful. That is the Paris way. In Paris, you must learn to wear a happy mask over your sadness, and a mask of boredom or calm over your joy. When a friend is in trouble, do not try to comfort him. He will say that he is already comforted. But if he is lucky, do not rush to praise him. He thinks it is natural and wonders why you speak of it. In Paris, our lives are a masked ball. The foyer of the ballet is the last place where men like MM. Debienne and Poligny would show true sorrow. So they smiled very broadly at Sorelli as she began her speech. Suddenly, little James cried out in a voice of pure terror, "The opera ghost!" "Ew," she pointed at a face among the gentlemen. The face was very pale, sad, and ugly. 2 deep black hollows showed under thick, wide brows. The crowd stared, and the death's head became a success in a second. People laughed and pushed one another. They said, "The opera ghost! The opera ghost!" Several wanted to offer him a drink, but he was gone. He slipped away through the crowd. Others tried to find him and could not. 2 old men told Jams to be quiet. Little Giry gave a long, sharp scream like a peacock. Sorelli was angry. She had not been able to finish her speech. The managers kissed her, thanked her, and ran off almost as fast as the ghost. No one was surprised. They had to go through the same ceremony in the foyer of the singers on the floor above. After that, they would receive their friends one last time in the great lobby outside the manager's office, where a full supper waited. In the lobby, they met the new managers, Monsieur Armand Moncharmin and Monsieur Firmin Richard. They hardly knew each other, but they spoke warm words of friendship. The new managers gave 1,000 polite compliments in return. Some guests had feared a dull evening, but now they looked brighter. The supper grew lively. A government speaker made a clever speech. He mixed praise for past glories with hope for future success. The feeling in the room became very cordial. The old managers had already given the new managers the 2 tiny master keys that opened all the doors of the opera. Thousands of doors. The little keys were passed from hand to hand. Everyone wanted to see them. Then some guests noticed something at the end of the table. It was a strange, thin, almost unreal face with hollow eyes. It looked like the same face that had appeared in the ballet foyer, the one that made little Jams cry, "The opera ghost!" The ghost sat there as if everything were normal. But he ate nothing and drank nothing. People who looked at him with a smile soon turned their heads away. The sight of him made them think of funerals. No one dared to repeat the old joke. No one said, "There's the opera ghost." He did not speak. The people next to him could not say when he had appeared and taken his seat, but everyone felt that, if the dead came to the table of the living, they would look like this. The friends of Firmin Richard and Armand Moncharmin thought the thin guest belonged to Debienne and Poligny's party. The friends of Debienne and Poligny thought the cadaverous man belonged to Richard and Moncharmin's party. So no one asked questions. No one made rude jokes. No one wished to offend a visitor from the tomb. A few guests knew the stories that the scene shifter had told about the ghost. They did not yet know that Joseph Bouquet was dead. They thought, in their hearts, that the man at the end of the table could be the ghost. But the story said the ghost had no nose, while this person had a nose. Monsieur Moncharmin wrote later, in his memoirs, that the guest's nose was long, thin, and transparent. He used the word transparent. Perhaps it was a false nose. Perhaps the shine on it looked like glass to him. Everyone knows that doctors can make very good false noses for people who have lost them. Did the ghost really sit at the manager's table that night, without an invitation? Can we be sure it was the opera ghost? Who would dare to say so for certain? I tell this scene not to make you believe that the ghost was so bold, but because, in a way, the whole thing seems impossible, and yet it happened. Monsieur Armand Moncharmin writes in chapter 11 of his memoirs, "When I think of that first evening, I cannot separate the secret which Mesdames Debienne and Poligny told us in their office from the presence at our supper of that ghostly person whom none of us knew. This is what happened. The old managers were sitting in the middle of the table. They had not yet seen the man with the skull-like face. Suddenly that man spoke. 'The ballet girls are right,' he said. 'The death of poor Bouquet may not be as natural as people think.' The old managers gave a start. 'Is Bouquet dead?' they cried. 'Yes,' said the man, or the shadow of a man, quietly. 'They found him this evening, hanging in the third cellar, between a farmhouse set and a scene from the Roi de Lahore.' The two old managers stood up at once and stared at the speaker. They were more upset than the news seemed to demand. Why be so shaken by a scene-shifter's suicide? They looked at one another. Their faces had turned whiter than the cloth on the table. At last, Debienne made a sign to Messieurs Richard and Moncharmin. Poligny mumbled a quick apology to the guests. All four left the table and went into the office of the managers. I will now let M. Moncharmin continue the story. In his memoirs, he wrote, M. Debienne and Poligny grew more and more excited. They seemed to have something difficult to tell us. First, they asked if we knew the man at the end of the table, the one who told them about Joseph Bouquet. We said no. They looked even more worried. They took the master keys from our hands and stared at them. Then they advised us to make new locks, in secret, for any rooms and closets we wished to close tight. They said this in such a funny way that we began to laugh and asked if there were thieves at the opera. They said it was worse than thieves. It was the ghost. We laughed again. We thought they were making a joke to end the party. But they asked us to be serious. They told us they would never have spoken of the ghost if the ghost himself had not ordered them to ask us to be kind to him and to grant any request he made. They were so happy to leave the place where that hard master ruled that they had delayed until the last minute. They knew we would not easily believe the story. But the news of Bouquet's death reminded them that, whenever they had not obeyed the ghost, some strange or terrible thing had happened to make them obey. As they talked in low, secret voices, I watched Richard. In his student years, he was famous for practical jokes. He seemed to enjoy the trick that was now being played on him. He took it all in, though the news of a death gave a sad taste to the story. He nodded like a man who was very sorry to have taken the opera when a ghost was part of the deal. I copied his look and tried to seem unhappy too. At last we could not help laughing in the faces of Messieurs Debienne and Poligny. We went from deep gloom to bright laughter in a second, and they looked at us as if we had gone mad. The joke began to feel long. Richard asked, half serious, half joking, "After all, what does your ghost want?" Monsieur Poligny went to his desk. He came back with the memorandum book. It starts with the famous words that the management must give the opera the splendor of the first lyric stage in France. It ends with clause 98, which says that the privilege can be taken away if the manager breaks the rules. After that, it lists the conditions, 4 in number. The copy that Monsieur Poligny showed us was written in black ink. It was the same as ours, except for a paragraph in red ink at the end. The red writing was strange, slow and heavy, as if a child had dipped match heads in ink and made only straight down strokes. It said, 5. Or if the manager, in any month, delays for more than a fortnight the payment of the allowance to the Opera Ghost, an allowance of 20,000 francs a month, say 240,000 francs a year. Monsieur Poligny pointed at this clause with a hesitant finger. We did not expect such a line. Richard asked coolly, Is this all? Does he want anything else? Yes, said Poligny. He turned pages until he reached the part that keeps some private boxes for the president, the ministers, and so on. At the end, one more line in red ink said, Box 5 on the grand tier shall be placed at the disposal of the Opera Ghost for every performance. When we saw this, we stood up, shook hands with our two predecessors, and praised them for such a charming joke. It showed the old French sense of humor. Richard said he now knew why they were leaving the opera. You cannot do business with a ghost like that. Yes, said Monsieur Poligny with a straight face. 240,000 francs is not easy to find. And think of the loss on Box 5. We never sold it once. We even had to return the subscription. It is awful. We will not work to keep ghosts. We prefer to go away. Yes, said Monsieur Debienne. We prefer to go away. Let us go. Then Richard said, After all, you were too kind to the ghost. If I had such trouble, I would have him arrested. How? Where? They cried. We have never seen him. But when he comes to his box? We have never seen him in his box. Then sell it. Sell the Opera Ghost's box? Try it, gentlemen. We all left the office. Richard and I had never laughed so much in our lives. So the night of farewells ended with a strange supper guest, a pale, skull-like face, and a secret in red ink. The old managers smiled like Parisians, yet shook with fear. The new managers laughed like students, yet held the tiny keys a little tighter. Somewhere below, the third cellar was still cold, and in the air of the opera, people whispered two words again and again: the ghost. Chapter 4. Box 5. Armand Moncharmin wrote many pages of memoirs while he shared the job of manager. He wrote so much that people might ask if he had any time left to do the real work of the opera. He did not know music at all, not even one note. But he called the Minister of Education and Fine Arts by his first name. He had written a little for society papers. He also had a lot of private money. He was a charming man and not foolish. When he decided to be the sleeping partner at the opera, he chose the best active manager he could find. He went straight to Firmin Richard. Firmin Richard was a fine composer. He had published many successful pieces of different kinds. He liked almost every kind of music and almost every kind of musician. So, of course, every kind of musician should like Monsieur Firmin Richard. People only said two small things against him. He liked to be the master, and his temper could be very quick. In the first few days, the two partners were happy. They felt proud to be at the head of a great opera house. They forgot the strange story of the ghost. Then something happened and showed them that the joke, if it was a joke, was not finished. One morning at 11 o'clock, Monsieur Firmin Richard went to his office. His secretary, M. Remy, brought him some letters marked private. One letter caught Richard's eye at once. The name on the envelope was written in red ink. The writing looked familiar. He remembered the same red writing at the end of the memorandum book. The letters looked big and clumsy like a child's hand. He opened the letter and read, Dear Mr. Manager, I am sorry to trouble you when you are so busy with new contracts and new plans. I know what you have done for Carlotta, for Sorelli, for Little Gems, and for others whose talent you imagine you see. Of course, I do not mean these fine words for La Carlotta, who sings like a squirt and should have stayed at the Ambassadeurs and the Café Jacquin, nor for La Sorelli, who owes her success to the coach builders, nor for little Jams, who dances like a calf. I am not speaking of Christine Daaé either, though she is a real genius. Your jealousy keeps her from great parts. Still, it is your business. You may conduct it as you like. But I wish to hear Christine Daaé this evening as Sibyl. You have refused her Margarita since her great triumph the other night. I also ask you not to sell my box today or on the next days. Twice I arrived and found that my box had been sold by your order. I did not protest because I dislike scandal and because I thought your dear predecessors, Messieurs Debienne and Poligny, forgot to tell you my small habits. I wrote to them for an explanation. They answered, "Now I know you have read my memorandum book. So you are treating me with great contempt. If you wish to live in peace, do not begin by taking away my private box." Believe me, dear Mr. Manager, your most humble and obedient servant, Opera Ghost. With the letter there was a small note cut from the agony column of the Revue Théâtrale. It said, "OG, there is no excuse for R&M. We told them and left your memorandum book with them. Kind regards." Monsieur Richard had hardly finished reading when Monsieur Armand Moncharmin came in. He held a letter exactly the same. The two men looked at each other and laughed. "They are keeping up the joke," said Monsieur Richard, "but I do not find it funny." "What does it mean?" asked M. Moncharmin. "Do they think that, because they were managers once, we will give them a box forever?" "I will not let people laugh at me for long," said Richard. "It is harmless," said Moncharmin. "What do they really want? A box for tonight?" Richard told his secretary to send Box 5 on the grand tier to M. Debienne and Poligny if it was not sold. It was free, so the box was sent. Debienne lived at the corner of the Rue Scribe and the Boulevard des Capucines. Poligny lived in the Rue Aubert. Both letters from OG had been posted at the Boulevard des Capucines office, as Moncharmin saw from the envelopes. "You see?" said Richard. They shrugged. It seemed childish that two old men would play tricks like this. "They might have been more polite," said Moncharmin. "Did you notice how they spoke of Carlotta, Sorelli, and little Jums?" "My dear friend, they are mad with jealousy," said Richard. "They even paid for a note in the Revue Théâtrale. Have they nothing better to do?" "By the way," said Moncharmin, "they seem very interested in Christine Daaé." "You know she has a good name," said Richard. "Names are easy," said Moncharmin. "I have a name for knowing music, but I do not know one key from another." "Do not worry," said Richard. "You never had that name." He then told his secretary to let the artists in. They had waited for 2 hours in the hall, hoping for fame and fortune, or fearing dismissal. The whole day they talked, negotiated, signed, or canceled contracts. The two tired managers went to bed early. They did not even look at Box 5 to see if M. Debienne and Poligny were enjoying the show. Next morning, the managers received a thank you card from the ghost. "Dear Mr. Manager, thanks. Charming evening. Day exquisite. Choruses need waking up. Carlotta, a splendid but ordinary instrument. I will write soon about the 240,000 francs, or 233,424 francs 70 centimes, to be correct. M. Debienne and Poligny have sent me 6,575 francs 30 centimes for the first 10 days of my allowance this year. Their rights ended on the evening of the 10th. Kind regards, OG. They also found a letter from M. Debienne and Poligny. Gentlemen, thank you for your kind thought. But you will understand that hearing Faust again, though pleasant to ex-managers, does not give us the right to sit in Box 5. That box belongs to him, of whom we spoke when we went over the memorandum book with you. See Clause 98, last paragraph. Accept, gentlemen, etc. Oh, they are beginning to annoy me, cried Richard, taking up the letter. That evening he had Box 5 sold. The next morning, when Richard and Moncharmin reached the office, they found a report from an inspector. It told what had happened in Box 5 the night before. The main part said, I had to call a municipal guard twice to clear Box 5, once at the start and once in the middle of the second act. The people in the box laughed and said silly things. The house cried, Hush! The box-keeper came to fetch me. I spoke to them. They did not seem in their right mind. They still made stupid remarks. I warned them. When I left, the laughter began again. I returned with a guard. We put them out. They said they would not go unless they got their money back. At last, they were quiet, and I let them in again. The laughter started again at once. This time, we put them out for good. Send for the inspector, said Richard to his secretary. Monsieur Remy had expected this and called the man at once. Tell us what happened, said Richard. The inspector began to talk and pointed to his report. What were they laughing at? Asked Moncharmin. They had dined and wanted fun, not music, said the inspector. They went into the box, came out again, and called the box-keeper. She asked what they wanted. They said, Look in the box. No one there, is there? No, she said. Well, they said, when we went in, we heard a voice say that the box was taken. Moncharmin smiled at Richard. Richard did not smile. He knew too well how jokes like this worked. The inspector tried to smile too. That was a mistake. Richard glared. The poor man kept his face stiff and sad. When those people arrived, shouted Richard, there was no one in the box, was there? Not a soul, sir. Not in the box on the right. Not in the box on the left. Not a soul. The box-keeper told me again and again. It was a joke. Oh, you agree it was a joke? Said Richard. And you think it funny? In very bad taste, sir, said the inspector. And what did the box-keeper say? Asked Richard. She said it was the opera ghost. That is all. The inspector grinned again. At once Richard went from dark to furious. Send for the box-keeper, he shouted. Send for her now. Bring her in here, and send everyone else away. The inspector tried to speak, but Richard told him to be silent. Then Richard asked one more question. Who is this opera ghost? He growled. The inspector could not speak. He made a sad sign with his hands, as if to say he knew nothing and did not want to know. Have you seen him? Asked Richard. Have you seen the opera ghost? The inspector shook his head hard. No, he had never seen the ghost. Very well, said Richard, cold as ice. The inspector's eyes opened wide, asking why the manager said that terrible, very well? Because I am going to call to account anyone who has not seen him, said Richard. If he is everywhere, I cannot have people tell me they see him nowhere. I like people to work when I pay them. Richard then turned away and spoke of other business with the acting manager. The inspector tried to slip to the door, very gently. Richard stopped him with a thunderous, "Stay where you are." Madame Giry, the box-keeper, was sent for. She worked nearby on the Rue de Provence as a porteress. She soon arrived. "What is your name?" asked Richard. "Madame Giry. You know me, sir. I am the mother of little Giry, little Meg, you know." She spoke so rough and so solemn that Richard was impressed for a moment. He looked at her old shawl, worn shoes, old taffeta dress, and faded bonnet. It was clear that he did not know her, nor little Giry, nor little Meg. But Madame Giry was proud. She thought everyone knew her. "Never heard of her," said Richard. "But that is no reason why I should not ask what happened last night. Why did you and the inspector call a guard?" I wish to see you about that, said Madame Giry. I do not want you to have the same trouble as Monsieur Debienne and Monsieur Poligny. They would not listen to me at first. I am not asking about that, said Richard. I am asking what happened last night. Madame Giry turned purple with anger. No one had spoken to her like that. She stood up as if to go, holding her skirt with dignity and making her old bonnet feathers shake. Then she sat down again and said, proud and loud, I will tell you. The ghost was annoyed again. Richard was about to burst out. Moncharmin lifted a hand and took the lead with quiet questions. It came out that, to Madame Giry, it was quite natural to hear a voice say a box was taken, even when no one was inside. She could not explain it, except by the ghost. No one could see the ghost in his box. Everyone could hear him. She had often heard him. They could trust her. She spoke the truth. They could ask Monsieur Debienne and Monsieur Poligny. They could ask Monsieur Isidore Sac, whose leg the ghost had broken. Indeed, said Moncharmin. Did the ghost break poor Sac's leg? Madame Giry opened her eyes very wide. She was shocked that the new managers did not know the story. She agreed to tell them. It was in the time of 2000. Debienne and Poligny. It was in box 5. It was during Faust. She coughed and cleared her throat, as if she would sing the whole score, and began, It was like this, sir. Monsieur Maniera and his lady, jewelers from the Rue Mogador, sat in front in the box. Their friend Monsieur Isidore Sac sat behind Madame Maniera. Mephistopheles was singing. Then Monsieur Maniera heard a voice at his right ear. His wife sat on his left. The voice said, Ha ha, Julie is not playing at sleeping. His wife's name was Julie. He turned to the right. No one was there. He rubbed his ear and wondered if he was dreaming. The serenade went on. Then he heard the voice again at his right ear. Ha ha! Ha ha! Julie would not mind giving a kiss to Isidore. Monsieur Maniera turned to the left this time. And what did he see? He saw Isidore holding his lady's hand and kissing the small bare place in the glove. Madame Giry showed how it looked by kissing the empty space in her thread glove. Then there was noise. Bang, bang. Monsieur Maniera was big and strong like you, Monsieur Richard. He gave 2 hard blows to Monsieur Isidore Sac, who was small and weak, like Monsieur Moncharmin, with respect. People cried, Stop, he will kill him. At last, Monsieur Isidore Sac ran away. So the ghost did not break his leg? Said Moncharmin, a little hurt that she had called him small and weak. He did break it for him, said Madame Giry. He broke it on the grand staircase, which Monsieur Isidore ran down too fast. It will be a long time before the poor man can go up again. Did the ghost tell you what he whispered into Monsieur Maniera's ear? Asked Moncharmin, very serious, as if it were a great joke. No, said Madame Giry. Monsieur Maniera told it himself. But you have spoken to the ghost yourself, my good lady? Asked Moncharmin. As I am speaking to you now, she said. And when the ghost speaks to you, what does he say? Asked Richard. He tells me to bring him a footstool, she said. Richard laughed out loud. So did Moncharmin and Remy. Only the inspector did not laugh, because he had learned it was dangerous. Madame Giry looked ready to fight. Instead of laughing, she cried, you should do as Monsieur Poligny did. He found out for himself. Found out what? Asked Moncharmin, amused. The ghost, of course. Listen. She calmed herself, as if this was a great and holy moment. They were playing La Juive. Monsieur Poligny said he would watch from the ghost's box. When Leopold cried, Let us fly, and Eleazar said, Whither go ye? At that moment, Monsieur Poligny stood up, stiff like a statue, and walked out. I watched him from the next box, which was empty. Before I had time to ask, Whither go ye? Like Eleazar, he was already down the stairs. He did not break his leg. That still does not tell us why the ghost asked you for a footstool, said Moncharmin. From that evening, said Madame Giry, no one tried to take the ghost's box. The managers ordered that he should have it every night. When he came, he asked me for a footstool. Tsk, tsk, said Moncharmin. A ghost asking for a footstool. Then your ghost is a woman? No, said Madame Giry. He is a man. How do you know? Asked Moncharmin. He has a man's voice, such a lovely voice, said Madame Giry. This is what happens. He comes in the middle of the first act. He taps 3 times on the door of box 5. The first time I heard those taps, I knew the box was empty. I opened the door, looked, listened. Nobody. Then I heard a voice. Madame Jules. My poor husband was Jules. A footstool, please. It made me feel strange all over. But the voice went on. Do not be afraid, Madame Jules. I am the opera ghost. The voice was so soft and kind that I was hardly afraid. The voice sat in the corner chair on the right, in the front row. Was there anyone in box 7 or box 3? Asked Moncharmin. No, said Madame Giry. Both were empty. The curtain had just gone up. And what did you do? Asked Moncharmin. I brought the footstool, she said. It was not for himself, but for his lady. I never heard her. I never saw her. So the ghost is married? Said Moncharmin. He and Richard looked from Madame Giry to the inspector. The inspector stood behind her and waved his arms, trying to catch their eye. He tapped his forehead with a finger as if to say, She is mad. Richard saw and decided to remove an inspector who kept a madwoman in his service, but Madame Giry went on. At the end of the show, he always leaves me 2 francs, sometimes 5, sometimes 10, when he has not come for many days. But now that people annoy him again, he leaves me nothing. Excuse me, my good woman, said Moncharmin, while she shook the feathers of her bonnet at his cool tone. How does the ghost give you the 2 francs? He leaves them on the small shelf in the box, she said. I find them with the program. Some evenings I find flowers. A rose falls from his lady's dress. He brings a lady sometimes. One day, they left a fan. Oh, the ghost left a fan, said Moncharmin. What did you do with it? I brought it back to the box next night, she said. You have broken the rules, cried the inspector. I must fine you. Be quiet, fool, muttered Richard. You brought back the fan, said Moncharmin. And then? They took it, said Madame Giry. It was gone at the end of the show. In its place, there was a box of English sweets. I like those very much. That was a pretty thought from the ghost. That will do, Madame Giry, said Richard. You may go. She bowed with proud dignity and left. When she was gone, the manager told the inspector they would let the old woman go from her job. When the inspector left, they told the acting manager to settle his account as well. Then, left alone, the 2 managers spoke. They had the same idea. They would look into the matter of box 5 themselves. So the new rule was simple. The ghost's box would be watched by the manager's own eyes. The letters in red ink had come. The thank you card had come. The strange laughter in box 5 had come. The boxkeeper had told her story of taps and footstools and a soft voice. The inspector had brought trouble to himself by grinning. The old managers had warned them with clause 98 in the book. Now the new managers would go and see. They would see if the ghost tapped on the door. They would see if the voice asked for a footstool. They would see if box 5 was empty, yet taken. They would see if the opera ghost truly lived in the opera house. Chapter 5. The Enchanted Violin. Christine Daaé did not go on with her triumph at the opera. She did not sing again right away. There were secret plots. I will tell you about them later. After the gala night, she sang once at the Duchess de Zurich's house. That was the last time people heard her in private. She refused a charity concert even though she had promised to help. She gave no good reason. She acted as if she was not free. She acted as if she feared a new great success. She knew the Comte de Chagny had spoken to Monsieur Richard for her, to please his brother. She wrote to thank him. She also asked him to stop. "Please do not speak for me anymore," she said. No one ever knew why she asked this. Some said she was too proud. Others said she was very modest. But people on the stage are not so modest. I think she was afraid. Yes, I think Christine was frightened by what had happened to her. I have a letter from Christine from that time. It is in the Persian's papers. The letter shows deep fear. She wrote, "I do not know myself when I sing." The poor child felt lost. She went nowhere. The Vicomte de Chagny tried to see her, but failed. He wrote to ask if he could call on her. He waited and felt sure no answer would come. Then, one morning, a note arrived. "Monsieur, I have not forgotten the little boy who went into the sea to save my scarf. I must write to you today. I am going to Paros to do a sacred duty. Tomorrow is the day my poor father died. You knew him, and he liked you very much. He is buried there, with his violin, in the graveyard of the little church. It is at the bottom of the slope where we played as children, near the road where, when we were a little older, we said goodbye for the last time." The Vicomte ran for a railway guide. He dressed fast. He wrote a note for his valet to take to his brother. He jumped into a cab. He reached the Gare Montparnasse just in time to miss the morning train. He spent a sad day in Paris. His heart grew lighter in the evening when he found a seat in the Brittany Express. He read Christine's note again and again. He smelled its perfume. He saw sweet pictures from childhood in his mind. The long night went by in hot dreams. They began and ended with Christine. Day broke when he got out at Lannion. He hurried to the coach for Paros-Guirec. He was the only passenger. He spoke with the driver. He learned that the evening before, a young lady who looked like a Parisian had come to Paros. She stayed at the inn called the Setting Sun. As he drew near, he thought of the little Swedish singer. Many details of her story are still unknown to the public. There was once a peasant in a small town near Uppsala. He worked the earth all week. On Sundays he sang in the church choir. This peasant had a little daughter. He taught her the music letters before she could read. Christine's father, Daaé, was a great musician, perhaps without knowing it. No fiddler in all Scandinavia played like him. His name spread far. He was always asked to play at weddings and village feasts. His wife died when Christine was 6. The father loved only his child and his music. He sold his small land. He went to Uppsala to find fame and money. He found only poverty. He went back to the country. He walked from fair to fair, playing old tunes. His child never left him. She listened with joy or sang along. One day, at Liemby Fair, Professor Valerius heard them. He took them to Gothenburg. He said the father was the first violinist in the world. He said the daughter could become a great artist. He saw to their lessons. Christine grew fast. She charmed all with her pretty face, her kind manners, and her wish to please. Later, Valerius and his wife moved to France. They took Daaé and Christine with them. Mama. Valerius treated Christine like a daughter. Daaé, however, grew homesick. He almost never went out in Paris. He lived in a dream with his violin. For hours he locked himself in his room with his child. He played and sang very softly. Sometimes Mama Valerius stood outside the door and listened. She wiped a tear and went down on tiptoe, sighing for the skies of the north. Daaé felt stronger only in summer when the family stayed at Paros-Guirec in far Brittany. The sea was the same blue as in his country. Often he played sad tunes on the beach and pretended the sea hushed its roar to listen. He begged Mama Valerius to let him play at the Breton pardons, the holy days with dances. He took his fiddle and his little girl for a week, as in the old days. They gave music to tiny hamlets, enough for a year. They slept in barns, refusing beds at inns. They lay close together on straw, as when they were poor in Sweden. Yet they were neatly dressed. They took no money. They refused coins. People could not understand this rustic fiddler and the pretty child who sang like an angel. The villagers followed them from place to place. One day, a little boy walked with his governess. He made her go farther than planned because he could not leave the little girl with the pure, sweet voice. They came to a shore called Tristram. Today there may be a casino there. Then there were only sky, sea, and a long golden beach. The wind blew hard. It caught Christine's scarf and carried it over the waves. Christine cried out and held out her arms, but the scarf went far. Then she heard a voice say, "It's all right. I will fetch your scarf from the sea." She saw a small boy running. A lady in black scolded and cried out, but the boy ran on. He went into the water with all his clothes. He brought back the scarf. Boy and scarf were soaked. The lady made a fuss. Christine laughed and kissed the boy. He was the young Vicomte Raoul de Chagny, staying at Lannion with his aunt. During that summer, the children met and played almost every day. At the aunt's request, and with Professor Valerius's help, Daaé gave the young Viscount violin lessons. So Raoul learned to love the same airs that filled Christine's childhood. Both had calm, dreamy minds. They loved stories and old Breton legends. Their favorite game was to knock on cottage doors and beg, "Ma'am, or kind sir, do you have a little story for us, please?" Almost always someone told them one. Many old grandmothers had seen the Corrigans, the little folk, dance by moonlight on the heather. Their best time came at twilight, in the great silence after sunset. Daaé sat by them at the roadside and told stories of the north. He spoke very softly, as if afraid to scare the ghosts he called. When he stopped, the children begged for more. One story began. A king sat in a little boat on a deep, still lake, like a bright eye in the Norwegian mountains. Another began. Little Lotta thought of everything and nothing. Her hair was golden like the sun. Her soul was as clear and blue as her eyes. She loved her mother and her doll. She kept her frock and her red shoes and her fiddle clean. But most of all she loved, before sleep, to hear the angel of music. While he told this, Raoul looked at Christine's blue eyes and gold hair. Christine thought Lotta was lucky to hear the angel of music at night. The angel of music was in all Daddy Daaé's tales. He said every great musician, every great artist, is visited by the angel at least once. Sometimes the angel bends over a cradle. Then you get a prodigy, a little child who plays better at 6 than grown men at 50. Sometimes the angel comes later, for children who do not study or practice. Sometimes the angel does not come at all, because the children have a bad heart. No one ever sees the angel, but those meant to hear him, hear his voice. He comes when they least expect, when they are sad and tired. Then, suddenly, their ears fill with heavenly music, a divine voice they never forget. Those who are visited feel a thrill unknown to others. After that, whenever they sing or play, their sound puts all other sounds to shame. People who do not know about the angel say they have genius. Little Christine asked her father if he had heard the angel. Daddy Daaé shook his head sadly. Then his eyes shone. He said, "You will hear him one day, my child. When I am in heaven, I will send him to you." Daddy had begun to cough. 3 years later, Raoul and Christine met again at Paros. Professor Valerius had died, but his widow stayed in France with Daddy Daaé and Christine. They still played and sang. They wrapped their kind friend in a dream of music. The young man came to Paros, hoping to find them. He went to the same house. He saw the old man first. Then Christine came in with a tea tray. She blushed when she saw Raoul. He kissed her. She asked a few questions. She served and left the room. Then she ran to the garden and sat on a bench. Her young heart felt new feelings for the first time. Raoul followed. They talked shyly until evening. They were careful and gentle, like two diplomats. They spoke of many things, but not of love. When they said goodbye by the roadside, Raoul kissed her trembling hand and said, "Mademoiselle, I shall never forget you." He went away and wished he had not said it. He knew that Christine could not be the wife of the Vicomte de Chagny. Christine tried not to think of him. She gave herself to art. She grew fast. People said she would be the greatest singer in the world. Then her father died. Suddenly, she seemed to lose her voice, her soul, her gift. She kept just enough to enter the conservatoire. There she did not shine. She went to class without joy and took a prize only to please old Mama Valerius, with whom she lived. The first time Raoul saw Christine at the opera, he loved her beauty and the memories it brought. But her singing felt weak. He came again. He waited in the wings. He stood by a Jacob's ladder. He tried to catch her eye. He followed her to the door of her box. She did not see him. She seemed to see nobody. She was all indifference. Raoul suffered. She was very beautiful. He was shy. He dared not confess his love, even to himself. Then came the gala night. The sky opened. An angel's voice sang on earth. All mankind was glad. Raoul's heart was taken. And then there was that man's voice behind the door. "You must love me." And there was no one in the room. Why did she laugh when he spoke of the scarf? Why did she not know him? Why had she written to him? At last, Raoul reached Paros. He walked into the smoky room of the setting sun. He saw Christine at once. She smiled and did not seem surprised. "So you have come," she said. "I felt I would find you here when I came back from Mass. Someone told me so at the church." "Who?" asked Raoul, taking her small hand. "My poor father, who is dead," she said. They were silent. Then Raoul asked, "Did your father tell you that I love you, Christine, and that I cannot live without you?" Christine blushed to the eyes. She turned her head. In a shaking voice, she said, "Me? You are dreaming, my friend." She laughed to hide her trouble. "Do not laugh, Christine." "I am serious," said Raoul. "I did not make you come to say such things," she said. "You made me come, Christine," said Raoul. "You knew your letter would not make me angry. You knew I would hurry to Paros. How could you think that if you did not think I loved you? I thought you would remember our games here, as children, when my father played with us," she said softly. "I do not know what I thought. Maybe I was wrong to write. This sad day and your sudden visit to my room at the opera the other night made me think of long ago. I wrote to you like the little girl I was then." Something in her manner felt not natural to Raoul. He felt no hate from her. Far from it. Her eyes were full of tender pain. But why was her tenderness full of pain? He wished to know. It vexed him. "When I came to your dressing room, was that the first time you saw me, Christine?" She could not lie. "No," she said. "I had seen you in your brother's box, and on the stage." "I thought so," said Raoul. "Then why, when I knelt at your feet and spoke of your scarf, did you answer as if you did not know me? And why did you laugh?" His tone was too hard. Christine stared, silent. Raoul was shocked by his own roughness. He had planned to be gentle and humble. He sounded like an angry husband. He had gone too far. He did not know how to step back. "You do not answer," he cried, angry and unhappy. "Then I will answer. It was because someone was in the room. He was in your way. You did not want him to know you cared about any other man." "If anyone was in my way, my friend," Christine said coldly, "it was you. I told you to leave the room." "Yes, so you could stay with the other," said Raoul. "What are you saying, monsieur? To what other do you speak?" she cried. "To the man who heard you say, 'I sing only for you. Tonight I gave you my soul and I am dead.'" Christine seized his arm with sudden strength. "Then you listened behind the door?" "Yes," said Raoul. "I love you. I heard everything." "You heard what?" she asked. She grew calm and let go. He said, "Christine, you must love me," said Raoul. Christine turned white as death. Dark circles came under her eyes. She swayed and almost fell. Raoul ran to catch her, but she stood up again. In a low voice she said, "Go on. Tell me all you heard." "I heard him say, when you said you gave him your soul is a beautiful thing, child, and I thank you. No emperor ever received so fair a gift. The angels wept tonight." Christine put her hand to her heart. Her face showed deep, strange feeling. Her eyes stared like a madwoman's. Raoul was afraid. Then tears filled her eyes. 2 large tears, like pearls, rolled down her white cheeks. "Christine! Raoul!" He tried to take her in his arms. She escaped. She fled in disorder. Christine locked herself in her room. Raoul did not know what to do. He refused breakfast. He was very sad. The sweet hours he had hoped for were passing without her. Why did she not walk with him in the places they loved? He heard she had a mass said that morning for her father. She prayed long in the church and by the fiddler's tomb. Then why did she not go back to Paris at once? She seemed to have nothing else to do at Paros. Raoul walked sadly to the graveyard around the church. He was alone among the tombs, reading the words on them. When he turned behind the apse, he saw a bright patch of red in the white snow. Marvelous roses had opened in the morning, red on the white ground. They looked like life among the dead. Death was all around. The ground had thrown up many bones. Skulls and skeleton parts lay in a heap against the church wall, held up by wire. The bones were stacked like bricks to make the first layer for the sacristy wall. The sacristy door opened in the middle of that bony wall, as in many old Breton churches. Raoul said a prayer for Daaé. Then, shaken by all the skulls and their eternal smiles, he climbed the slope and sat at the edge of the heath above the sea. The wind dropped with evening. Icy darkness came, but he did not feel the cold. Here, long ago, he sat with little Christine to see the Corrigans dance in the moonlight. He had never seen them, and his eyes were good. Christine was a bit short-sighted, but she said she saw many. He smiled at the thought. Suddenly a voice behind him said, "Do you think the Corrigans will come tonight?" It was Christine. He tried to speak. She put a gloved hand over his mouth. "Listen, Raoul. I have decided to tell you something very serious. Do you remember the angel of music?" "I do," he said. "Your father told us here. And here he said, 'When I am in heaven, I will send him to you.'" "Well, Raoul, my father is in heaven, and I have been visited by the angel of music." "I do not doubt it," he said gravely. He thought she was joining her father's memory with her great success. Christine looked surprised by his calm. "How do you understand it?" she asked, bringing her pale face close to his, to read his eyes in the dim light. "I understand that no human can sing as you sang without a miracle," he said. "No teacher can give you such accents. You have heard the angel of music, Christine?" "Yes," she said solemnly. "In my dressing room. He comes there each day to give me lessons. In your dressing room? He repeated, lost. Yes, I have heard him there, and I am not the only one who has heard him. Who else? Asked Raoul. You, my friend. I heard the angel? He said. Yes. The other evening, when you listened behind the door, it was he who spoke. He said, "You must love me." I thought I alone could hear him. Imagine my surprise when you said this morning that you heard him too. Raoul burst out laughing. The first moonlight fell on them both. Christine turned on him with fire in her eyes. What are you laughing at? You think you heard a man's voice, I suppose? She said. Well, said the young man, confused by her firm tone. It is you, Raoul, who say that? You, my old playmate? A friend of my father's? You have changed. What are you thinking? I am an honest girl, monsieur. I do not lock myself up with men's voices. If you had opened the door, you would have seen no one. That is true, said Raoul. I opened the door after you left. There was no one. So you see. Well, she said. He took courage. Christine, I think someone is making game of you, he said. She cried out and ran from him. He ran after her. Leave me! Leave me! She cried with anger and disappeared. Raoul went back to the inn, very tired and very sad. They told him Christine had gone to her room and would not come down to dinner. He dined alone, gloomy. He tried to read, then to sleep. There was no sound in the next room. Hours went by. Around 11:30, he heard a soft step in the room next to his. Christine had not gone to bed. He did not ask himself why. He dressed without a sound and waited. For what? He did not know. His heart beat hard when he heard Christine's door open slowly. Where was she going at this hour, when all Paris slept? He opened his door softly. He saw her white figure in the moonlight in the corridor. She went down the stairs. He leaned over the rail. He heard two voices speak, fast. He caught one sentence. Do not lose the key. It was the landlady's voice. The sea door opened and shut. Then silence. Raoul ran back and opened his window. Christine stood on the empty quay, all in white. The first floor was not high. A tree by the wall showed its branches to Raoul. He climbed down without the landlady seeing. In the morning, she was very surprised when men brought him back half-frozen, almost dead. He had been found lying on the steps of the high altar. She ran to tell Christine. Christine hurried down and helped revive him. He soon opened his eyes. He saw Christine's sweet face above him and grew better at once. Weeks later, after the tragedy at the opera, the public prosecutor began an inquiry. Monsieur Mifroid, the commissary of police, questioned the Vicomte about that night at Paris. Here are the main questions and answers from the official report. Q. Did Mademoiselle Daaé see you climb down from your window? Rien, monsieur. When I followed her, I did not try to hide my steps. I wished she would turn and see me. I knew I had no excuse to follow her. It was not worthy. But she did not seem to hear. She acted as if I was not there. She left the quay and quickly walked up the road. The church clock struck 11:45. Maybe that made her hurry. She almost ran and did not stop until she reached the church. Q. Was the gate open? R. Yes, monsieur. That surprised me. It did not surprise mademoiselle. Daaé. Q. Was anyone in the churchyard? R. I saw no one. If anyone had been there, I would have seen him. The moon shone on the snow. The night was bright. Q. Could anyone hide behind the tombstones? Rien, monsieur. The stones were small and half under the snow. Only the crosses showed above the ground. The only shadows were the crosses and our two bodies. The church was bright. I never saw such a clear night. Very fine, very cold. One could see everything. Q. Are you superstitious? Rien, monsieur. I am a practicing Catholic. Q. What was your state of mind? R. Very calm and healthy. At first I worried that she went out so late. When I saw her go to the churchyard, I thought she wished to pray at her father's grave. That was natural. I grew calm. I was only surprised she did not hear me, for my steps sounded on the hard snow. She was taken up with her purpose. I chose not to disturb her. She knelt at her father's grave. She crossed herself and prayed. At that moment it struck midnight. At the last stroke, I saw her lift her eyes to the sky and spread her arms, as if in ecstasy. I wondered why. I raised my head. Then all within me was drawn to the invisible, which was playing the most perfect music. Christine and I knew that music. We heard it as children, but never with such divine art, not even by Daaé. I remembered what Christine said of the angel of music. The air was the resurrection of Lazarus, which old Daaé used to play in his sad and faithful hours. If Christine's angel existed, he could not have played better that night on the dead man's violin. When the music stopped, I seemed to hear a noise from the skulls. It was as if they were chuckling. I shuddered. Q. Did you think the musician hid behind the heap of bones? R. Yes, monsieur. That was my one thought. I was so sure that I forgot to follow Mademoiselle Daaé when she rose and walked slowly to the gate. She was so deep in thought that I am not surprised she did not see me. Q. Then what happened, that you were found in the morning on the steps of the high altar? R. First a skull rolled to my feet, then another, then another. It was like a dreadful game of bowls. I thought a false step had broken the balance of the bone pile where the musician hid. This seemed true when I saw a shadow glide along the sacristy wall. I ran. The shadow had already pushed the door and entered the church. I was quicker and caught a corner of its cloak. We were then in front of the high altar. The moon fell on us through the stained glass of the apse. I did not let go. The shadow turned. I saw a terrible death's head. It looked at me with burning eyes. I felt face to face with Satan. My heart gave way. My courage failed. I remember nothing more until I woke at the setting sun. This was the night at Perros. Christine spoke of the angel. Raoul spoke of a trick. The churchyard shone under the moon. Music rose from the bones. A skull rolled. A shadow passed. A mask like a skull turned and burned him with its eyes, and the young man fell like a stone, alone on the cold steps. Chapter 6. A Visit to Box 5. We left Monsieur Firmin Richard and Monsieur Armand Moncharmin when they decided to look into the matter of Box 5. They went down the broad stair from the manager's offices to the stage. They crossed the quiet stage, went out by the subscriber's door, and entered the house through the first little passage on the left. Then they walked along the front row of stalls and looked up at Box 5 on the grand tier. They could not see it well. The box was half in darkness. Big covers lay over the red velvet ledges of all the boxes. They were almost alone in the huge, gloomy theater. A great silence was all around them. It was the hour when most stagehands went out to have a drink. The workers had left the stage for a moment, and a scene stood half set. A few weak rays of light fell on the boards, a pale and unfriendly light, as if stolen from a dying lamp. Through some opening high above, the light touched an old stage tower with pasteboard battlements. In this strange light, everything looked unreal and fantastic. In the orchestra stalls, the gray cloth that covered the seats looked like an angry sea that had stopped moving all at once. It was as if a hidden spirit of storms had cried, "Be still," and the waves obeyed. Monsieur Moncharmin and Monsieur Richard felt like shipwrecked sailors in the middle of this quiet cloth sea. They made for the boxes on the left, pushing through the covered seats like men who leave a wreck and try to reach the shore. 8 great polished columns stood in the dusk. They looked like huge piles holding up heavy cliffs above. The cliffs were the big round balconies of the grand first and second tiers. Their curved lines seemed to wave over the 2 managers' heads. High above, in the copper ceiling painted by Monsieur Leneveux, figures from old stories looked down. Usually they were serious. Tonight they seemed to grin and laugh. There were Isis, Amphitrite, Hebe, Pandora, Psyche, Thetis, Pomona, Daphne, Clytie, Galatea, and Arethusa. Pandora, the one whose name is on a famous box, and Arethusa too, appeared to watch the new managers as they stopped at last, like men clinging to a bit of wreckage, and stared up in silence at Box 5 on the grand tier. They were troubled, at least so it seemed. Monsieur Moncharmin later wrote that he was impressed. In his memoirs, he said they had been steeped in moonshine about the opera ghost since the day they took over from M.M. Debienne and Poligny. He admitted that the silence, the half-darkness, and the strange place might have played tricks on their eyes. He said they might have had a sort of shared hallucination. The theater was dim. Box 5 was in partial shadow. In any case, he saw a shape in the box, and Monsieur Richard saw a shape too. Neither spoke. Without a word, they gripped each other's hand. They stood like that for some minutes, not moving, eyes fixed on the same spot. Then the shape was gone. They went out to the lobby and told each other what they had seen. They spoke of the shape. The trouble was that the 2 shapes were not the same. Moncharmin said he had seen something like a skull resting on the ledge of the box. Richard said he had seen an old woman who looked like Madame Giry. Soon they agreed that they had been fooled by the light and by their own fears. They laughed like madmen at themselves, ran up to Box 5 on the grand tier, and went in. There was no shape of any kind. Box 5 looked like any other box on the grand tier. Nothing marked it out. The 2 managers, trying to seem very amused, laughed at each other and began to search. They moved the small pieces of furniture, they lifted the covers, they shifted the chairs. They took special care with the armchair where the man's voice was said to sit. They found that it was only a respectable armchair. There was no magic in it. The box had red hangings, chairs, a carpet, and a red velvet ledge. It was the most ordinary box in the world. They even knelt and felt the carpet with the greatest care. They tapped here and there. They looked behind the drapes. They found nothing at all. After this, they went down to the box just below, the Box 5 on the pit tier. It stands just inside the first exit from the left side of the stalls. They found nothing worth noting there either. "Those people are all making fools of us," cried Firmin Richard at last. "It will be Faust on Saturday. Let us both see the performance from Box 5 on the grand tier." They agreed. They would take the ghost's box for themselves. They would sit there together and see what happened. They would not send an inspector. They would not send a box keeper. They would not trust stories. They would go with their own eyes and their own ears. That night's walk had shown them many things. The theater could look like a sea. Cloth could look like waves. Columns could look like cliffs. Painted figures could seem to grin and jeer. A dim light could turn a stage tower into an old castle. Shadows could make men believe they saw a skull. Shadows could make a tired eye draw the outline of an old woman like Madame Giry. Fear could join 2 hands in silence. Fear could make them stand and stare. And yet, when they opened the door, there was only an empty box with red hangings and plain chairs. Still, the memory of the ghost's letters and demands hung in the air. The red writing in the memorandum book spoke of Box 5. The boxkeeper had told strange tales of taps on the door and a soft voice asking for a footstool. An inspector had reported laughter in the darkness and a voice saying, "The box is taken." The new managers had laughed at all that. But for a moment, in the half-light, they too had seen a shape. So they set their plan. On Saturday, when Gounod's Faust was sung, they would watch from Box 5. They would arrive together. They would sit in the famous armchair and its neighbor. They would keep the door key. They would hear the music. They would watch the audience and the stage. They would watch the passage and the ledge. They would listen for taps. They would listen for a kind or cruel whisper. They would test the carpet. They would test their courage. If there was a ghost, he would have to show himself to them. If there was no ghost, the opera would have peace. And Box 5, the box that was always taken, would, at last, be taken by the two men who ran the house. Chapter 7. Faust and What Followed. On Saturday morning, the two managers came to their office. They found a letter from OG. The letter said, "My dear managers, so it is war between us. If you still want peace, here is my last offer. There are 4 things. 1. Give me back my private box. I want it free for me at all times. 2. Tonight, the part of Margarita must be sung by Christine Daaé. Do not worry about Carlotta, she will be ill. 3. I insist that Madame Giry, my boxkeeper, returns to her job at once. 4. Send me a note through Madame Giry saying you accept the rules in my memorandum about my monthly money. I will tell you later how to pay me. If you refuse, you will give Faust tonight in a house with a curse. Take my advice and be warned in time. OG. Richard hit his desk with his fists. I'm sick of him! Sick of him! Just then, Mercier, the acting manager, came in. Lachenelle wants to see one of you, he said. He says it's urgent. He looks very upset. Who is Lachenelle? Asked Richard. He is your head groom, said Mercier. My groom? Yes, sir. We have several grooms at the opera, and Monsieur Lachenelle is the chief. And what does this groom do? He manages the stable. What stable? The opera stable, sir. There is a stable at the opera? Where? In the cellars, on the rotunda side. It's important. We have 12 horses. 12 horses. Why? We need trained horses for the processions in La Juive, Le Prophète, and other operas. They must be used to the boards. The grooms train them. Monsieur Lachenelle is very clever. He used to run Franconi's stables. Very well. Let him in. Monsieur Lachenelle entered with a riding whip. He slapped his boot with it, angry. Good morning, Monsieur Lachenelle, said Richard. What can we do for you? Mr. Manager, I want you to get rid of the whole stable. What? Get rid of our horses? I mean the stablemen, not the horses. How many stablemen do you have? 6. That's too many. These are government places, Mercier said. They were pushed on us by the under-secretary. They are for the government's protégé, and if I may... I don't care about the government, shouted Richard. We don't need more than 4 men for 12 horses. 11, said the head riding master. 12, said Richard. 11, said Lachenelle. The acting manager told me 12. We did have 12, but now we have 11. César was stolen. He slapped his boot again. Stolen? Cried Mercier. César, the white horse in Le Prophète? There is only one César, said the groom. I spent 10 years at Franconi's. I have seen many horses. There are not 2 Césars, and he has been stolen. How? I don't know. No one knows. That is why I want you to sack the whole stable. What do your men say? They say nonsense. Some accuse the supers. Others say it was the acting manager's doorkeeper. My doorkeeper? I will answer for him as for myself. said Mercier. But, after all, Monsieur Lachenel, cried Richard, you must have an idea. Yes, I do. I will tell you. There is no doubt in my mind. He stepped close and whispered, The ghost did it. Richard jumped. You too. You too. How do you mean, I too? Isn't it natural after what I saw? What did you see? I saw, as clearly as I see you, a black shadow riding a white horse, and that horse was as like César as two peas. Did you run after them? I did. I shouted. But they were too fast. They vanished in the dark underground passage. That will do, Monsieur Lachenel, said Richard, standing. You can go. We will file a complaint against the ghost. And sack my stable? Oh, of course. Good morning. Lachenel bowed and left. Richard fumed. Pay that fool off at once. He is a friend of the government representative, said Mercier. And he drinks his vermouth at Tortoni's with famous men, added Moncharmin. If we sack him, the whole press will be against us. He will tell the ghost story. Everyone will laugh at us. Better to be dead than ridiculous. All right, say no more. At that moment the door opened. The usual guard was gone. Madame Giry walked in without ceremony. She held a letter in her hand. She spoke quickly. Excuse me, gentlemen, but I have a letter from the opera ghost. He told me to come. He said you had something to... She stopped. She saw Richard's face. It was terrible. He said nothing, but suddenly he moved. With his left arm, he seized the little old lady and swung her in a hard half-circle. She cried out. Then his right foot stamped on the black taffeta of her skirt. No skirt had ever suffered that in that place. It was so quick that Madame Giry out in the passage was still dazed. Then she understood and began to scream with rage. Her shouts and threats rang through the opera. At the same time, Carlotta, in her small house in the Rue du Faubourg Saint-Honoré, rang for her maid. The maid brought her letters to the bed. Among them was a note in red ink, in a shaky hand. If you appear tonight, be ready for a great misfortune at the moment you open your mouth to sing, a misfortune worse than death. The letter took away Carlotta's appetite. She pushed back her chocolate, sat up, and thought hard. This was not the first letter of the kind, but none had spoken so darkly. She told herself she had many jealous enemies. She said a secret foe had sworn to ruin her. She told everyone that a wicked plot was being made against her, a cabal that would soon come to a head. But she also said she was not a woman to be scared. The truth was different. If there was a cabal, it was led by Carlotta against poor Christine, who knew nothing of it. Carlotta had never forgiven Christine for her triumph when she took Carlotta's place at a moment's notice. When Carlotta heard the wild applause for her understudy, she was suddenly cured of a small bronchitis and also of a bad sulk against the managers. She lost all wish to miss a show. From that day, she worked with all her might to smother her rival. She asked powerful friends to talk to the managers so Christine would not get another big chance. Some newspapers that had begun to praise Christine now praised only Carlotta. In the theater, the famous diva, who had skill but no heart, made ugly remarks about Christine and caused her many small troubles. After thinking over the threat, Carlotta got out of bed. "We will see," she said, adding some Spanish oaths. She went to the window and looked out. The first thing she saw was a hearse passing by. She was very superstitious. The hearse and the letter convinced her that danger was near. She called all her friends. She told them that Christine was plotting against her for that night's performance. She told them to fill the house with Carlotta's admirers. She had many. She asked them to be ready and to silence any enemies if there was noise. Monsieur Richard's private secretary came to ask about the diva's health. He returned to say she was perfectly well and that, even if she were dying, she would sing Margarita that evening. He urged her, in his chief's name, to be careful, to stay home all day, and to avoid drafts. When he had gone, Carlotta could not help comparing this strange advice with the threats in the letter. At 5 o'clock, the post brought a second note in the same red hand. "You have a bad cold. Be wise. It is madness to sing tonight." Carlotta sneered, lifted her fine shoulders, and sang a few notes to calm herself. Her friends kept their promise. They came to the opera. They looked around for the fierce conspirators they were told to stop, but saw none. The only unusual thing was that Monsieur Richard and Monsieur Moncharmin sat in box 5. Carlotta's friends thought perhaps the managers had heard of trouble and came to stop it. But the reader knows the truth. The managers were thinking only of the ghost. "Vain, in vain do I call," sang Dr. Faust. When the famous baritone Carolus Fonta had hardly finished Faust's first prayer to the dark powers, Richard, sitting in the ghost's chair on the right, leaned to his partner and joked, "Well, has the ghost whispered in your ear yet?" "Wait," said Moncharmin, also laughing. "The show has only begun. The ghost usually comes in the middle of the first act." The first act passed without any incident. This did not surprise Carlotta's friends. Margarita does not sing in the first act. When the curtain fell, the managers looked at each other. "That's one," said Moncharmin. "Yes, the ghost is late," said Richard. "It's not a bad house," said Moncharmin. "For a cursed house." Richard smiled and pointed to a fat woman in black, sitting in a stall between two men in frock coats. "Who are those?" asked Moncharmin. "Those are my concierge, her husband, and her brother." "You gave them their tickets?" "Yes. My concierge had never been to the opera. This is her first time, and as she is going to come every night from now on, I wanted her to have a good seat before she starts showing others to theirs." "What do you mean?" asked Moncharmin. Richard explained. He had asked his concierge, a woman he trusted, to take Madame Giry's place as boxkeeper. He wanted to see if Box 5 would still amaze the natives with that woman instead of the old lunatic. "By the way," said Moncharmin, "Mother Giry will lodge a complaint against you." "With whom?" "The ghost." The ghost. Moncharmin had almost forgotten him. The mysterious person did nothing to remind them. They were just saying this to each other a second time when the door of their box opened. The stage manager entered, startled. "What is it?" they asked, shocked to see him then. "It seems Christine Daaé's friends have made a plot against Carlotta. Carlotta is furious." "What on earth?" said Richard, frowning, but the curtain rose on the kermesse scene. Richard told the stage manager to go. When they were alone, Moncharmin leaned over. "So Daaé has friends?" "Yes," said Richard. "Who?" Richard looked across at a grand tier box with two men. "The Comte de Chagny. He spoke to me for her with great warmth," Richard added. "If I had not known he was Sorelli's friend—" "Really?" said Moncharmin. "And who is the pale young man beside him?" "That is his brother, the Viscount." "He should be in bed. He looks ill." On stage, the merry song rang out. Students, citizens, soldiers, girls, and matrons danced before an inn with Bacchus for a sign. Sibyl entered. Christine looked charming in boy's clothes. Carlotta's friends waited for a big ovation for Christine, but nothing happened. Then Margarita crossed the stage and sang her two little lines in the second act. Carlotta was greeted with loud applause. It was so unexpected that people looked around and asked what was going on. The act ended with no incident. Everyone said, "It will be in the next act." Some who seemed better informed said, "It will start during the ballad of the King of Thule." They ran to the subscribers' entrance to warn Carlotta. The managers left their box during the break to learn more about the cabal, but soon came back, shrugging and smiling at the silly talk. The first thing they saw, on re-entering, was a box of English sweets on the lead shelf. "Who put that there?" they asked the box keepers. No one knew. Then they saw, next to the sweets, an opera glass. They looked at each other and did not laugh. All that Madame Giry had told them returned to mind. They felt a curious little draft around them. They sat in silence. The scene was Margarita's garden. Christine sang softly with a bunch of roses and lilacs in her hand. She lifted her eyes and saw the Viscount de Chagny in his box. From that moment, her voice seemed less sure and less clear. Something dulled it. "What a strange girl," said one of Carlotta's friends in the stalls, almost aloud. "The other day she was divine. Tonight she bleats. No experience, no training." The Viscount hid his face in his hands and wept. Behind him, the Count chewed his mustache, shrugged, and frowned. He was very angry. He had seen his brother return from a fast and secret journey in a bad state. The explanation was weak. The Count asked Christine to meet him. She dared to say she could see neither him nor his brother. "The little baggage," growled the Count. He wondered what she wanted and hoped for. She was said to be a good girl, with no friend and no protector. That angel from the north must be very clever. Raoul, behind his hands and his boyish tears, thought only of a letter he had found on his return to Paris. Christine, fleeing from Paris like a thief in the night, had arrived before him. The letter said, "My dear little playfellow, you must be brave and never see me again, never speak of me again. If you love me even a little, do this for me who will never forget you, my dear Raoul. My life depends on it. Your life depends on it. Your little Christine." Applause thundered. Carlotta entered. She sang the ballad of the King of Thule. The house cheered. She sang the Jewel song. More cheers. Now sure of herself, her friends, her voice, and her success, Carlotta let herself go. She was no longer Margarita. She was Carmen. The applause grew. Her debut in Faust seemed a fresh triumph. Then a terrible thing happened. Faust knelt on one knee and sang to the Star of Evening. Margarita replied, "Oh, how strange! I feel without alarm, and all my heart subdue." At that exact moment, Carlotta gave a sound like a toad. "Co-ack!" Faces froze. Carlotta stared in horror. The managers let out a cry. Everyone felt it was not natural. It smelled of witchcraft. Poor Carlotta. The uproar was wild. If this had happened to anyone but Carlotta, the crowd would have hissed. But everyone knew how perfect her voice was. There was no anger, only shock and dismay, like seeing the arms break off the Venus de Milo. Yet even then one would understand. Here, the toad was beyond understanding. After a few seconds, asking herself if she had truly heard that awful sound come from her throat, she tried to tell herself it was not so. She tried to believe it was a trick of the ear, not treachery from her voice. Meanwhile, in Box 5, Moncharmin and Richard went very pale. This strange thing filled them with dread. For some time they had felt the ghost's direct influence. They felt his breath. Moncharmin's hair stood up. Richard wiped his forehead. Yes, the ghost was there, around them, behind them, beside them. They felt him without seeing him. They heard his breath, close, very close. They were sure there were 3 people in the box. They trembled. They wanted to run. They did not dare. They did not dare to move or to say a word that would tell the ghost they knew he was there. What would happen? This happened. Co-ack! The sound came again. The 2 managers gasped. They felt the ghost's attack. They leaned over the ledge and stared at Carlotta as if they did not know her. That wicked girl must have given a signal for some disaster, they thought. They waited for the disaster. The ghost had warned them. The house had a curse. They panted under the weight of it. Richard forced out, "Well, go on." Carlotta did not go on at first. Then bravely she began again on the fatal line where the toad had come. A deep silence fell. Carlotta's voice filled the house once more. "I feel without alarm." The audience also felt, but not without alarm. "I feel without alarm. I feel without alarm. Coac! With its melody enwind me. Coac! And all my heart sub. Coac!" The toad had started again. The house broke into a wild tumult. The managers dropped into their chairs. They dared not turn around. They had no strength. The ghost chuckled behind them. At last they heard clearly a voice in their right ears. The impossible voice. A voice with no mouth. "She is singing tonight to bring the chandelier down." As one, they lifted their eyes to the ceiling and cried out. The great chandelier, that immense mass of light, was slipping from its hook. It came toward them at the call of that fiendish voice. It fell from the ceiling and crashed in the middle of the stalls. People screamed. There was a mad rush for the doors. The papers said many were hurt and one was killed. The chandelier had fallen on the head of the poor woman who had come to the opera for the first time in her life. The very woman whom Monsieur Richard had chosen to replace Madame Giry as the ghost's box keeper. She died at once. Next morning, a newspaper printed this: 200 kilos on the head of a concierge. That was all the world gave her for an epitaph. Chapter 8. The Mysterious Brougham. That sad night was bad for everyone. Carlotta fell ill. Christine Daaé disappeared after the show. 2 weeks passed. No one saw her at the opera or outside. Raoul was the first to be shocked. He wrote to Christine at Madame Valerius's flat. She did not answer. His sadness grew. Then he became afraid. Her name was never on the program. They played Faust without her. One afternoon, he went to the manager's office to ask why. He found both men looking very worried. They no longer looked bright and happy. Friends did not know them. They crossed the stage with their heads down. Their brows were tight. Their faces were pale. It was like an evil thought followed them. The fall of the big chandelier gave them heavy trouble. The inquest said it was a sad accident. The chains were worn out. They broke. But both the old and the new managers should have seen the wear. They should have fixed it in time. Now they were changed. They were quiet, absent, and strange. Many subscribers thought some other horror had touched their minds. Every day they were impatient. Only with Madame Giry were they kind. She was back in her job. When the Vicomte de Chagny came to ask about Christine, they were cold. They said, "She is on holiday." He asked, "For how long?" They said, "For an unlimited time." She asked leave for health. "Then she is ill," he cried. "What is wrong?" "We don't know." "Did you send the opera doctor?" She did not ask. "We trust her. We took her word." Raoul left with dark thoughts. He decided to go to Mama Valerius. He remembered Christine's letter from Paros. She had told him not to try to see her, but what he saw at Paros, what he heard behind the dressing-room door, and what she said to him on the moor made him think. He feared a plot. It could be wicked, but still human. Christine had a soft heart and a quick fancy. As a child, she heard many legends. She thought often of her dead father. Music put her into a sweet dream. In the churchyard at Paros, this was clear. All this made a ground where a bad person could work. Who is hurting Christine Daaé? Raoul asked himself. He hurried to Mama Valerius. He rang at a small flat in the Rue Notre-Dame de Victoire. The maid opened. Raoul had seen her leave Christine's room one night. He asked to see Madame Valerius. The maid said, She is ill in bed and sees no visitors. Please take in my card, he said. Soon the maid led him to a small, plain room. A picture of Professor Valerius hung on one wall. A picture of old Daaé hung on the other. Madame asks you to excuse her, said the maid. She can only see you in her bedroom. She cannot stand on her poor legs. 5 minutes later, Raoul entered a dim room. He knew at once the kind face of Christine's good friend. Mamma Valerius's hair was white now, but her eyes were bright and young. Monsieur de Chagny, she cried with joy, holding out her hands. Heaven sends you! We can talk of her! These words sounded sad to Raoul. He asked at once, Madame, where is Christine? She is with her good genius, the old lady said calmly. What good genius? Cried Raoul. The angel of music. Raoul dropped into a chair. Christine was with the angel of music? Mamma Valerius smiled and put a finger to her lips. You must not tell anyone, she whispered. You can trust me, said Raoul. His thoughts were in a knot. He tried to follow the good genius, the angel of music, the skull he thought he saw at Perros, and the opera ghost the workers spoke of after Joseph Bouquet died. He asked softly, Why do you think Christine loves me, Madame? She spoke of you every day. Truly? What did she say? She told me you asked her to marry you. And the good lady laughed with all her heart. Raoul jumped up, red with pain. Where are you going? Sit down, she said. Do not be angry. It is not your fault. Did you not know? Did you think Christine was free? Is she engaged? Raoul asked, choking. No. You know she cannot marry even if she wanted. I know nothing. Why can't she marry? Because of the angel of music, of course. I do not understand. He forbids it. He forbids it? The angel forbids her to marry? Oh, he forbids without forbidding. He tells her that if she marries, she will never hear him again. He will go away forever, so she cannot let him go. It is natural. Yes, said Raoul. It is natural. I thought Christine told you this at Perros, where she went with her good genius. She went to Perros with her good genius? He met her there, in the churchyard, at her father's grave. He promised to play The Resurrection of Lazarus on her father's violin. Raoul stood and said in a firm voice, Madame, please tell me where that genius lives. In heaven, she said simply, looking up. Raoul had no words. He saw how a girl raised by a superstitious fiddler and a pure, dreamy lady could believe this. He feared the end of such faith. Is Christine still a good girl? He asked without meaning to. I swear it, as I hope to be saved, cried Mamma Valerius. If you doubt it, why are you here? Raoul pulled at his gloves. How long has she known this genius? About 3 months. Yes, 3 months of lessons. The genius gives her lessons. Where? Now she has gone away with him, I don't know. But until 2 weeks ago, in her dressing room. Here, in this small flat, it would be impossible. Everyone would hear. But at the opera, at 8 in the morning, no one is there. I see, cried Raoul. He left quickly. The old lady wondered if the young nobleman was not a little mad. He walked home in misery. He would have banged his head on the wall. He had believed in her innocence and purity. The angel of music. Now he saw him as some smooth young tenor, a handsome fool who smiled as he sang. Raoul felt absurd and wretched. What a silly young man I am, he told himself. And she, what a sly creature. His brother was waiting and took him in his arms. The Count did not ask questions. He offered dinner. Raoul would have refused, but the Count added a lure. Your lady was seen last night in the Bois with a gentleman. At first, Raoul would not believe, but the details were exact. She rode in a brougham, window down, taking in the cold night air. The moon was bright. She was surely Christine. The man beside her was only a dark shape. The carriage moved slowly on a lonely road behind the grand stand at Longchamp. Raoul dressed in wild haste. He tried to forget his pain by going out, but he left his brother early. By 10 o'clock he sat in a cab behind the racecourse. It was bitter cold. The road was empty and white in the moonlight. He told the driver to wait. He hid himself and stamped his feet to keep warm. After half an hour, a carriage turned the corner and came slowly toward him. A woman leaned her head from the window. The moon touched her face. "Christine!" Her name burst from his heart. He wished he could take it back. The carriage whipped forward, as if at a signal. The window closed. The face vanished. The brougham was now a black dot on the white road. He ran. He cried again, "Christine!" There was no answer. He stopped. The road was cold and empty. The night was pale and dead. His heart was colder. He had loved an angel. Now he despised a woman. He sat on his bed till morning, still dressed. His valet feared some disaster. Raoul grabbed his letters. One was Christine's. The paper and hand were hers. It said, "Dear, go to the masked ball at the opera the night after tomorrow. At 12 o'clock, be in the little room behind the chimney of the big crush room. Stand near the door to the rotunda. Tell no one on earth about this. Wear a white domino and be well masked. As you love me, do not let yourself be known. Christine." Chapter 9. At the Masked Ball. The envelope was muddy and had no stamp. On it someone wrote in pencil, "To be handed to Monsieur le Vicomte Raoul de Chagny," with the address. Someone must have thrown it into the street, hoping a passerby would find it and give it to him. That is what happened. A person found the note on the pavement of the Place de l'Opéra. Raoul read the note again with hot, excited eyes. It was enough to bring back his hope. The dark picture he had imagined, Christine forgetting her duty, faded. He returned to his first idea. Christine was an innocent girl who had made a mistake. She was too sensitive and too trusting. But how far was she a victim now? Whose prisoner was she? Into what whirlpool had she been pulled? He asked himself these questions with real pain. Yet even that pain felt lighter than the mad fear that she was lying to him. What had happened? Who had touched her heart? Who had carried her away, and how? Perhaps it was by music. He knew Christine's story. After her father died, she lost interest in everything, even her art. She passed through the conservatoire like a poor singing machine, without a soul. Then, suddenly, she woke up, as if a god had touched her. The angel of music came. She sang Margarita and Faust, and won the night. For 3 months, the angel of music gave Christine lessons. He was a punctual teacher. And now this teacher took her for drives in the Bois. Raoul felt a sharp pain in his chest. His fingers pressed his coat over his jealous heart. He was young and did not know love well. He asked himself in fear, what was the girl doing? How far could a singer make a kind young man look foolish? Oh, the misery! Raoul's thoughts jumped from one feeling to another. He did not know whether to pity Christine or to curse her. He did both, one after the other. In any case, he bought a white domino. The time came at last. He put on his mask with long, thick lace and his white wrap. He looked like a Pierrot. He felt very silly. Men of the world do not go to the opera ball in fancy dress. It was absurd. But one thought helped him. No one would recognize him. This ball was special. It was held before Shrovetide to honor the birthday of a famous draftsman. People said it would be louder, happier, and more bohemian than the usual masked ball. Many artists planned to come with a crowd of models and pupils. By midnight, the noise grew huge. Raoul climbed the grand staircase at 5 minutes to 12. He did not stop to admire the bright, colorful costumes on the marble steps, which are among the most beautiful in the world. He let no playful mask pull him into witty games. He answered no jokes. He shook off bold couples who had drunk too much champagne. He crossed the big crush room, escaped a wild whirl of dancers, and finally reached the room named in Christine's letter. It was full. People going to supper in the rotunda pushed past people coming back with a glass of champagne. The fun was fast and loud. Raoul leaned on a doorpost and waited. He did not wait long. A black domino passed and quickly pressed his fingertips. He understood it was she and followed. "Is that you, Christine?" he asked softly, between his teeth. The black domino turned at once and put a finger to her lips. She was warning him not to say her name. Raoul followed in silence. He was afraid to lose her again after finding her in such a strange way. His anger was gone. He no longer believed she had done anything bad. Her behavior was odd, but she had nothing to blame herself for. He was ready to forgive everything. He was in love. He felt sure she would soon explain her absence. The black domino turned now and then to see if the white domino was still behind. As Raoul passed again through the great crush room following her, he saw a crowd around a person whose clothes and scary look caused a stir. It was a man in scarlet, with a huge hat and feathers on a great white skull. A long red velvet cloak hung from his shoulders like a royal train. On the cloak, golden letters read, "Don't touch me! I am Red Death, stalking abroad!" One bold person tried to touch him. Then, a skeleton hand shot from the red sleeve and grabbed the man's wrist with strong bone fingers. The man felt the hard clutch of death. He cried out in fear and pain. When Red Death let him go, he ran away like a madman. People laughed at him. At that moment, Raoul passed before the funereal masker, who happened to turn his way. Raoul almost cried out, "The death's head of Perros-Guirec." He knew him. He wanted to rush forward, forgetting Christine, but the black domino, also excited, held his arm and pulled him away from the crowd where Red Death walked. The black domino kept looking back. Twice she seemed frightened by something. She walked faster and made Raoul walk faster, as if someone were following them. They climbed 2 floors. The stairs and halls were almost empty. The black domino opened a door to a private box and called the white domino to enter. Inside, Christine spoke in a whisper. He knew her voice. She told him to stay at the back and not show himself. Raoul took off his mask. Christine kept hers on. He was about to ask her to remove it, but she put her ear to the wall and listened hard. Then she opened the door a little, looked into the hall, and said in a low voice, "He must have gone up higher." Suddenly she added, "He is coming down again." She tried to close the door, but Raoul stopped her. He saw, on the top step of the next stair, a red foot, then another. Slowly, with great pride, the full scarlet figure of Red Death came down. He saw again the skull of Perros-Guirec. "It's he!" he cried. "This time he will not escape me." But Christine shut the door at once, just as Raoul was running out. He tried to push past her. "Whom do you mean by he?" she asked in a changed voice. "Who shall not escape you?" Raoul tried to force the door, but she pushed him back with surprising strength. He thought he understood and lost his temper. "Who?" he said angrily. "The man behind that ugly mask of death, the bad spirit from the churchyard at Perros, Red Death, your friend, your angel of music. I will tear off his mask, and I will take off mine. Then we will look at each other with no veil and no lies. I will know whom you love, and who loves you." He laughed wildly. Christine gave a sad moan behind her velvet mask. She threw out her arms and stood before the door with all her body. "In the name of our love, Raoul, you shall not pass." He stopped. What had she said? In the name of their love? She had never said she loved him. She had many chances before. Perhaps she only wanted to win a few seconds. She wanted Red Death to escape. He spoke like an angry child. "You are lying. You do not love me and you never did. I must be a fool to let you mock me. Why did you give me hope at Paros? I am an honest man. I believed you were an honest woman, but you wanted to trick me. You tricked us all. You used the kind heart of your good friend, your benefactress who still believes in you. And now you come to the opera ball with Red Death. I despise you." He began to cry. She let him speak. She had only one wish, to keep him inside the box. "You will ask my pardon one day, Raoul," she said, "and then I will forgive you." He shook his head. You have made me mad. I had one plan in life, to give my name to an opera girl." "Raoul, how can you say that?" "I will die of shame." "No, live," she said in a grave voice. "And goodbye. Goodbye, Raoul." He stepped forward, weak on his feet, and tried to be cruel again. "Oh, let me come to clap for you from time to time. I will never sing again, Raoul." "Really?" he said, mocking her more. "So he is taking you off the stage. I congratulate you, but we will meet in the Bois one evening." "Not in the Bois, nor anywhere." "You will not see me again." "May I ask at least what darkness you return to? For what hell do you leave us, mysterious lady, or for what paradise?" "I came to tell you, dear," she said, "but I cannot tell you now. You would not believe me. You have lost your faith in me. It is finished." Her voice was full of despair. Raoul began to feel sorry for his harsh words. "But listen," he cried. "Can you not tell me what it all means? You are free. No one holds you. You go about Paris. You wear a domino and come to the ball. Why do you not go home? What have you done these 2 weeks? What is this angel of music story you told Mama Valerius? Someone may have fooled you. I saw it myself at Paros. But now you know better. You seem sensible, Christine. You know what you are doing. And Mama Valerius lies at home waiting, calling your good genius. Explain, Christine, please. Anyone could be tricked like I was. What is this play?" Christine took off her mask and said, "Dear, it is a tragedy." Raoul saw her face and cried out in fear and surprise. The fresh color was gone. Her face was pale as death. Grief had cut deep lines. Dark, sad shadows lay under her eyes. "My dearest," he said, holding out his arms, "you promised to forgive me." "Perhaps. Someday, perhaps," she said. She put on her mask again and went away, telling him with a sign not to follow. He tried to follow, but she turned and made the same strong sign of farewell, and he did not move. He watched her until she was gone. Then he went down among the crowd with a beating head and an aching heart. He crossed the floor and asked if anyone had seen Red Death. Yes, everyone had seen him, but Raoul could not find him. At 2 a.m, he went down the passage behind the stage that led to Christine Daaé's dressing room. His steps brought him to the room where he first knew pain. He knocked, no answer. He entered, as he had done when he searched for the man's voice. The room was empty. A gas jet burned low. He saw paper on a little desk. He thought of writing to Christine, but he heard steps in the hall. He had only time to hide in the inner room behind a curtain. Christine came in, took off her mask, and threw it on the table. She sighed and dropped her head into her hands. What was she thinking of? Of Raoul. Number. He heard her say, "Poor Eric." At first he thought he was wrong. Surely he was the one to pity. It would be natural for her to say, "Poor Raoul," after all that happened. But she shook her head and said again, Poor Eric. Why did she pity Eric when Raoul was so unhappy? Christine began to write, calm, steady, quiet. Raoul still trembled from their scene. Her coolness hurt him. She wrote on, filling 2, 3, 4 pages. Suddenly she raised her head and hid the pages in her bodice. She seemed to listen. Raoul listened too. A strange sound came. A faint song seemed to come from the walls. The song grew clearer. He heard words. A voice, beautiful, soft and charming, but a man's voice. It came nearer. It came through the wall. It came into the room, in front of Christine. She stood up and spoke to the voice, as if someone stood there. "Here I am, Eric," she said. "I am ready, but you are late." Raoul looked from behind the curtain and saw nothing. Christine's face grew bright. A smile came to her pale lips, the smile of a sick person who first feels hope again. The bodiless voice went on singing. Raoul had never heard anything so sweet, so brave, so fine and strong, so softly powerful. He listened in a fever. Now he understood how Christine had sung one evening with a new, superhuman beauty, while still under the spell of this invisible master. The voice sang the wedding night song from Romeo and Juliet. Christine stretched her arms toward the voice, as she had once stretched her arms in the churchyard at Paros, to the hidden violin that played the resurrection of Lazarus. The voice sang with a passion that no words could tell. "Fate links thee to me forever and a day." The music went straight through Raoul's heart. He fought the charm that took away his will, his strength, and almost his clear mind, just when he needed them most. He pulled back the curtain and stepped to Christine's side. She moved to the back of the room, where a great mirror covered the wall. It showed her image, but not his, because he stood behind her, hidden by her. "Fate links thee to me forever and a day." Christine walked toward the mirror, and her image walked toward her. The two Christines, real and reflection, seemed to meet. Raoul opened his arms to catch them both, but then a dazzling trick made him fall back. A cold wind blew on his face. He saw not 2, but 4, 8, 20 Christines turning around him, laughing and running so fast he could not touch one. At last, all was still. He saw himself in the glass, but Christine was gone. He ran to the mirror and struck the wall. No one. The room still echoed with the far, eager song. "Fate links thee to me forever and a day." Which way had Christine gone? Which way would she return? Would she return at all? She had said everything was finished, and the voice still sang, "Fate links thee to me forever and a day." To me? To whom? He cried. Empty and tired, he sat on the chair she had just left. Like her, he dropped his head into his hands. When he lifted it, tears ran down his cheeks. Real, heavy tears, like the tears of jealous children, the same tears that all lovers cry. He spoke them aloud. "Who is this Eric?" he said. Chapter 10. Forget the name of the man's voice. The next day, after Christine had vanished before his eyes like a bright dream, Raoul, the Vicomte de Chagny, went to ask about her at Mamma Valerius's home. He walked in and saw a gentle, happy scene. Christine sat by the old lady's bed. The old lady sat up against her pillows and knitted. Color had come back to Christine's cheeks. The dark rings under her eyes were gone. Raoul did not see the sad, tragic face he had seen the day before. If a thin veil of sadness had not still rested on her lovely face, he could have believed she had nothing to do with the strange story that held her like a net. Christine stood up. She showed no strong feeling. She held out her hand to him, but Raoul was so surprised that he could not move. He did not take her hand. He did not speak. He only stared. Monsieur de Chagny, cried Mamma Valerius, do you not know our Christine? Her good spirit has brought her back to us. Mamma! Christine said at once. Her face turned red, all the way to her eyes. I thought, Mamma, we said we would not speak of that again. You know there is no such thing as the angel of music. But, child, said the old lady, he gave you lessons for 3 months? Mamma, I promised to explain everything one day, Christine said softly. I hope I can do that. But you also promised me that until that day you would say nothing and ask me no more questions. I will be silent, said the old lady, if you promise never to leave me again. Have you promised that, Christine? Mamma, this does not interest Monsieur de Chagny, Christine said. On the contrary, mademoiselle, said Raoul. He tried to make his voice firm and brave, but it still shook. Anything about you interests me more than I can say. Perhaps one day you will understand. I am surprised and also glad to find you here with your adopted mother. After what happened yesterday, after what you said and what I guessed, I did not expect to see you so soon. I would be the first to rejoice at your return if you were not so set on keeping a secret that may harm you. I have been your friend for a long time. So I am alarmed, like Madame Valerius, by a bad adventure that will still be dangerous until we find the truth. If we do not find it, you will be the one who suffers, Christine. At these words, Mamma Valerius moved in her bed and looked afraid. What does this mean? She cried. Is Christine in danger? Yes, Madame, said Raoul. He spoke bravely, even though Christine made signs for him to be quiet. My God, cried the good old lady. She breathed hard. Christine, you must tell me everything. Why did you try to calm me? What danger is it, Monsieur de Chagny? An impostor is using her good heart, said Raoul. Is the angel of music an impostor? Asked the old lady. She told you herself there is no angel of music, said Raoul. Then what is it, for heaven's sake? Said the old lady. You will be the death of me. There is a terrible mystery around us, said Raoul. It is around you, Madame, and around Christine. It is worse than ghosts or spirits. Mamma Valerius turned a frightened face to Christine, but Christine had already run to the bed. She held the old lady in her arms. Do not believe him, Mummy. Do not believe him, she said again and again. Then tell me you will never leave me again, begged the old lady. Christine did not answer. Raoul spoke once more. That is the promise you must give, Christine. It is the only thing that can calm your mother and me. We will not ask a single question about the past if you promise to stay with us and let us protect you. I did not ask you for that, said Christine proudly, and I will not give you that promise. I am free to act as I choose, Monsieur de Chagny. You have no right to rule me. I beg you to stop trying. As for what I have done in the last 2 weeks, there is only one man who has the right to ask me about it. My husband. I have no husband. I do not plan to marry. She spread out her hands to show she had finished. Raoul turned pale. It was not only her words that hurt him. He also saw a plain gold ring on Christine's finger. You have no husband, he said, and yet you wear a wedding ring. He tried to take her hand. She quickly pulled it away. It is a present, she said. Her face grew red again. She tried to hide her unease, but she could not. Christine, said Raoul, if you have no husband, that ring was given by a man who hopes to be your husband. Why go on hiding the truth? Why hurt me more? That ring is a promise, and you have accepted the promise. That is what I said, cried Mamma Valerius. And what did she answer, Madame? Asked Raoul. I said what I wished, said Christine. She was now angry and tired. Monsieur, do you not think this questioning has lasted long enough? As for me... Raoul did not let her finish. Forgive me for the way I spoke, he said. You know I mean well. You may think this is not my business, but I must tell you what I have seen. I have seen more than you think, Christine. Or perhaps I only thought I saw it. To tell the truth, I have sometimes doubted my own eyes. What did you see, sir? Asked Christine. Or what did you think you saw? I saw your joy when you heard the voice, said Raoul. The voice came from the wall, or from the next room to yours. Yes, your joy. That is why I am afraid for you. You are under a dangerous charm, and yet you seem to know it is not real, for today you say there is no angel of music. In that case, why did you follow him that time? Why did you stand up with a shining face, as if you truly heard angels? It is a dangerous voice, Christine. When I heard it, I too was held by it. You vanished before my eyes, and I did not see which way you went. Christine, in the name of heaven, and in the name of your Father who loved you and who also loved me, tell us the name of the man who owns that voice. If you tell us, we will save you, even if you do not wish it. Come, Christine, his name, the name of the man who dared to place a ring on your finger. Monsieur de Chagny, said Christine coldly, you shall never know. Her words were hard. Seeing this, Mamma Valerius turned against Raoul at once. And even if she loves that man, Monsieur le Vicomte, she said, it is not your affair. Alas, madame, said Raoul, and tears filled his eyes, I believe Christine does love him, but that is not the only thing that brings me pain. I am not sure that the man she loves deserves her love. It is for me to judge that, monsieur, said Christine. She looked straight at Raoul. Her eyes were angry. When a man uses such romantic tricks to gain a young girl's heart, said Raoul, then the man is a villain, or the girl is a fool. Is that what you mean? Said Christine. Christine! Cried Raoul. Raoul, said Christine, why do you judge a man you have never seen? No one knows him. You know nothing about him. Yes, Christine, said Raoul. I know at least the name you wanted to hide from me forever. The name of your angel of music, mademoiselle, is Eric. Christine could not hide her shock. Her face went as white as paper. Who told you? She whispered. You did, said Raoul. How? Asked Christine. You pitied him the other night, said Raoul. It was the night of the masked ball. You went to your dressing room and said, Poor Eric. Christine, there was a poor Raoul who heard you. This is the second time you listened at a door, Monsieur de Chagny, said Christine. I was not behind the door, said Raoul. I was in the dressing room, in the inner room, mademoiselle. Oh, unhappy man, moaned Christine. Her face showed deep fear. Unhappy man, do you want to be killed? Perhaps, said Raoul. He spoke that one word with so much love and pain that Christine began to cry. She took his hands. She looked at him with all the pure love she could give. Raoul, she said, forget the man's voice. Do not even remember his name. You must never try to learn the secret of the man's voice. Is the secret so terrible? Asked Raoul. There is no worse secret on earth, said Christine. Swear you will not try to find it. She spoke again, and her voice shook. Swear you will never come to my dressing room unless I send for you. Then you promise to send for me sometimes, Christine? Asked Raoul. I promise, she said. When? He asked. Tomorrow, she said at last. Then I swear to do as you ask, said Raoul. He kissed her hands, then he left. He cursed the name Eric in his heart and told himself to be patient. Chapter 11. Above the Trapdoors. The next day, he saw her at the opera. She still wore the plain gold ring. She was gentle and kind to him. She spoke about his plans, his future, his work. He told her the polar expedition had been moved up. He would leave France in 3 weeks, or in a month at the latest. She said almost happily that he should enjoy the voyage. It was the first step toward his fame. When he answered that fame without love meant nothing to him, she smiled at him like at a child whose sorrows soon pass. "How can you speak so lightly of such serious things?" he asked. "We may never see each other again. I may die on that expedition." "Or I," she said, very simply. Her smile faded. She stopped joking. A new thought came into her mind and filled her eyes with light. "What are you thinking, Christine?" he asked. "I am thinking that we shall not see each other again," she said. "And does that make you so bright?" he asked. "And that in a month we must say goodbye forever," she added. "Unless," he said, "we promise to wait for each other forever." She put her hand on his mouth. "Hush, Raoul. You know there is no question of that. We shall never be married. That is understood." She suddenly looked almost too happy, as if a lively joy ran through her. She clapped her hands like a child. Raoul stared, surprised. But, she went on, holding out both hands to him, giving them to him as if they were a gift. "If we cannot marry, we can be engaged. No one will know but us, Raoul. There have been many secret marriages. Why not a secret engagement? We are engaged, dear, for 1 month. In a month you will go away, and I can be happy all my life when I think of that month." She was delighted with her idea. Then she grew serious again. "This," she said, "is a happiness that will harm no one." Raoul took the idea at once. He bowed and said, "Mademoiselle, I have the honor to ask for your hand." "Why, you already have both of them, my dear betrothed," she laughed. "Oh, Raoul, how happy we shall be. We must play at being engaged all day long." It was the prettiest game in the world. They enjoyed it like the children they still were at heart. Oh, the sweet words they spoke and the endless vows they made. They played at hearts as other children play at ball. But because these were their true hearts, they had to be very careful to catch them each time without hurting them. About a week after the game began, Raoul's heart was badly hurt. He stopped playing and cried out, "I will not go to the North Pole." Christine, who had never dreamed of such a danger, saw at once what their game could do. She blamed herself. She said nothing. She went straight home. This was in the afternoon, in her dressing room, where they met every day. There they would pretend to dine on 3 biscuits, 2 small glasses of port, and a bunch of violets. That evening she did not sing. He did not get his usual letter, though they had promised to write to each other every day during that month. The next morning he ran to Mamma Valerius. The old lady told him that Christine had gone away for 2 days. She had left at 5 o'clock the day before. Raoul was beside himself. He even felt angry with Mamma Valerius for saying such shocking words so calmly. He tried to question her, but she clearly knew nothing. Christine returned the following day. She returned in triumph. She won the same wonderful success as on the gala night. Since the adventure of the toad, Carlotta had not been able to sing again. Fear of another coac filled her heart and stole her voice. She hated the theater that had seen her strange shame. She found a way to end her contract. Christine Daaé was asked to take the place for a time. She sang in La Juive, and the applause rolled like thunder. The Viscount was there, of course. He alone suffered while the echoes shouted her new triumph. For Christine still wore her plain gold ring. A far-off voice whispered in his ear, "She is wearing the ring again tonight, and you did not give it to her. She gave her soul again tonight and did not give it to you. If she will not tell you what she has done these last 2 days, you must go and ask Eric." He ran behind the scenes and placed himself in her path. She saw him at once, for her eyes were looking for him. "Quick, quick, come," she said. She drew him to her dressing room. Raoul dropped to his knees before her. He swore he would keep his word. He would go. He begged her never again to take away 1 hour of the perfect joy she had promised. She wept freely. They kissed like a brother and a sister who share the same grief and meet to mourn a lost parent. Suddenly, she tore herself from his soft, timid arms. She seemed to listen. Then, with a quick sign, she pointed to the door. When he stood on the threshold, she said in a voice so low he guessed the words more than heard them, "Tomorrow, my dear betrothed. And be happy, Raoul. I sang for you tonight." He came back the next day, but those 2 days of absence had broken the charm of their sweet make-believe. In the dressing room, they looked at each other with sad eyes and said nothing. Raoul had to fight not to cry out, "I am jealous! I am jealous! I am jealous!" But she heard him all the same. Then she said, "Come for a walk, dear. The air will do you good." Raoul thought she would choose the open country, far from that building he now hated, that prison whose jailer he felt moving behind the walls. The jailer, Eric. But she led him to the stage and made him sit on the wooden curb of a stage well, in the cool, still air of a set ready for the evening show. Another day she walked with him, hand in hand, through a make-believe garden. The creepers were cut out by a decorator's clever hands. It seemed that the real sky, the real flowers, and the real earth were forbidden to her forever. She was condemned to breathe only the air of the theater. Sometimes a fireman went by far away, watching over their quiet, sad play. Then she would pull him up above the stage, high among the beams and platforms. She loved to make him giddy by running in front of him on thin bridges, among thousands of ropes tied to wheels and drums. It was like a forest of masts. If he stopped, she pouted and said, with a sweet little challenge, "You a sailor." Then they came back down to the passages, which to them were the ground. They passed the little girls' dancing school, where children from 6 to 10 practiced their steps, dreaming of becoming great dancers one day, covered with diamonds. Meanwhile, Christine gave them sweets. She took him to the wardrobe rooms and the property rooms. She showed him her whole empire. It was fake, but it was huge. It reached from the ground floor to the roof with 17 levels, and an army of workers lived in it. She moved among them like a kind queen. She cheered them in their work. She sat in the workshops and gave a soft word of advice to a tailor whose hand shook before cutting rich cloth for a hero's coat. In that country, people had every trade. There were cobblers and goldsmiths. All of them knew her and loved her because she cared about their troubles and their little joys. She knew secret corners where old couples lived quietly, forgotten by time. She knocked and took Raoul in with her. She told the old people that he was a Prince Charming who had asked for her hand. Then the 2 young people, sitting on some worm-eaten property chair, would listen to the old legends of the opera, as they once listened to old tales in Brittany. Those old people remembered nothing outside the opera. They had lived there more years than anyone could count. New managers had come and gone. Big events in France had passed them by. No one knew they were there. So the precious days went by. Raoul and Christine tried to hide the one thought in their hearts. They pretended to care very much about all the little things around them. One thing was sure. Until then, Christine had been the stronger of the 2. Now she grew terribly nervous. While they walked, she would start to run for no reason. Or she would stop at once and turn cold, holding him back with an icy hand. Sometimes her eyes chased shadows that were not there. She would whisper, "This way, and this way, and this way," and laugh a quick, breathless laugh that ended in tears. Raoul tried to speak and question her, though he had promised not to. But, before he finished a question, she answered in a hot, hurried voice, Nothing. I swear it is nothing. Once, as they passed an open trapdoor on the stage, Raoul stopped and looked into the dark hole. "You have shown me the upper part of your empire, Christine," he said, "but people tell strange stories of the lower part. Shall we go down?" She caught him, as if she feared he would fall into the black pit. In a shaking voice, she whispered, "Never. I will not have you go there. Besides, it is not mine. Everything that is underground belongs to him." Raoul looked straight into her eyes and said roughly, "So he lives down there, does he?" "I never said that. Who told you such a thing? Come away." "Sometimes I wonder if you are quite sane, Raoul. You always see things in an impossible way. Come along, come." She pulled him away, for he was stubborn and wished to stay by the trapdoor. That black hole drew him like a magnet. Suddenly the trapdoor shut, so quickly that they did not even see the hand that did it. They stood, dizzy and amazed. "Perhaps he was there," Raoul said at last. She lifted her shoulders as if it was nothing, but she did not look at ease. No, it was the trapdoor shutters," she said. "They must do something, you know. They open and shut the trapdoors for no real reason. It is like the door shutters. They need to spend their time somehow." "But suppose it was he, Christine?" No, he has shut himself in. He is working." "Oh, really?" "He is working?" Raoul said. "Yes," she answered. "He cannot open and shut trapdoors and work at the same time." She shivered. "When he works at something terrible, but it is better for us. When he works at that, he sees nothing. He does not eat or drink or sleep for days and nights. He becomes like a living dead man. Then he has no time to play with trapdoors." She shivered again. She still held him tight. Then she sighed and said in her turn, "Suppose it were he." "Are you afraid of him?" Raoul asked. No, of course not," she said. But the next day and the days after, Christine kept away from the trapdoors. Her fear grew hour by hour. At last, one afternoon, she came very late. Her face was terribly pale. Her eyes were red from crying. Raoul decided to go to any length. He would even do what he had half said he would do when he cried out that he would not go to the North Pole unless she first told him the secret of the man's voice. "Hush, for heaven's sake. Suppose he heard you, poor Raoul." Christine stared at every corner of the room with wild eyes. "I will free you from his power, Christine, I swear it," Raoul said. "You shall not think of him again." "Is it possible?" she whispered. She let herself hope, just a little, and that hope encouraged him. She pulled him up and up to the top floor of the theater, far, very far from the trapdoors. "I will hide you in some place no one knows," he said. "He will never find you. You will be safe. Then I will go away, since you have sworn never to marry." Christine caught his hands and pressed them with a joy that seemed to lift her, but fear returned at once. She turned her head and said only, "Higher! Higher still." She pulled him toward the very top. It was hard for him to follow. Soon they were under the roof, among a maze of wood. They slipped between big supports and narrow beams. They ran from one beam to another, as if running from tree to tree in a forest. Christine often looked back. She took great care. But she did not see the shadow that followed her like her own shadow, stopping when she stopped, starting when she started, and making no more noise than a careful shadow makes. Raoul did not see it either. When Christine was in front of him, nothing behind him seemed to matter. Chapter 12. Apollo's Lyre. They reached the roof. Christine moved over it as lightly as a swallow. They looked out at the wide empty space between the three domes and the tall triangle front. They breathed the free air above Paris. Far below, the whole city worked. Christine called Raoul close. They walked side by side along the zinc paths and the gray lead roads. They saw their twin shapes in big tanks full of still water. In hot days, little ballet boys learned to swim and dive there. A shadow followed them. It kept to their steps. The two young people did not know. At last, they sat down, trustful, under great Apollo in bronze. He lifted his huge lyre toward a red sky. It was a glorious spring evening. Light clouds wore fine gold and purple from the setting sun. The clouds drifted slowly. Christine said, "Soon we will go faster than the clouds. We will go to the end of the world. Then you will leave me, Raoul. But if, when the time comes to take me away, I say no, you must carry me off by force." "Are you afraid you will change your mind, Christine?" "I do not know," she said, shaking her head in a strange way. "He is a demon." She shivered and hid in Raoul's arms with a small moan. "I am afraid to go back and live with him, underground." "What makes you go back, Christine?" "If I do not go back, terrible things may happen. But I cannot do it. I cannot." "I know we should feel sorry for people who live under the ground, but he is too horrible, and the time is near. I have only 1 day left. If I do not go, he will come with his voice. He will pull me under the ground. He will kneel in front of me with his skull face. He will say he loves me. He will cry. Oh, those tears, Raoul, those tears in the black eye holes of the skull. I cannot see those tears again." She wrung her hands. Raoul held her close. "No, you will not hear him say he loves you again. You will not see his tears. Let us fly, Christine. Let us fly now." He tried to take her away at once, but she stopped him. "No, not now," she said, shaking her head sadly. "It would be too cruel. Let him hear me sing tomorrow evening. After that we will go. Come to my dressing room at midnight exactly. He will be waiting for me in the dining room by the lake. Then we will be free, and you will take me away. Promise me, Raoul. Even if I refuse, take me. I feel that, if I go back this time, I may never return." She sighed. It seemed to her that another sigh answered, behind her. "Did you hear?" she asked, her teeth shaking. "No," said Raoul. "I heard nothing." "It is too terrible to tremble all the time, and yet we are safe here. We are in the sky, in the open air, in the light. The sun burns. Night birds cannot look at the sun. I have never seen him in daylight. It must be awful. Oh, the first time I saw him, I thought he would die." "Why?" asked Raoul, frightened by her strange talk. "Because I had seen him." They both turned at the same time. "Someone is in pain," said Raoul. "Maybe someone is hurt. Did you hear?" "I cannot tell," said Christine. "Even when he is not there, my ears are full of his sighs. Still, if you heard—" They stood and looked around. They were alone on the great roof. They sat again. Raoul said, "Tell me how you first saw him." "I heard him for 3 months before I saw him," she said. "The first time, I thought the lovely voice sang in the next room. I went out and looked everywhere. But my dressing room stands alone. I did not find the voice outside. It was inside. It sang and it spoke to me. It answered my questions like a real man, only the voice was as beautiful as an angel. My poor father had promised to send me the angel of music after he died. I think Mama Valerius helped my fancy. I told her, she said, 'It must be the angel. Ask him.' I asked, and the voice said yes. It was the angel's voice, the voice I was waiting for, the voice my father promised. From then on, we were great friends. The voice asked to give me lessons every day. I agreed. I never missed the time. You do not know, though you heard the voice, what those lessons were like." "No, I do not," said Raoul. "What was the music?" "There was music I did not know. It came from behind the wall. It was perfect. The voice knew my own voice. It knew where my father had stopped teaching me. In a few weeks, I hardly knew myself when I sang. I was even afraid. It felt like magic. Mama Valerius calmed me. She said I was too simple a girl for the devil to hold me. The voice told us to keep my progress secret. So the voice, Mama Valerius, and I kept quiet. Outside the dressing room, I sang with my usual voice. No one noticed. I did all the voice asked. "Wait and see. We will amaze Paris," it said. I waited. I lived in a sweet dream. Then I saw you again, one evening in the hall. I was so happy. I did not hide my joy when I ran back to my room. But the voice was there before me. It saw at once that something had happened. I told the voice about you. I did not hide your place in my heart. The voice went silent. I called. It did not answer. I begged and begged. Nothing. I feared it was gone. I wished it had, dear. That night I went home in great trouble. I told Mama Valerius. She said, "The voice is jealous." Then I knew I loved you. Christine laid her head on Raoul's shoulder. They were quiet. They did not see, a few steps away, a creeping shadow, like two wide black wings. It came so near that it could have closed over them. The next day, Christine went on, I returned to my room. I was very thoughtful. The voice was there. It spoke sadly. It told me that, if my heart must love on earth, the voice would return to heaven. It sounded so human, so full of pain, that I should have doubted then. But my faith in the voice, tied to my father's memory, stayed strong. I feared nothing more than to lose it. I thought of my love for you. I saw the danger. I did not even know if you remembered me. In any case, your rank would not let me dream of marriage. I swore to the voice that you were only a brother to me, and would always be. I swore my heart could not love a man on earth. That is why I would not see you on the stage or in the halls. The hours of my lessons became holy hours. I lived in joy and fear. At last the voice said, "Now you can give men a little music of heaven." I do not know why Carlotta did not come that night, or why they called me, but I sang in a joy I had never known. I felt as if my soul left my body. "Oh, Christine," said Raoul. My heart shook at each note. "I saw tears on your face and I cried with you. How could you sing like that and cry?" "I felt myself faint," said Christine. "I closed my eyes. When I opened them, you were near me, but the voice was there too. I feared for you and refused to know you. I laughed when you spoke of the scarf you took from the sea. Ah, the voice cannot be tricked. It knew you. It was jealous. It said that, if I did not love you, I would treat you like any old friend. It made scene after scene. At last I said, 'Enough. I am going to Paris tomorrow to pray at my father's grave. I will ask Monsieur Raoul de Chagny to go with me.' 'Do as you wish,' the voice said. 'I will be at Paris too, for I am wherever you are. If you are still worthy, I will play the Resurrection of Lazarus at midnight on your father's tomb, with your father's violin.' That is why I wrote and called you to Paris. How could I be so fooled? When I saw the voice had a selfish wish, why did I not guess an impostor? Alas, I was no longer myself. I belonged to him." "But in the end," cried Raoul, "you learned the truth. Why did you not break the dream at once?" "Learn the truth, Raoul? Break the dream? I was not trapped in the dream until the day I learned the truth. Pity me. You remember the awful evening when Carlotta croaked like a toad and the hall went dark when the chandelier fell? People were killed and hurt. Screams rang all over. I thought first of you and of the voice. I saw you in your brother's box, so I knew you were safe. But the voice said it would be at the show. I feared for it, as if it were a man who could die. I thought, the chandelier may have crushed the voice. I was on the stage. I almost ran into the hall to look for the voice among the hurt. Then I thought, if the voice is safe, it will be in my room. I ran to my room. No voice. I locked the door. I begged it, with tears, to show itself if it lived. No answer. Then I heard a long, beautiful wail. I knew it. It was the cry of Lazarus when he hears the Redeemer and begins to see the light. It was the music you and I heard at Paros. Then the voice sang, "Come and believe in me. He who believes shall live. Walk. He who believes shall never die." I cannot tell you what that music did to me. It told me to come. It drew me. It moved back. I followed. "Come and believe in me." I believed. I came. And then something strange. As I moved, my room seemed to grow longer and longer. It must have been mirrors. The mirror stood in front of me. Suddenly there was no mirror, no room. I was in a dark passage. I cried out. All was black except a small red light far off. I cried out again. The violin and song stopped. A hand took my wrist. It was stone cold and bony. I cried out once more. An arm came round my waist and held me. I fought for a little. Then I gave up. I was pulled toward the red light. I saw a man in a big cloak and a mask over all his face. I tried once more to fight. My limbs went stiff. My mouth opened to scream. A hand closed my mouth. I felt it on my lips and skin. It smelt of death. I fainted. When I woke, all was still dark. A lantern stood on the ground. It showed a bubbling well. The water ran under the floor where I lay, with my head on the knee of the man in black cloak and black mask. He bathed my temples. His hands smelt of death. I pushed them away and asked, "Who are you?" "Where is the voice?" He did not answer. He sighed. A hot breath passed over my face. I saw a white shape beside the black one. The man lifted me onto the white shape. I heard a glad neigh. "César," I whispered. The horse shook. "Raoul," I lay back on a saddle. I knew the white horse from the opera Le Prophète. I had fed him sweets so often. One night we heard he had vanished, stolen by the opera ghost. I believed in the voice, but not the ghost. Now I feared I was the ghost's prisoner. I called on the voice to help me, for I never thought the voice and the ghost were the same. You have heard of the opera ghost, have you not? Yes, said Raoul, but tell me the rest. What happened on the white horse? I did not move. I let myself go. The black man held me. I did not try to escape. A strange peace came over me. Maybe he gave me a drink. My senses were clear. My eyes got used to the dark, broken by little gleams. I guessed we were in a narrow round passage which went all around the opera, far under the ground. I had gone down into the cellars once, but I stopped at the 3rd floor. There are 2 more, big enough for a town. The figures I saw made me run away. There are black demons there, in front of boilers. They hold shovels and forks. They poke the fire. If you go near, they frighten you by opening the red mouths of the furnaces. While César carried me, I saw those black men far off, small in front of the red fires. They came into sight, went out, came back, as we wound along. At last, they were gone. The black shape still held me. César walked alone, sure-footed. I cannot tell how long the ride lasted. We turned and turned. Many times we went down a spiral stair, deep into the earth. My head did not turn. My mind was clear. At last, César lifted his nose, sniffed the air, and walked faster. The air was wet. César stopped. The dark grew lighter. A blue light was all around. We stood at the edge of a lake. Its dull waters ran into the dark. The blue light showed the bank. I saw a small boat tied to an iron ring. "A boat!" cried Raoul. Yes, I knew the lake and the boat were real. There was nothing magic in them. But think how I came there. The black man set me in the boat. My fear came back. He sent César away. I heard the horse go up a stair. The man jumped into the boat, untied the rope, and took the oars. He rowed fast and strong. His eyes, under the mask, never left me. We slipped across the silent water in the blue light. Then all was dark again. We touched shore. He lifted me in his arms. I cried aloud. Suddenly I was silent. I was blinded by light. A bright light shone all round me. I stood up. I was in a drawing room full of flowers. They were too fine, tied with silk like shop flowers. In the middle stood the black man in the mask, arms crossed. He said, "Do not be afraid, Christine. You are in no danger." It was the voice. My anger was as great as my surprise. I ran at the mask to tear it off. I wanted to see the face of the voice. He said, "You are safe if you do not touch the mask." He gently took my wrists and made me sit. Then he knelt before me and said nothing. His lowly way gave me a little courage. The clear light brought me back to real life. This adventure was strange, but the things around me were common. The chairs, the curtains, the candles, the vases, and even the flowers looked like things from a shop. So my mind had to stay within the walls of a plain room, though it was under the opera, 5 floors down. The voice that I knew under the mask was a man. He was on his knees before me. I began to cry. Still kneeling, he understood. He said, "It is true, Christine. I am not an angel, nor a genius, nor a ghost. I am Eric." At that word, an echo behind them seemed to repeat, "Eric!" Night had fallen. Raoul made a move to rise, but Christine kept him there. "Do not go," she said. "I want you to know everything here." "Why here?" "You may catch cold." "We have nothing to fear but the trapdoors. Here we are far from them. I am not allowed to see you outside the theater. This is not the time to anger him. We must not wake his suspicion." "Christine, we are wrong to wait for tomorrow," said Raoul. "We should fly now." "If he does not hear me sing tomorrow, he will suffer greatly," she said. "It is hard not to hurt him and still escape him," said Raoul. "You are right. He would die if I fled," she said in a flat voice. "But it goes both ways. He might kill us." "Does he love you so much?" "He would kill for me." "Then we can find where he lives. We can go and face him. Now we know Eric is not a ghost. We can speak and force an answer." Christine shook her head. "There is nothing to do with Eric but run," she said. "Then why did you go back when you had escaped?" "Because I had to. You will see when I tell you how I left." "I hate him," cried Raoul. "And you, Christine, do you hate him?" "No," said Christine simply. Raoul was bitter. "You love him. Your fear is love that you hide even from yourself. You are thrilled by a man who lives in a palace underground." "So you want me to go back?" she said cruelly. "Take care, Raoul. I told you, if I go back, I may never return." Silence fell between the two who spoke and the shadow who listened. "Before I answer," said Raoul slowly, "tell me what feeling he gives you, since you do not hate him." "Horror," she said. "That is the terrible part. He fills me with horror, yet I do not hate him. How can I hate him, Raoul? Think of Eric at my feet, in the house on the lake. He blames himself. He curses himself. He begs my pardon. He says he cheated me. He loves me. He lays a great tragic love at my feet. He carried me off for love. He shut me in with him for love. But he respects me. He crawls. He moans. He weeps. When I stood up and said I could only despise him if he did not at once give me my liberty, he offered it. He offered to show me the secret road. Only, he too stood up. And then I remembered that, though he was not an angel or a ghost or a genius, he was still the voice. He sang. I listened. I stayed. That night we spoke no more words. He sang me to sleep. When I woke, I was alone. I lay on a sofa in a small, simple bedroom. There was a plain wooden bed and a lamp on an old chest of drawers. I soon saw I was a prisoner. The only door led to a good bathroom. When I came back, I saw a note in red ink on the chest. My dear Christine, do not fear for your fate. No one is a better, more respectful friend than I. You are alone, for now, in this home which is yours. I am going out to buy all you need. I felt I was in the hands of a madman. I ran round the little place to find a way out. There was none. I blamed myself for my silly belief. I wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. Eric tapped 3 times on the wall and came in quietly by a door I had not seen. He left it open. His arms were full of boxes. He set them on the bed slowly while I called him names and cried, "Take off your mask if you are honest." He answered calmly, "You shall never see Eric's face." He scolded me for not being dressed. He told me it was 2 in the afternoon. He wound my watch and set it. Then he asked me to come to the dining room. Lunch was ready. I was angry. I slammed the door and went to bathe. When I came back, fresh, Eric said he loved me, but he would never say it unless I allowed him. The rest of the time would be music. "What do you mean by the rest of the time?" I asked. 5 days, he said. I asked if I would be free then. "You will be free, Christine. After 5 days you will have learned not to see me. Then, from time to time, you will come and visit your poor Eric." He showed me a chair. I sat, upset. I ate a few prawns, some chicken, and half a glass of Tokay. He said he had brought the wine from the Königsberg cellars. He did not eat or drink. I asked his country and if the name Eric was from the north. He said he had no name and no country and had taken Eric by chance. After lunch he stood and let me touch only the tips of his fingers. He wished to show me his rooms. I snatched back my hand with a cry. What I touched was cold and bony, and the smell of death came again. "Forgive me," he moaned. He opened a door. "This is my bedroom. It is strange." His words were gentle. I trusted him and went in. I felt I was in a dead man's room. The walls were covered with black, but instead of white borders there ran a huge music stave with the notes of the Daaé Irae again and again. In the middle stood a canopy with red curtains. Under it, an open coffin. "That is where I sleep," said Eric. "We must get used to everything, even eternity." I turned away, shaken. I saw an organ along one wall. On the desk lay a music book with red notes. I asked to look. I read, "Don Juan Triumphant." "Yes," he said. "I compose sometimes. I began that work 20 years ago. When I finish, I shall take it with me into that coffin and never wake again." "Then work at it as little as you can," I said. He answered, "Sometimes I work at it for 14 days and nights. I live on music then. After that, I rest for years." "Will you play some of your Don Juan?" I asked, wishing to please him. "Never ask me that," he said darkly. "I will play Mozart. That will only make you weep. But my Don Juan burns, and yet heaven does not strike him." We went back to the drawing room. There was no mirror anywhere. I was going to speak, but Eric already sat at the piano. He said, "There is music so terrible it burns all who come near. You have not heard it yet. If you did, you would lose your color. No one would know you in Paris. Let us sing something from the opera, Christine Daaé." He said my name as if it were an insult. I had no time to think. We began the duet from Otello. At once disaster fell. I sang Desdemona with fear and despair I had never shown before. He thundered out his soul of revenge. Love, jealousy, hate burst round us. Eric's black mask made me think of the Moor's dark face. He was Othello himself. Suddenly I had to see under the mask. I wanted the face of the voice. I could not stop myself. My fingers tore away the mask. Oh, horror, horror, horror. Christine stopped. The night echoes seemed to repeat, "Horror, horror, horror!" They held each other and raised their eyes to a calm, starry sky. Raoul said, Strange that such a soft night is so full of sad sounds. It is as if the night mourns with us. When you know the secret, your ears will be full of laments too, she said. She took his hands and shivered. If I lived 100 years, I would hear that superhuman cry he gave when I saw his face. Raoul, you have seen skulls dried by time. Perhaps you saw his skull at Paros, unless that was a dream. You saw Red Death at the masked ball. But those skulls were still. Their horror did not live. Now imagine the Red Death mask come to life, to show with the 4 black holes of eyes, nose, and mouth the wild fury of a demon, and no light in the sockets. Later I learned that you can only see his blazing eyes in the dark. I fell back to the wall. He came near, grinding his teeth. I sank to my knees. He hissed mad words. He leaned over me and cried, "Look, you wish to see? Look, fill your eyes, fill your soul with my cursed ugliness. Look at Eric's face. Now you know the face of the voice. You were not content to hear me? You wanted to see me. Oh, women are so curious. Well, are you pleased I'm handsome, eh? When a woman has seen me, she belongs to me. She loves me forever. I am a sort of Don Juan." He stood tall, hand on hip, shook that awful head, and roared, "Look at me! I am Don Juan triumphant." I turned my head and begged for mercy. He grabbed my head and twisted my hair in his dead fingers. "Enough!" cried Raoul. "I will kill him. In heaven's name, tell me where the dining room on the lake is. I must kill him." "Be quiet, Raoul, if you want to know," she said. "You must hear how and why I went back. You must know." "But still I will kill him," he cried. "Oh, listen! He dragged me by my hair and then— Oh, it is too horrible!" "Speak," said Raoul, fierce. "Quick!" He hissed. "Ah, I frighten you, do I? You think I have another mask, and that this, my head, is a mask? Well, tear it off as you tore the other. Come, I insist. Your hands. Give me your hands." He seized my hands and drove them into his dreadful face. He tore his flesh with my nails. He tore his terrible dead flesh with my nails. Chapter 13. A Masterstroke of the Trapdoor Lover. Raoul and Christine ran away. They were scared. They ran down from the roof to the 8th floor. They did not stop. The opera house was quiet. There was no show that night. Suddenly, a man appeared. He looked strange. He said, "No, not this way." He told them to go another way. The man wore a long coat and a pointed hat. He said, "Hurry! Go quickly!" Christine pulled Raoul away. "Who is that man?" Raoul asked. "It's the Persian," Christine said. "Why is he here?" Raoul asked. "No one knows," Christine said. "He is always at the opera." "You made me run away," Raoul said. "If we saw Eric, I would fight him." "That would not be easy," Christine said. "I saw his eyes," Raoul said. "They were like fire." "You see him everywhere now, just like me," Christine said. "Maybe you saw stars through the wires." Christine went down one more floor, and Raoul followed. "Christine, we should leave now," Raoul said. "Why wait until tomorrow? Maybe he heard us tonight." "No, he is working on his music," Christine said. "He is not thinking about us." "You keep looking behind you," Raoul said. "Let's go to my dressing room," Christine said. "Should we meet outside the opera house?" Raoul asked. "No," Christine said. "I promised him I would only meet you here." Raoul said, "It was very brave of you to pretend we are in love." "He knows," Christine said. "He trusts me." He said, "I want Monsieur de Chagny to be happy before he leaves." "Are people unhappy when they love?" "Yes," Raoul said. "They are unhappy when they are not sure if they are loved." They went to Christine's dressing room. "Why do you feel safe here?" Raoul asked. "He can hear us." "He promised not to be behind the walls of this room," Christine said. "I believe him. This room is mine." "How did you get from here to that dark passage?" Raoul asked. It is dangerous, Christine said. The mirror might take me away again. I would have to call Eric. Would he hear you? Raoul asked. He hears me everywhere, Christine said. He is a special person. He can do things no one else can. Be careful. You are making him a ghost again, Raoul said. He is not a ghost, Christine said. He is a man of heaven and earth. Are you still leaving him? Raoul asked. Yes, tomorrow, Christine said. Tomorrow you will not want to leave, Raoul said. Then you must take me away, Christine said, even if I don't want to go. I will be here tomorrow night at midnight, Raoul said. He waits for you in the dining room by the lake? Yes, Christine said. How will you get there? Raoul asked. I will walk to the lake, Christine said. She showed him a large key. What is that? Raoul asked. It's the key to the secret door, Christine said. Give it to me, Raoul said. No, that would be wrong, she said. Suddenly, Christine's face turned pale. Oh no, she cried. Eric, have pity on me. Be quiet, Raoul said. You said he can hear you. But Christine was scared. She twisted her fingers and repeated, Oh no, oh no. What is it? Raoul asked. The ring, Christine said. The gold ring he gave me. He gave you that ring? Raoul asked. Yes, she said. He told me, as long as you wear this ring, you will be safe. But if you lose it, I will be angry. I lost the ring. Oh no, we must leave now. They looked for the ring, but could not find it. I lost it when we kissed on the roof, Christine said. It must have fallen into the street. We can never find it. What will happen to us now? We must run away. Let's go now, Raoul said again. She thought about it. Raoul thought she would say yes, but she said, no. Tomorrow. She left quickly, still rubbing her fingers. Raoul went home. He was worried. He thought, if I don't save her, she is lost. But I will save her. He went to bed. He called Eric a fool 3 times. Suddenly, 2 eyes appeared at the end of his bed. They looked like fire. They stared at him. Raoul was scared. He reached for matches and lit a candle. The eyes went away. He was still worried. He thought, she said his eyes only show in the dark. The light is on, but maybe he is still here. He got up and looked around the room. He looked under his bed. He felt silly. He got back in bed and blew out the candle. The eyes came back. He sat up and looked at the eyes. He said, Is that you, Eric? Are you a man or a ghost? He thought, if it's him, he is on the balcony. He grabbed his gun. He opened the window and looked out. He saw nothing and closed the window. He was cold. He put the gun on the table. The eyes were still there. He wanted to know what they were. He aimed the gun at the eyes. He shot. The loud noise woke people up. Raoul was ready to shoot again. The eyes were gone. Servants came with lights. Raoul's brother, Count Philippe, came in. What happened? The Count asked. I think I was dreaming, Raoul said. I shot at 2 stars. Are you crazy? The Count asked. Tell me what happened. He took the gun. I'm not crazy, Raoul said. We will see. He got up, put on a robe, and took a light. He went out onto the balcony. The Count saw a bullet hole in the window. Raoul looked over the balcony with his candle. Blood, he said. More blood. A ghost who bleeds is not so scary. Raoul, Raoul, wake up, the Count said. I am not sleeping, Raoul said. You can see the blood. It was Eric's eyes, and now it's his blood. Maybe I was wrong to shoot. Christine will be mad. I should have closed the curtains. Raoul, have you lost your mind? The Count asked. Help me find Eric. A ghost who bleeds can be found. The Count's servant said, There is blood on the balcony, sir. They looked closely at the balcony. The blood went to a pipe. Then it went up the pipe. You shot a cat, the Count said. Maybe, Raoul said. With Eric, you never know. Is it Eric? Is it a cat? Is it a ghost? You just can't tell. Raoul was talking strangely. Many people thought he was crazy. The Count thought so too. Who is Eric? The Count asked. He is my rival, Raoul said. It is a shame he is not dead. The Count sent the servants away. They were not far, and they heard Raoul say, I will take Christine Daaé tonight. This was told to the police later. No one knows what the brothers said after that. The servants knew they had argued before. They always talked about an actress named Christine Daaé. The next morning, the Count saw Raoul for breakfast. Raoul was quiet and sad. The Count gave him a newspaper. Read this, he said. Raoul read a story about him. The story said that he was going to marry Christine Daaé. It said the Count did not want him to. It said the Count would not win against love. You see, Raoul, the Count said, you look silly. That girl and her ghost stories have made you crazy. Raoul had told his brother about the ghost. All he said now was, Goodbye, Philippe. Are you really leaving tonight? With her? The Count asked. Raoul did not answer. Don't do anything foolish, the Count said. I will stop you. Goodbye, Philippe, Raoul said again and left. The Count told the police about this talk later. He did not see Raoul again until that night. Raoul spent the day getting ready to run away. He got a carriage, horses, a driver, food, luggage, and money. He planned to not take the train. He wanted to hide from the ghost. He was busy until 9 at night. At 9, a carriage with covered windows waited outside the opera house. It had 2 strong horses. The driver's face was hidden. There were other carriages there too. One for Carlotta, one for Sorelli, and one for Count Philippe de Chagny. A dark figure walked by the carriages. It looked at Raoul's carriage and horses. The police thought it was Raoul. But Raoul wore a special hat that night, so it was probably the ghost. The ghost knew everything. The opera was full of people. They were showing the opera Faust. The story in the newspaper made everyone look at Count Philippe's box. The Count was alone. He looked calm. Women whispered behind their fans. Raoul was not there. Christine Daaé was a little cold on stage. The audience was not happy with her. They did not like that she was with Raoul. People who went to the opera often smiled when Christine sang certain words. They looked at Count Philippe's box when she sang. I wish I could know who he was, if he was noble, or at least his name. The Count kept his eyes on the stage, but his mind was far away. Christine became more and more nervous. She trembled. She felt like she would fail. The people in the front of the audience remembered when Carlotta failed. Then Carlotta appeared in a box. Christine saw her rival. She thought she saw a smile on Carlotta's face. This made Christine strong again. She forgot everything and decided to win. From that moment, she sang with her whole heart. She sang better than ever before. In the last part, her singing made everyone feel like they had wings. A man stood up in the middle of the audience. It was Raoul. Holy angel, in heaven blessed. Christine stretched out her arms and sang, My spirit longs with thee to rest. At that moment, the stage became dark. It happened very fast. The lights came on again right away. But Christine was not there. Where did she go? Everyone was confused. People on stage ran to the spot where she was. The show stopped. Where did she go? It was a mystery. It was as if angels had really taken her away. Raoul cried out. Count Philippe stood up. People looked at the stage, at the Count, and at Raoul. They wondered if this was because of the newspaper story. Raoul left his seat. The Count left his box. The curtain went down. Everyone was talking. Everyone had an idea about what happened. The curtain went up again. A man named Carolus Fonta came out. He said in a sad voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, something new has happened. Our singer, Christine Daaé, has disappeared. No one knows how." Chapter 14. The Singular Attitude of a Safety Pin. Behind the curtain there was a great crowd. Artists, workers, dancers, extras, singers, and even subscribers all asked questions, shouted, and pushed one another. What happened to her? She ran away. With the Vicomte de Chagny, of course. No, with the Count. Ah, here is Carlotta. Carlotta did it. No, it was the ghost, cried others. And some laughed. A careful look at the trapdoors and boards showed that no accident had happened. In the middle of this noisy crowd, 3 men spoke quietly with worried faces. They were Gabriel, the chorus master, Mercier, the acting manager, and Remy, the secretary. They moved into a corner near the passage that led to the ballet foyer and stood behind some large stage props. "I knocked at the door," said Remy. "They did not answer. Perhaps they are not in the office, but it is impossible to know, for they took the keys." They were the 2 managers who had ordered that nobody disturb them for any reason. "All the same," said Gabriel, "a singer does not disappear from the stage every day." "Did you tell them that?" asked Mercier impatiently. "I will go back," said Remy, and he ran off. Just then, the stage manager arrived. "Well, Monsieur Mercier, are you coming?" "You are wanted, sir." "I will not do anything until the commissary comes," said Mercier. "I sent for Mifroid. We will see when he arrives." "You should go to the organ room at once." "Not before the commissary comes." "I already went there myself." "And what did you see?" "I saw no one. Nobody at all." "Then why do you want me to go there?" "You are right," cried the stage manager, tearing at his hair. "But someone must have been at the organ. Someone must know why the stage went dark. And now Mauclair is gone." Mauclair was the gas man, who controlled all the lights of the opera. "Mauclair cannot be found?" asked Mercier in shock. "What about his assistants?" "There is no Mauclair and no assistants? Nobody at the lights? You can see, then, that Christine was carried off by someone. She did not run away by herself. It was carefully planned. And what are the managers doing while this happens? I gave orders that no one was to touch the lights, and I put a fireman near the gas man's box. Wasn't that right?" Yes, quite right. Now, let us wait for the commissary." The stage manager walked away angrily, muttering about cowards who hid in corners while the opera was in chaos. Gabriel and Mercier were not calm either, but the manager's order to leave them alone stopped them. Remy had already broken that order with no success. At that moment he came back, looking shaken. "Well, did you see them?" asked Mercier. "Moncharmin opened the door at last. His eyes were wide and I thought he would strike me. I could not speak, and do you know what he shouted? 'Have you a safety pin?' 'No,' I said. 'Then go away,' he cried. He thought only of that. A boy gave him a pin, and Moncharmin slammed the door in my face. That is all. And you could not say Christine Daaé? I tried. But he was like a madman. Without that pin, I think he would have fainted. Oh, this is not natural. Our managers are going mad." Gabriel whispered, "It is another trick of OG." Remy grinned. Mercier sighed, but said nothing. At last Mercier lost patience. "I will go find them myself." Gabriel stopped him. "Be careful. If they are locked in their office, it is because they must. OG has many tricks." "That is their problem," said Mercier. "I am going." "What problem?" asked Remy. "What should the police know?" "Tell me, Gabriel. You are all going mad." "I don't know what you mean," said Gabriel coldly. Remy grew angry. "The managers behaved like lunatics tonight. Do you think I did not see? Even the ambassador saw it." "What did they do?" asked Gabriel. You know very well. They would not let anyone touch them. When I tried to shake Richard's hand, Moncharmin whispered, "Go away, don't touch him." And later, when the ambassador went to Richard, Moncharmin stopped him too. Really? Yes. And Richard bowed in front of nobody, then walked backward. And Moncharmin did the same. Backward, 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 to the office. If that is not madness, what is it? Maybe they were practicing a ballet step, said Gabriel weakly. Remy grew furious. Don't joke. You and Mercier know more than you say. Christine Daaé is not the only one missing. Mother Giry disappeared too. Mercier hurried her to his office and now no one has seen her. But people passing the door hear her shouting, "Oh, the scoundrels!" At that moment, Mercier returned, breathless. "It is worse than ever," he said. I shouted, "Open the door! It is Mercier!" Moncharmin opened it, very pale. I said, "Christine Daaé has been carried off." And do you know what he answered? "And a good job too." Then he shut the door, after giving me this. Mercier opened his hand. Inside was a safety pin. "The safety pin!" cried Remy. "Strange, strange," muttered Gabriel, shivering. Suddenly, a voice behind them asked, "Excuse me, gentlemen, can you tell me where Christine Daaé is?" They turned. It was the Vicomte Raoul de Chagny. His face was so full of sorrow that instead of laughing at his question, they felt only pity. Chapter 15. Christine. Behind the curtain, there was a great crowd. Artists, workers, dancers, extras, singers, and even subscribers all asked questions, shouted, and pushed one another. What happened to her? She ran away. With the Vicomte de Chagny, of course. No, with the Count. Ah, here is Carlotta. Carlotta did it. No, it was the ghost, cried others, and some laughed. A careful look at the trapdoors and boards showed that no accident had happened. In the middle of this noisy crowd, 3 men spoke quietly with worried faces. They were Gabriel, the chorus master, Mercier, the acting manager, and Remy, the secretary. They moved into a corner near the passage that led to the ballet foyer and stood behind some large stage props. I knocked at the door, said Remy. They did not answer. Perhaps they are not in the office. But it is impossible to know, for they took the keys. They were the 2 managers who had ordered that nobody disturb them for any reason. All the same, said Gabriel, a singer does not disappear from the stage every day. Did you tell them that? Asked Mercier impatiently. I will go back, said Remy, and he ran off. Just then, the stage manager arrived. Well, Monsieur Mercier, are you coming? You are wanted, sir? I will not do anything until the commissary comes, said Mercier. I sent for Maifroid. We will see when he arrives. You should go to the organ room at once. Not before the commissary comes. I already went there myself. And what did you see? I saw no one, nobody at all. Then why do you want me to go there? You are right, cried the stage manager, tearing at his hair. But someone must have been at the organ. Someone must know why the stage went dark, and now Mauclair is gone. Mauclair was the gas man who controlled all the lights of the opera. Mauclair cannot be found? Asked Mercier in shock. What about his assistants? There is no Mauclair and no assistants. Nobody at the lights? You can see then that Christine was carried off by someone. She did not run away by herself. It was carefully planned. And what are the managers doing while this happens? I gave orders that no one was to touch the lights, and I put a fireman near the gas man's box. Wasn't that right? Yes, quite right. Now, let us wait for the commissary. The stage manager walked away angrily, muttering about cowards who hid in corners while the opera was in chaos. Gabriel and Mercier were not calm either, but the manager's order to leave them alone stopped them. Remy had already broken that order with no success. At that moment, he came back, looking shaken. Well, did you see them? Asked Mercier. Moncharmin opened the door at last. His eyes were wide and I thought he would strike me. I could not speak, and do you know what he shouted? Have you a safety pin? No, I said. Then go away, he cried. He thought only of that. A boy gave him a pin, and Moncharmin slammed the door in my face. That is all. And you could not say Christine Daaé? I tried, but he was like a madman. Without that pin, I think he would have fainted. Oh, this is not natural. Our managers are going mad, Gabriel whispered. It is another trick of OG. Remy grinned. Mercier sighed, but said nothing. At last, Mercier lost patience. I will go find them myself. Gabriel stopped him. Be careful. If they are locked in their office, it is because they must. OG has many tricks. That is their problem, said Mercier. I am going. What problem? Asked Remy. What should the police know? Tell me, Gabriel. You are all going mad. I don't know what you mean, said Gabriel coldly. Remy grew angry. The managers behaved like lunatics tonight. Do you think I did not see? Even the ambassador saw it. What did they do? Asked Gabriel. You know very well. They would not let anyone touch them. When I tried to shake Richard's hand, Moncharmin whispered, Go away, don't touch him. And later, when the ambassador went to Richard, Moncharmin stopped him too. Really? Yes. And Richard bowed in front of nobody, then walked backward. And Moncharmin did the same. Backward, backward, backward to the office. If that is not madness, what is it? Maybe they were practicing a ballet step, said Gabriel weakly. Remy grew furious. Don't joke. You and Mercier know more than you say. Christine Daaé is not the only one missing. Mother Giry disappeared too. Mercier hurried her to his office, and now no one has seen her. But people passing the door hear her shouting, Oh, the scoundrels! At that moment, Mercier returned, breathless. It is worse than ever, he said. I shouted, Open the door! It is Mercier! Moncharmin opened it, very pale. I said, Christine Daaé has been carried off. And do you know what he answered? And a good job too. Then he shut the door after giving me this. Mercier opened his hand. Inside was a safety pin. The safety pin! Cried Remy. Strange, strange, muttered Gabriel, shivering. Suddenly, a voice behind them asked, Excuse me, gentlemen, can you tell me where Christine Daaé is? They turned. It was the Vicomte Raoul de Chagny. His face was so full of sorrow that instead of laughing at his question, they felt only pity. Chapter 16. Madame. Giry's astounding revelations as to her personal. Before we go with the police officer to the manager's office, I must tell you what happened there. Remy and Mercier tried many times to enter the office, but they could not. Monsieur Richard and Monsieur Moncharmin had locked themselves inside. They were with something the reader does not know yet. I am the historian, so I must tell you now. For some time, the managers were in a bad mood. It was not only because the chandelier fell on the great gala night. There was another reason. The opera ghost had asked for money and had been paid. He had asked for 20,000 francs. People cried and cursed, but the payment still happened. It was simple. One morning, the managers found an envelope on their table. On it was written, Monsieur O.G. Private. With it was a note from O.G. The note said, The time has come to follow the agreement in the book. Please put 20 notes of 1,000 francs each in this envelope. Seal it with your own seal and give it to Madame Giry. She will do what is needed. The managers did not wait. They did not ask how these strange letters entered a locked office. They thought this was a chance to catch the blackmailer. They told the secret to Gabriel and to Mercier, but made them promise to say nothing. Then they put the 20,000 francs into the envelope and, without asking any questions, they gave it to Madame Giry. She had just got her job back as box keeper. She showed no surprise. Of course, they watched her closely. She went straight to the ghost's box, box 5, and put the envelope on the small shelf by the ledge. The two managers hid. Gabriel and Mercier hid too. They watched the envelope every second during the show and even after the show. The envelope did not move. They did not move either. At last, Madame Giry went away. The managers and their two friends were still there. They grew tired of waiting. They opened the envelope. The seals were not broken. They thought the notes were still inside, but they soon saw they were not the same notes. The 20 real notes were gone. In their place were 20 notes from the Bank of Saint. Farce. The managers were angry and afraid. Moncharmin wanted to call the police. Richard said no, he had a plan. He said, "Do not make us look foolish." All Paris would laugh. OG won the first game. We will win the second. He was thinking of the next month's payment. They had been tricked so well that they felt very low. We must remember something. In their minds, they wondered if this was a bad practical joke. Maybe the old managers did it. So they thought it best not to tell people too soon. Also, Moncharmin sometimes suspected Richard. Richard could be strange. He could get odd ideas. They decided to wait and watch. They watched Mother Giry. Richard told everyone not to talk to her. "If she is working with the ghost," he said, "the notes are gone already. But I think she is just a fool." "She is not the only fool here," said Moncharmin, thinking hard. "Who could have guessed this?" moaned Richard. "Do not worry. Next time I will be careful." The next time came on the same day Christine Daaé disappeared. In the morning, a new note came from the ghost. It said the money was due. It said, "Do just as you did last time." It went very well. Put the 20,000 in the envelope and give it to our good Madame Giry. The usual envelope came with the note. They only had to put the notes inside. They did this about 30 minutes before the curtain rose on the first act of Faust. Richard showed the envelope to Moncharmin. He counted the 20 notes, each worth 1,000 francs, in front of him. He put them into the envelope, but he did not close it yet. "And now," he said, "bring in Mother Giry." They called for the old woman. She came in with a big, polite bow. She still wore her black taffeta dress. Its color was turning old and rusty, with a bit of lilac. Her bonnet was dull and worn. She seemed happy. She said, "Good evening, gentlemen. Is it for the envelope?" "Yes, madame." "Giry," said Richard kindly. "For the envelope, and also for something else." "At your service, Monsieur Richard, at your service," she said. "What is the other thing, please?" "First, I have a small question for you," said Richard. "Ask anything, Mr. Richard. I will answer, are you still on good terms with the ghost?" "Very good, sir." "Very good indeed," she said. "We are pleased," said Richard, as if sharing an important secret. "Let us speak openly. You are no fool." "Sir?" cried the box-keeper, and the black feathers on her bonnet stopped bobbing. "No one has ever doubted that." "Good. Then we will understand each other quickly. The story of the ghost is just nonsense, is it not? Between us, it has lasted long enough. Madame Giry stared at the managers as if they spoke a foreign tongue. She went to Richard's table and asked, worried, "What do you mean?" "I do not understand." "Oh, you understand," said Richard. "In any case, you must understand. First, tell us his name." "Whose name?" "The name of the man you help, madame." "Giry?" "I help the ghost?" "Me? Help him in what?" "You do whatever he asks." "Oh, he is not very hard to please," she said. Does he still give you tips? Asked Richard. I cannot complain. How much does he give you to bring him that envelope? 10 francs. You poor woman. That is not much, is it? Why? She asked. I will tell you soon, said Richard. First, we want to know why you serve the ghost with your whole heart. Your friendship is not for sale for 5 or 10 francs. That is true, said the old woman. I can tell you the reason, sir. There is no shame in it. In fact, it is the opposite. We are sure of that, madame. Giry, they said. It is like this, she went on. The ghost does not like me to talk about his business. But this is my own business, Richard sneered. Indeed? One evening in box 5 I found a letter to me, she said. It was written in red ink. I do not need to read it. I know it by heart, and I will never forget it, even if I live to be 100. She stood up straight and recited the letter with feeling. Madam, 1825, Mademoiselle Ménétrier, leader of the ballet, became Marquise de Cussy. 1832, Mademoiselle Marie Taglioni, a dancer, became Comtesse Gilbert des Voisins. 1846, La Sota, a dancer, married a brother of the King of Spain. 1847, Lola Montes, a dancer, became the morganatic wife of King Louis of Bavaria and was made Countess of Landsfeld. 1848, Mademoiselle Maria, a dancer, became Baronne de Erneville. 1870, Teresa Hessier, a dancer, married Dom Fernando, brother of the King of Portugal. Richard and Moncharmin listened. As she spoke of all those grand weddings, she grew proud. At last, with a voice full of joy, she said the last line, 1885, Meg Giry, Empress. Then the box-keeper dropped into a chair, tired. She said, Gentlemen, the letter was signed Opera Ghost. I had heard of the ghost, but only half believed. From the day he said my little Meg, the flesh of my flesh, the fruit of my body, would be an empress, I believed him completely. We did not need to study her face for long to understand. Those 2 words, ghost and empress, ruled her mind. But who moved this puppet? Who pulled the strings? That was the question. You have never seen him, said Moncharmin. He speaks to you, and you believe all he says? Yes, she answered. Thanks to him, my Meg was made leader of a row of dancers. I said to the ghost, if she will be an empress in 1885, we must hurry. She must be a leader now. He said, it is done. He spoke 1 word to Monsieur Poligny, and the thing was done. So Monsieur Poligny saw him, said Moncharmin. No, he did not see him any more than I did, but he heard him. The ghost spoke in his ear on the night he left box 5 looking very pale. Moncharmin sighed. What a business, he said. I always thought there were secrets between the ghost and Monsieur Poligny, said Madame Giry. The ghost asked, and Monsieur Poligny obeyed. He refused the ghost nothing. You hear, Richard, said Moncharmin. Poligny refused the ghost nothing. Yes, I hear, said Richard. Poligny is the ghost's friend and Madame. Giry is Poligny's friend, and so on. But I do not care about Poligny, he added roughly. I care about Madame. Giry, Madame Giry, do you know what is in this envelope? Of course not, she said. Look, said Richard. She looked into the envelope. Her tired eyes became bright. 1,000-franc notes, she cried. Yes, 1,000-franc notes. And you knew it, said Richard. Me, sir? I swear. Do not swear, said Richard. I will tell you the second reason I sent for you. I am going to have you arrested. The 2 black feathers on her old bonnet jumped from question marks to exclamation marks. The bonnet shook on her wild hair. Surprise, anger, protest, and fear all showed on her face. With a rush, she slid and hopped forward, right under M. Richard's nose. He pushed back his chair. Have me arrested, she cried. Her mouth threw the words like stones. It was as if her 3 old teeth flew at Richard. Richard stood firm. He did not move back more. He pointed with a hard finger, as if showing her to the police. I will have you arrested as a thief, he said. Say that again, she shouted. Before Moncharmin could stop her, she gave Richard a hard slap. But it was not her thin hand that struck his ear. It was the envelope. It broke open with the blow. Banknotes flew out like big butterflies. They whirled everywhere. The 2 managers shouted. They fell to their knees at the same time and began to pick up the notes quickly. They checked them one by one. Are they still real, Moncharmin? Are they still real, Richard? Yes, they are still real. Above them, the 3 teeth of Madame. Giry knocked together as she spoke fast and angry. All we could hear clearly was the same line again and again. I, a thief. I, a thief? She was choking with rage. I have never heard such a thing, she cried. Then she jumped at Richard again. In any case, you, Monsieur Richard, should know better than I where the 20,000 francs went. Me? Said Richard, shocked. How would I know? Moncharmin looked very serious. He said, Please explain, madam. Why do you say Mr. Richard should know where the money went? Richard turned red. He grabbed Madame Giry by the wrist and shook it. Like thunder, he shouted, Why should I know better than you where the money went? Why? Answer me. Because it went into your pocket, gasped the old woman. She looked at him like he was the devil. Richard wanted to jump at her again, but Moncharmin stopped him and spoke gently. How can you suspect my partner of putting the money in his own pocket? He asked. I never said that, said Madame Giry. I said I put the 20,000 francs into Monsieur Richard's pocket myself. Then she added in a low voice, There, I said it. May the ghost forgive me. Richard began to shout again, but Moncharmin told him to be quiet. Let her explain, he said. We are about to solve the mystery. Do not be angry. I am enjoying this. Madame Giry lifted her head like a saint. Her face showed that she believed in her own innocence. You tell me there were 20,000 francs in the envelope I put in Monsieur Richard's pocket, she said. I tell you I did not know that. Nor did Mr. Richard. Aha, said Richard, trying to look brave. Moncharmin did not like that look. So I knew nothing either, Richard said. You put 20,000 francs in my pocket, and I knew nothing. I am glad to hear it, Madame Giry. Yes, she said. It is true. We both knew nothing. But you, sir, you must have learned the truth later. Richard would have eaten her alive if Moncharmin had not been there. Moncharmin kept asking questions. What envelope did you put in M? Richard's pocket? He asked. It was not the one we gave you, the one you took to box 5 in front of us. That one had the real money. I am sorry, but it was, said Madame Giry. The envelope you gave me is the one I slipped into Monsieur le Directeur's pocket. The one I took to the ghost's box was a different envelope. It looked the same. The ghost gave it to me before. I hid it up my sleeve. She showed them. She took an envelope from her sleeve. It was ready and looked just like the other. It had the same address. The managers looked at it. It was sealed with their own seal. They opened it. Inside were 20 notes from the Bank of Saint. Farce, just like the false notes from the month before. How simple, said Richard. How simple, said Moncharmin. He stared at Madame Giry as if to make her sleep. So the ghost gave you this envelope and told you to switch it with ours, he said. And he told you to put our real envelope into Mr. Richard's pocket? Yes, she said. It was the ghost. Then please show us how you do it, said Moncharmin. Here is the envelope. Pretend we know nothing. As you wish, she said. She took the envelope with the 20 notes and walked to the door. She was about to go out when the two managers ran at her. "Oh no, not again," they cried. "Once was enough." "I beg your pardon," said the old woman. "You told me to act as if you knew nothing. If you knew nothing, I would leave with your envelope." "And how would you put it in my pocket then?" asked Richard. Moncharmin kept his left eye on Richard and his right eye on Madame Giry. It was not easy for his eyes, but he wanted the truth. "I put it in your pocket when you do not expect it," she said. "You know I walk behind the scenes every evening. I often go with my daughter to the ballet foyer. I am her mother, so I am allowed. I bring her shoes when the ballet is about to start. I come and go as I like. The subscribers come and go too. So do you, sir. Many people move around. I walk behind you and slip the envelope into the tail pocket of your dress coat. There is no magic in that." "No magic?" growled Richard, rolling his eyes. "I caught you in a lie." She bristled. Her 3 teeth stuck out. "Why?" she asked. "Because that evening I watched Box 5 and the false envelope." "I did not go to the ballet foyer even for 1 moment," said Richard. "No, sir," said Madame Giry. "I did not give you the envelope that evening. I gave it to you at the next show, on the night when the Under-Secretary of State for Fine Arts—" At once Richard cried, "Yes, I remember. The Under-Secretary went behind the scenes. He asked for me. I went to the ballet foyer for a minute. I stood on the steps. The Under-Secretary and his clerk were in the foyer. I turned around. You had passed behind me, Madame Giry. You pushed me a little. I can see it now." "Yes," she said. "That was it. I had just finished my little task. Your pocket, sir, is very convenient." She showed them again. She walked behind Richard, and so quickly that even Moncharmin was impressed, she slipped the envelope into one of the tail pockets of his dress coat. "Of course," cried Richard, a bit pale. OG was clever. He wanted to remove any risky go-between between the one who gives the money and the one who takes it. The best plan was to put the envelope in my pocket without my knowing. Then he could come and take the money from my pocket, also without my knowing. It is wonderful." "Wonderful, yes," said Moncharmin. "But Richard, you forget something. I gave 10,000 of the 20,000 francs, and nobody put anything in my pocket." Chapter 17. The Safety Pin Again. Moncharmin's last words showed clearly that he now suspected his partner. Because of this, the two managers had a loud, hard talk. At the end, they made a plan. Richard agreed to do everything that Moncharmin wanted. They would work together to find the person who was cheating them. Now we come to the break after the Garden Act. Many people saw strange things then. Monsieur Remy watched the managers. He saw them act in ways that did not fit their high position. But there was a reason. The plan was this. First, Richard would do again exactly what he did on the night when the first 20,000 francs disappeared. Second, Moncharmin would keep his eyes on Richard's coat-tail pocket every moment. Madame Giry would slip the 20,000 francs into that pocket, just as before. Monsieur Richard stood in the very same place as on that other night. It was the spot where he bowed to the Under-Secretary for Fine Arts. Monsieur Moncharmin stood a few steps behind him. Madame Giry came by. She brushed against Mr. Richard, as if by chance. She put the 20,000 francs into his coat-tail pocket. Then she went away. Or rather, she seemed to vanish like a trick. In truth, it was part of the plan. A few minutes before, Moncharmin had told Mercier to take the good woman to the acting manager's office and lock the door. Mercier did this. In this way, she could not speak to her ghost or pass notes to anyone. Meanwhile, Mr. Richard bowed and bowed again. He bent his back and walked backward, exactly as he had done before. He acted as if the great man, the Under-Secretary, stood before him. If the minister had really been there, no one would have been surprised. But now there was no one in front of Mr. Richard, so the people behind the scenes stared. They were amazed at this polite show to nobody. Monsieur Richard bowed to nobody. He bent before nobody. He walked backward before nobody. And a few steps behind him, Monsieur Moncharmin did the same. He also pushed away Remy and asked Monsieur de la Borderie, the ambassador and the manager of the Credit Central, not to touch the director. He said, "Please, do not touch Monsieur le Directeur." He was very firm. Moncharmin had his own ideas. He did not want Richard to complain later and say, "Maybe the ambassador did it. Maybe the Credit Central man did it. Maybe Remy did it." He wanted to be sure. Besides, on the first night, Richard had met nobody in that part of the opera after Madame. Giry brushed past him. Richard himself had said so. Richard began by walking backward to bow. Then he kept walking backward for safety. He went this way until he came to the passage that led to the manager's offices. In this way, Moncharmin could always watch him from behind, and Richard could watch anyone who came near from the front. This new way of walking behind the scenes drew many eyes. People whispered, but the managers cared only about their 20,000 francs. When they reached the dim passage, Richard spoke in a low voice. He said, "I am sure that nobody has touched me. You should now stay a little way behind me. Watch me until I reach the door of the office. It is better not to make people suspicious. We can see what happens." But Moncharmin said, "No, Richard, no. You walk in front, and I will walk right behind you. I will not leave you even one step." "In that case," said Richard, "they will never steal our 20,000 francs." "I should hope not," said Moncharmin. "Then what we are doing is foolish," said Richard. "We are doing exactly what we did last time," said Moncharmin. "Last time I joined you as you left the stage, and I followed close behind you in this same passage." "That is true," sighed Richard. He shook his head and obeyed. 2 minutes later, the two managers went into their office and locked the door. Moncharmin himself took the key and put it in his pocket. "Last time we stayed locked in like this," he said, "until you left the opera to go home." "That is so," said Richard. "No one came to disturb us, I think?" "No one," said Moncharmin. "Then," said Richard, trying to remember, "I must have been robbed on my way home." "No," said Moncharmin in a dry voice. "That is impossible. I took you home in my cab. I dropped you at your door. The 20,000 francs disappeared at your place. There is no doubt that is incredible," said Richard. "I trust my servants. If one of them had taken the money, he would have run away." But no one left. Moncharmin lifted his shoulders. He did not want to argue about the details. Richard felt that Moncharmin was treating him badly. "Moncharmin, I have had enough," cried Richard. "Richard, I have had too much," said Moncharmin. "Do you dare to suspect me?" asked Richard. "Yes," said Moncharmin. "I suspect you of a silly joke." "One does not joke with 20,000 francs, said Richard. "That is what I think," answered Moncharmin. He opened a newspaper and began to read it in a showy way. "What are you doing?" asked Richard. "Are you going to read now?" "Yes, Richard." "I will read until I take you home," said Moncharmin. "Like last time?" "Yes, like last time." Richard pulled the paper from Moncharmin's hands. Moncharmin stood up, more angry than before. He faced Richard, who crossed his arms and said, "Listen, I am thinking. I am thinking what I might think if, like last time, I spent the evening alone with you. You took me home. And at the moment we said goodbye, I found that 20,000 francs were gone from my pocket, like last time." "And what might you think?" asked Moncharmin. His face was red with anger. "I might think this," said Richard. "You did not leave me by even a foot. By your own wish, You were the only one near me. If the 20,000 francs were no longer in my pocket, I might think they were in yours." Moncharmin jumped at this idea and shouted, "A safety pin!" "What do you need a safety pin for?" asked Richard. "To pin you up with," cried Moncharmin. "A safety pin to fasten you to the 20,000 francs. Then, whether we are here or in the cab or at your house, you will feel the hand that pulls at your pocket. You will see if it is my hand. So you are suspecting me now, are you? A safety pin!" He opened the door and shouted into the passage, "A safety pin! Someone bring me a safety pin." At that same moment, Remy came to the door. He had no pin. Moncharmin spoke to him quickly and not very kindly. A boy was sent to fetch the pin as fast as he could. When the pin came, Moncharmin shut the door again and locked it. Then he knelt down behind Richard's back. "I hope the notes are still there," he said. "So do I," said Richard. "The real ones?" asked Moncharmin. He did not want to be fooled again. "Look yourself," said Richard. "I will not touch them." Moncharmin took the envelope from Richard's pocket. His hand shook. This time they had not sealed the envelope or even fastened it, so they could check easily. He took out the banknotes and counted them. They were all there. They were real. He put them back into the tail pocket and pinned them in with great care. Then he sat behind Richard's coat-tails and kept his eyes on them. Richard sat at his desk and did not move. "A little patience, Richard," said Moncharmin. "We have only a few minutes to wait. The clock will soon strike 12. Last time we left at the last stroke of 12. "I can be patient," said Richard. "I will wait." Time passed slowly. The room felt heavy and close. There was a strange fear in the air. Richard tried to laugh. "I will end by believing in the ghost," he said. "Tell me, do you not feel it? There is something uneasy in this room. It is uncomfortable. It is alarming." "You are right," said Moncharmin. He also felt it. "The ghost," Richard whispered, as if someone could hear. "The ghost!" "Suppose it really is a ghost who puts magic envelopes on our table, who speaks in box 5, who killed Joseph Bouquet, who dropped the chandelier, and who steals from us. After all, there is no one here except you and me. If the notes disappear and neither of us takes them, then we must believe in the ghost." In the ghost. Just then, the clock on the mantel gave a little click. Then came the first stroke of 12. The two managers trembled. Sweat ran down their faces. The 12th stroke sounded strange in their ears. When the clock stopped, both men sighed and stood up. "I think we can go now," said Moncharmin. "I think so," said Richard. "Before we go," said Moncharmin, "may I feel your pocket?" "Of course," said Richard. "You must." Moncharmin put his fingers to the pocket. "Well?" asked Richard. "I can feel the pin," said Moncharmin. "Of course," said Richard. "We said that this time no one could rob us without our feeling it." But Moncharmin kept feeling, and then he cried out, "I can feel the pin, but I cannot feel the notes." "Do not joke, Moncharmin," said Richard. "This is no time for jokes." "Feel for yourself," said Moncharmin. Richard pulled off his coat. The two managers turned the pocket inside out. The pocket was empty. The safety pin was still there. It was stuck in the same place, neat and firm. But the notes were gone. Richard and Moncharmin turned pale. Now they were sure that this was not a simple trick. It was like magic. "The ghost," said Moncharmin very low. Then Richard leapt at his partner. "No one but you touched my pocket. Give me my 20,000 francs. Give me my 20,000 francs." "On my soul," said Moncharmin, who was ready to faint. "On my soul, I do not have it." Someone knocked at the door. Moncharmin opened it without thinking. Mercier, the business manager, stood there. Moncharmin hardly knew him. He spoke a few confused words. Without knowing what he did, he put the safety pin, which he no longer needed, into Mercier's hand. Chapter 18. The Commissary, the Viscount, and the Persian. The commissary of police came into the manager's office. His first words were a question. "Is Christine Daaé here?" "Christine Daaé here?" Richard repeated. "No. Why?" Moncharmin was so tired and upset that he could not say a word. Richard asked again, for the commissary and the many people who had followed him into the office were very quiet and waiting. "Why do you ask if Christine Daaé is here, Monsieur le Commissaire?" "Because she must be found," the commissary said in a firm voice. "What do you mean, she must be found?" "Has she disappeared?" "In the middle of the performance," the commissary said. "In the middle of the performance? This is strange." "It is. And what is also strange is that you learn it first from me." "Yes," Richard murmured, taking his head in his hands. "What is this new trouble?" It is enough to make a man resign. Without knowing it, he pulled a few hairs from his mustache. He could not think clearly. "So she disappeared in the middle of the performance?" he said again. "Yes," the commissary said. "She was taken away during the prison act, at the moment when she called to the angels for help. But I doubt that an angel carried her off, and I am sure that an angel did carry her off." Everyone turned to look. A young man, pale and shaking with fear and love, spoke again. "I am sure of it." "Sure of what?" asked Mifroid, the commissary. "That Christine Daaé was taken by an angel, Monsieur le Commissaire, and I can tell you his name." "Ah, Monsieur le Vicomte de Chagny," said the commissary. "So you say that an angel took her? An angel of the opera, I suppose?" "Yes, monsieur. An angel of the opera. I will tell you where he lives, but only when we are alone." "You are right, monsieur," said Mifroid. He asked Raoul to sit. Then he asked everyone else to leave the room, except the two managers. When the room was quiet, Raoul began, "Monsieur le Commissaire, the angel is named Eric. He lives in the opera. He is the angel of music, the angel of music." "Really? That is curious. The angel of music." He turned to the managers and asked, "Gentlemen, do you have an angel of music in this opera?" Richard and Moncharmin shook their heads. They did not dare to speak. "Oh," said Raoul, "but these gentlemen know the opera ghost. I can say that the opera ghost and the angel of music are the same person. His real name is Eric M. Mifroid," stood and looked closely at Raoul. "Pardon me, monsieur. Are you making fun of the law? If not, what is all this about the opera ghost?" "I say that these gentlemen have heard of him," Raoul said. "Gentlemen, it seems you know the opera ghost?" the commissary asked. Richard stood up, holding the few hairs that were left of his poor mustache. "No, Monsieur le Commissaire, we do not know him," he said, "but we wish we did, for he robbed us of 20,000 francs this very evening." Richard gave Moncharmin a terrible look. The look seemed to say, "Give me back the 20,000 francs, or I will tell everything." Moncharmin understood. He threw up his hands and cried, "Oh, tell everything and finish it." Mifroid looked from the managers to Raoul and wondered if he had walked into a house for mad people. He passed his hand through his hair and tried to think. "A ghost," he said, "who, on the same evening, carries off an opera singer and steals 20,000 francs, is a very busy ghost indeed. If you do not mind, we will take the questions in order. First, the singer. After that, the money. Come, Monsieur de Chagny, let us try to talk seriously. You believe that Mademoiselle Christine Daaé was carried off by a man called Eric. Do you know this person? Have you seen him?" "Yes," Raoul said. "Where?" asked Mifroid. "In a churchyard," said Raoul. Monsieur Mifroid started. He looked Raoul up and down again. "Of course," he said with dry humor. That is where ghosts like to stay. And what were you doing in that churchyard? Monsieur, Raoul said, I understand that my words sound foolish. But please believe me, my mind is clear. The safety of the person I love most in the world is in danger. I want to convince you quickly, because time is short and every minute is important. But if I do not tell the strangest story from the very beginning, you will not believe me. I will tell you all I know about the opera ghost, Monsieur le Commissaire. Alas, I do not know much. Never mind, go on, cried Richard and Moncharmin. Now they were very interested. They hoped to hear something that would help them find their trickster. But their hope fell at once. Soon they had to admit that Monsieur Raoul de Chagny spoke like a man who had lost his head. He told of Perros-Guirec, and of skulls, and of a violin that played by magic. It sounded like the wild talk of a young man in love, too much in love to think straight. Monsieur Mifroid thought the same. He would have stopped the strange story if fate had not decided to stop it first. The door opened. A man came in. He wore a huge old frock coat and a tall hat that was both shiny and shabby. The hat came down to his ears. He walked to the commissary and whispered to him. He was likely a detective with important news. While they talked, Monsieur Mifroid watched Raoul's face. Then he turned to him and said, Monsieur, we have talked enough about the ghost. Now we will speak about you, if you do not mind. You planned to carry off Mademoiselle Christine Daaé tonight, did you not? Yes, Monsieur le Commissaire. After the performance? Yes, Monsieur le Commissaire. Were all your plans ready? Yes, Monsieur le Commissaire. The carriage that brought you was to take you both away. There were fresh horses ready at every stop. That is true, Monsieur le Commissaire. And yet your carriage is still waiting outside the rotunda for your orders, is it not? Yes, Monsieur le Commissaire. Did you notice that there were 3 other carriages there, besides yours? I did not notice anything. They were the carriages of Mademoiselle Sorelli, because there was no room in the Cour de l'Administration, of Carlotta, and of your brother, Monsieur le Comte de Chagny. Very likely, said Raoul. What is certain is this, said Mifroid. Your carriage is still there. Sorelli's carriage is still there. Carlotta's carriage is still there. But the carriage of your brother, Monsieur le Comte de Chagny, is gone. This is not about... Raoul began. Excuse me, said the commissary. Was your brother against your marriage with Mademoiselle Daaé? That is a family matter, said Raoul. You have answered my question, said Mifroid. He was against it. That is why you wanted to take Christine away from your brother's reach. Well, Monsieur de Chagny, I must tell you that your brother has been quicker than you. He is the one who has carried off Christine Daaé. Oh, impossible, Raoul moaned. He put a hand to his heart. Are you sure? Right after the singer disappeared, by means which we have not yet learned, your brother jumped into his carriage. It drove across Paris at great speed. Across Paris? Raoul asked in a broken voice. What do you mean by across Paris? Across Paris and out of Paris on the Brussels road, said Mifroid. Oh, cried the young man, I will catch them. He ran out of the office at once. And bring her back to us, the commissary called after him with a laugh. Ah, that plan is better than any trick of the angel of music. He turned to the people in the room and gave a little lesson about police work. I do not know if Monsieur le Comte de Chagny has really carried off Christine Daaé or not, he said, but I want to know. And I believe that no one in the world wants to find the truth more than his brother does at this moment. Now he is running to catch him. He is my best helper. This, gentlemen, is the art of the police. People think it is very hard, but it looks simple when you see that the art is to get your work done by people who are not police at all. Monsieur le Commissaire Mifroid was very pleased with himself, but he would have been less happy if he had known what happened next. The fast run of his eager helper stopped at the very first corridor. A tall figure stood in front of Raoul and blocked his way. "Where are you going so fast, Monsieur de Chagny?" asked a voice. Raoul looked up, quick and angry. He saw an astrakhan cap like the one he had noticed an hour before. He stopped. "It is you!" he cried with heat in his voice. "You know Eric's secrets, and you do not want me to speak of them. Who are you?" "You know who I am," said the man softly. "I am the Persian." Chapter 19. The Viscount and the Persian. Raoul now remembers that his brother once showed him that strange man. No one knows anything about him, except that he is a Persian and that he lives in a small old flat in the Rue de Rivoli. The man has very dark skin, eyes like green stone, and an astrakhan cap. He bends toward Raoul. "I hope, Monsieur de Chagny," he says, "that you did not tell Eric's secret." "Why should I wait to betray that monster?" Raoul answers proudly, trying to pull away. "Is he your friend?" "I hope you said nothing about Eric, sir, because Eric's secret is also Christine Daaé's secret. To speak of one is to speak of the other." "Oh, sir," says Raoul, growing impatient, "you seem to know many things I want to know, but I have no time to listen." "Once more, Monsieur de Chagny, where are you going so quickly?" "Can you not guess? To help Christine Daaé." "Then stay here, sir, for Christine Daaé is here." "With Eric?" "With Eric? How do you know?" "I was at the performance. No one but Eric could plan such an abduction." "Oh," he sighs, very deep. "I felt the monster's touch." "You know him, then?" The Persian does not reply. He only sighs again. "Sir," says Raoul, "I do not know your plans. But can you help me? I mean, can you help Christine Daaé?" "I think so, Monsieur de Chagny. That is why I spoke to you. What can you do?" "I will try to take you to her, and to him. If you can do that, sir, my life is yours. One thing more. The commissary of police says my brother, Count Philippe, carried off Christine Daaé." "Oh, Monsieur de Chagny, I do not believe a word of that." "It is not possible, is it?" "I do not know if it is possible or not. But there are many ways to carry a person away, and as far as I know, Monsieur le Comte Philippe has never used witchcraft." "Your reasons are strong, sir, and I am a fool." "Oh, let us hurry. I put myself in your hands. How can I not believe you, when you are the only one who believes me? You are the only one who does not smile when the name of Eric is said." The young man quickly takes the Persian's hands. They are like ice. "Silence," says the Persian. He stops and listens to faraway sounds in the theater. "We must not say that name here. Let us say he and him. Then we are less likely to call him." "Do you think he is near us?" "It is quite possible, sir." "If he is not now with his victim, in the house on the lake." "Ah, you know that house too?" "If he is not there, he may be here, in this wall, in this floor, in this ceiling." "Come," the Persian asks Raoul to walk softly. He leads him through passages Raoul has never seen, not even when Christine took him walking in that maze. "If only Darius has come," says the Persian. "Who is Darius?" "Darius is my servant." They come into a real empty square, a huge room with poor light from a small lamp. The Persian stops Raoul and whispers very softly, "What did you say to the commissary?" "I said the one who took Christine Daaé was the angel of music, also called the opera ghost, and that his real name was—" "Hush! And did he believe you?" "No." "He thought your words were not important?" "Yes." "He took you for a madman?" "Yes." "So much the better," sighs the Persian. They go on. After going up and down many stairs that Raoul has never seen, they stop at a door. The Persian opens it with a master key. Both men wear dress clothes. Raoul has a tall hat. The Persian wears the astrakhan cap. This breaks the rule that says men behind the scenes must wear tall hats. But in France, foreigners have special leave. The Englishman keeps his travel cap. The Persian keeps his astrakhan. "Sir," says the Persian, "your tall hat will trouble you. Leave it in the dressing room." "What dressing room?" asks Raoul. "Christine Daaé's." The Persian lets Raoul pass through the door and shows him her room across the way. They are at the end of the long passage where Raoul always came before knocking at Christine's door. "How well you know the opera, sir." "Not so well as he does," says the Persian, modestly. He pushes the young man into Christine's dressing room. It looks just as Raoul left it a few minutes before. The Persian closes the door. Then he goes to a very thin wall that stands between the dressing room and a big lumber room. He listens and then coughs loudly. They hear someone move in the lumber room. A few seconds later, a finger taps at the door. "Come in," says the Persian. A man comes in. He also wears an astrakhan cap and a long overcoat. He bows, takes a richly carved case from under his coat, puts it on the dressing table, bows again, and goes to the door. "Did anyone see you come in, Darius?" "No, master." "Let no one see you go out." The servant looks down the passage and disappears very fast. The Persian opens the case. Inside there are 2 long pistols. "When Christine Daaé was carried off, sir, I sent a message to my servant to bring me these pistols. I have had them a long time. They are sure and strong." "Do you mean to fight a duel?" asks the young man. "It will be a duel we must fight," says the Persian, checking the powder. "And what a duel!" He gives 1 pistol to Raoul and adds, "In this duel, we will be 2 against 1. But you must be ready for everything. We will fight the most terrible enemy you can imagine. But you love Christine Daaé, do you not?" "I adore her," says Raoul. "But you, sir, you do not love her. Why are you ready to risk your life for her? You must hate Eric." "No, sir," says the Persian sadly. "I do not hate him. If I hated him, he would long ago have stopped doing harm. Has he hurt you?" "I have forgiven the harm he did me." "I do not understand. You call him a monster. You speak of his crime. He has hurt you. And still I see in you the same deep pity that drove me to despair when I saw it in Christine." The Persian does not reply. He brings a stool and puts it against the wall across from the big mirror that covers the whole space. He climbs on the stool and presses his face to the wallpaper, as if he were searching. "Ah," he says at last. "I have it." He lifts his finger over his head and presses a little corner in the pattern of the paper. Then he turns and jumps down. "In half a minute," he says, "he shall be on his road." He crosses the dressing room and feels the great mirror. "No, it is not moving yet," he mutters. "Oh, are we going out by the mirror?" asks Raoul. "Like Christine Daaé." "So you knew that Christine Daaé went out by that mirror?" "She did it before my eyes, sir. I hid behind the inner curtain and I saw her vanish, not beside the glass, but in the glass." "And what did you do?" "I thought I was mad. I thought it was a bad dream, or a new joke of the ghost," the Persian says with a dry laugh. "Ah, Monsieur de Chagny," he adds, keeping his hand on the mirror, "I wish we had only a ghost to meet. Then we could leave our pistols in the box. Put down your hat, please. There. Now cover your white shirt with your coat, as I do. Pull the lapels forward. Turn up the collar. We must make ourselves as unseen as we can." He leans on the mirror. After a short silence, he says, "It takes time to free the counterbalance when you press the spring from inside this room. It is different when you are behind the wall and can touch the counterbalance directly. Then the mirror turns at once and moves very fast." "What counterbalance?" asks Raoul. "The counterweight that lifts this whole wall onto its pivot." You do not think it moves by magic, do you? Watch. First the mirror will rise a little, then it will slide a little to the left or right, then it will be on a pivot and will swing. It is not turning, says Raoul, impatient. Wait. You have time to be impatient, sir. The parts are rusty, maybe. Or the spring is weak. Or, he grows anxious. It could be something else. What? He may have cut the cord of the counterbalance and blocked the whole thing. Why would he? He does not know we are coming this way. I think he guesses it. He knows that I know the system. It is not turning. And Christine, sir? Christine? We will do all that a man can do, says the Persian coldly, but he may stop us at the first step. He rules the walls, the doors, the trapdoors. In my country, people called him by a name that means the lover of trapdoors. But why do these walls obey only him? He did not build them. Yes, sir. He did. Raoul stares at him. The Persian lifts a hand to ask for silence and points to the glass. There is a little shaking shine. Their faces look troubled, like in a pool with ripples. Then all is still again. You see, sir, it is not turning. Let us take another way. Tonight there is no other, says the Persian with a sad, heavy voice. Now look out. Be ready to fire. He raises his pistol toward the mirror. Raoul does the same. With his free arm, the Persian pulls the young man to his chest. Suddenly, the mirror turns. Lights cross and dazzle them. The mirror turns like the new revolving doors at the entrance of fine restaurants. It turns, carrying Raoul and the Persian with it. At once, it throws them from full light into the deepest dark. Chapter 20. In the Cellars of the Opera. Keep your hand up, ready to fire, the Persian said quickly. The wall behind them finished turning and closed. The two men stood still and held their breath. The Persian moved first. Raoul heard him drop to his knees and feel the floor in the dark with careful hands. A tiny dark lantern clicked on. A small red circle of light showed the place. Raoul stepped back at once, as if a hidden enemy had caught him. Then he saw that the light was the Persian's. Raoul watched every move. The red light turned slowly. Raoul saw wood everywhere. Wood floor, wood walls, wood ceiling. This must be the secret way Eric used to reach Christine's dressing room and trick her. Raoul remembered what the Persian had said. Perhaps the ghost himself had built it. Later, Raoul learned the truth. Eric had found a secret passage already there. Long ago, during the Paris Commune, jailers used it to move prisoners down to new cells in the deep cellars. The Federates took the opera after the 18th of March. They sent hot air balloons from the roof with loud papers for the towns, and they made a state prison down below. The Persian put the lantern on the floor and knelt. He seemed to work at the boards. Then he turned the light off. Raoul heard a faint click, and a pale square of light opened in the floor. It looked like a small window on the opera cellars. The cellars were still lit. Raoul could not see the Persian now, but he felt him near and heard a whisper. Follow me, and do what I do. Raoul looked down at the lighted square. He saw the Persian, still on his knees, hang by both hands from the edge, a pistol between his teeth, and slide into the cellar. Raoul trusted the Persian completely, though he knew almost nothing about him. The man's fear when he spoke of the monster felt true. And if the Persian had planned to harm Raoul, he would not have given him a pistol. Raoul had to reach Christine, whatever the cost. He knelt, held the edge with both hands, and hung. "Let go," said a voice. Raoul dropped. The Persian caught him. The Persian told him to lie flat. He shut the trap above them and crouched beside Raoul. Raoul tried to speak, but the Persian's hand covered his mouth. Then Raoul heard the voice of the commissary of police. Raoul and the Persian lay hidden behind a thin wooden wall. Near them, a short stair went up to a small room. The commissary walked there, asking questions. The faint light was just enough for Raoul to see shapes around him. He gave a low cry. 3 dead bodies lay there. One body lay on the narrow landing at the top of the little stairs. The other 2 had rolled to the bottom. Raoul could almost touch one of them through the boards. "Silence," whispered the Persian. He too had seen them. He used one word. He. The commissary's voice was clearer now. He asked about the lights. The stage manager answered. The commissary must be near the organ. In the opera, the organ was not for music. At that time, electricity was used only for a few tricks and for the bells. The huge building and the stage were lit by gas. Hydrogen was used to change the light of a scene. A special machine with many pipes did the work, so people called it the organ. Beside the prompter's box there was a small control box for the chief gas man. From there he gave orders to his helpers and checked the light. Mauclair was the chief gas man. He stayed in that box during shows. But now Mauclair was not there, nor were his assistants. "Mauclair? Mauclair?" called the stage manager. His voice echoed in the cellars. No answer. A door opened to a small stair going down to the second cellar. The commissary pushed the door. It would not open. "I can't open this door," he said. "Is it always so hard?" The stage manager threw his shoulder against it and forced it. At the same time, he pushed a human body. He cried out. He knew the body at once. "Mauclair!" Poor fellow. "He is dead!" But Monsieur Mifroid, the commissary, bent over the big man and said, "No, he is dead drunk. That is not the same. The first time, if so," said the stage manager, "then someone gave him a drug." "That is quite possible," said Mifroid. He went down a few steps. "Look." By a small red lantern at the bottom, they saw 2 more bodies. They were Mauclair's assistants. Mifroid bent to listen to their breathing. "They are sleeping deeply," he said. "A very strange matter. Someone unknown has stopped the gas man and his crew. It seems that this unknown person worked for the kidnapper. But what a funny idea, to carry off a singer from the stage itself. Call the theater doctor, please." And he said again, "Curious." Very curious. Then he turned to the small room and spoke to some people whom Raoul and the Persian could not see. "What do you say, gentlemen? You alone have said nothing. You must have some opinion." The 2 hidden men saw the surprised faces of the managers appear above the landing. They heard Moncharmin's excited voice. "Strange things are happening here, monsieur." "Things we cannot explain." The faces went away. "Thank you for that useful news," said Mifroid with a bitter laugh. The stage manager, now thinking hard, held his chin in his hand and said, "This is not the first time Mauclair slept in the house. One night I found him snoring in his little hole with his snuff-box beside him." "Long ago?" asked Monsieur Mifroid, wiping his glasses. "No, not very long. Wait, it was the night... Yes, the night when Carlotta gave her famous Coac." "Really?" "The night of Coac," said Mifroid. He put on his shining glasses and looked at the stage manager. "So Mauclair takes snuff?" he asked, careless. "Yes, monsieur." "Look, his snuff-box is on that shelf. He takes a lot." "So do I," said Mifroid. He put the snuff-box in his pocket. Raoul and the Persian, unseen, watched men carry the 3 bodies away. The commissary and the others went with them. Their steps sounded for a while on the stage above. When all was quiet, the Persian motioned to Raoul to stand. Raoul stood up. He forgot to lift his hand before his eyes, ready to fire. The Persian told him to hold that pose, whatever happened. "But it makes my arm tired," whispered Raoul. "If I must shoot, I will not aim well." "Then change the pistol to the other hand," said the Persian. I cannot shoot with my left hand. The Persian gave a strange answer. It is not to shoot right or left. You must hold one hand as if you are about to pull a trigger, with your arm bent. As for the pistol itself, put it in your pocket. He added, Understand this clearly, or I will answer for nothing. It is life or death. Now be silent and follow me. The opera cellars were huge, 5 levels deep. Raoul followed and wondered how he could live in this maze without the Persian. They went down to the 3rd cellar. A few far lights still showed the way. The lower they went, the more careful the Persian became. He kept checking that Raoul held his arm the right way. He showed the same pose himself, hand up at eye level, as if ready to fire, though his pistol was in his pocket. Suddenly, a loud voice made them stop. All the door shutters to the stage! The commissary wants you! Steps came. Shadows moved. The Persian pulled Raoul behind a big piece of scenery. Old men passed in front of them and above them. Old scene shifters, bent by years of heavy work. Some could hardly walk. Others, out of habit, went with bent backs and open hands, looking for doors to shut. They were the door shutters, poor old workers. The managers had given them light jobs out of pity. They shut the doors everywhere, above and below, all day long. People also called them draft expellers because they stopped drafts, which are very bad for voices. The 2 men might have bumped into them and been questioned. But my Freud's call kept the old men busy and away. The Persian and Raoul were glad. Some door shutters had no home and stayed at the opera, out of need or habit, and slept there at night. Soon, more shadows came down, by the same way the door shutters had gone up. Each shadow carried a small lantern and waved it high and low, as if hunting for someone. Hang it, muttered the Persian. I don't know what they seek, but they might find us. Let us go. Quick, hand up, ready to fire. Bend your arm. More, yes. Hand at eye level, like a duel. Leave the pistol in your pocket. Down the stairs, eye level, life or death. Here, this way, these steps. They reached the 5th cellar. What a duel, sir, what a duel, the Persian whispered. In the 5th cellar he breathed easier. He seemed calmer than in the 3rd. But his hand never changed. Raoul remembered the Persian's words. I know these pistols can be trusted, and wondered why a man was so glad to trust a pistol he did not plan to use. The Persian gave him no time to think. He told Raoul to wait and ran up a few steps, then returned. How foolish we are, he whispered. Those men with lanterns are the firemen on their rounds. They waited 5 more minutes. Then the Persian led Raoul up again. He stopped with a quick gesture. Something moved in the dark ahead. Flat on your stomach, he whispered. They lay on the floor, just in time. A dark shape without light slid by. It was close enough to touch them. They felt the warmth of its cloak. They could see a soft felt hat and a cloak that hid the whole body. It moved away, with feet close to the walls, and sometimes gave a kick in a corner. Who? Said the Persian. A narrow escape. That shade knows me. Twice it took me to the manager's office. Is it a theater policeman? Raoul asked. Someone far worse, said the Persian, and explained no more. It is not him? Him? If he is not behind us, we will see his yellow eyes ahead. That is our small safety tonight. But he could come softly from behind. If we drop our hands, we are dead. The Persian had hardly finished when a strange sight appeared. A whole face of fire, not just 2 yellow eyes. Yes, a head of fire came toward them at a man's height, with no body. The fiery face glowed like a human face made of flame. Oh, said the Persian between his teeth. I never saw this before. So Pampin was not mad. He saw it. What is that flame? It is not him, but perhaps he sent it. Be careful. Keep your hand at eye level. I know most of his tricks, but not this one. Let us run. It is safer. Hand at eye level." They ran along a long passage. Seconds felt like long minutes. They stopped. "He does not often come this way," the Persian said softly. "This side has nothing to do with him. It does not lead to the lake or to the house on the lake. But perhaps he knows we are close, though I promise to leave him alone and never meddle again." He turned his head. Raoul did the same. The head of fire was behind them again. It had followed and was closer now. At the same time, they heard a strange sound. It moved with the fiery face. It sounded like thousands of nails scraping a blackboard, like a small stone in chalk, that awful noise that makes one tremble. They kept moving back, but the fiery face came on, faster and closer. Now they could see its features: round, staring eyes, a nose a little bent, a large mouth with a hanging lower lip. It looked like the red moon, with eyes, nose, and lip. How did this red moon float at a man's height with no body? How did it go so fast in a straight line with those staring eyes? What was the scratching, grating noise it carried? The two men could not go farther. They flattened against the wall. They feared the fiery head, and also the sound growing louder. It was a living, crawling, many small sounds noise under the glowing face. The face came near with its noise. It came level with them. Their hair stood on end. Now they knew the meaning of the thousand small sounds. They were a rush of little bodies, pushed together in the dark like waves, faster than sea waves at high tide, little night waves under the moon, under that fiery moon head. The waves passed between the men's legs and climbed their legs. Raoul and the Persian cried out in horror and pain. They could not keep their hands up any longer. Their hands dropped to push the waves away. The waves were full of legs and nails and claws and teeth. They were rats, a sea of rats. Raoul and the Persian almost fainted, like Pampin the fireman had once done. But the fiery head turned at their cries and spoke. "Don't move! Don't move! Do not follow me! I am the rat catcher. Let me pass with my rats." The head of fire vanished. The passage ahead lit up. The rat catcher had turned his lantern forward. Before, he had shone it on his own face so as not to scare the rats in front of him. Now he lit the way to speed them along. He jumped forward with the scratching waves at his heels, 1,000 tiny sounds. Raoul and the Persian breathed again, still shaking. "I should have remembered," said the Persian. "Eric told me of the rat catcher, but he never said he looked like that. Strange that I never met him before. Of course, Eric never comes to this side." "Are we far from the lake?" asked Raoul. "When shall we reach it?" "Take me to the lake. When we are there, we will call. Christine will hear. He will hear too, and you know him. We will talk to him." "Child," said the Persian, "we will never enter the house on the lake by the lake. I have never stepped on the far bank, the bank of the house. One must cross the water first, and it is guarded. I fear that more than one old worker, old scene shifters, old door shutters, disappeared because they tried to cross. It is terrible. I almost died there myself, if the monster had not known me in time. One advice, sir, never go near the lake. And above all, shut your ears if you hear a voice sing under the water. It is the siren's voice." "Then why are we here?" cried Raoul, hot with fever and anger. "If you can do nothing for Christine, at least let me die for her." The Persian tried to calm him. "There is one way to save Christine. Enter the house without the monster seeing us." "Is there hope?" asked Raoul. "If I did not have hope, I would not have come for you." "How can we enter the house on the lake without crossing the water?" "From the third cellar, from which we were driven. "We will go back. I will tell you the exact place," said the Persian, his voice suddenly sharp. "It is between a big set piece and an old scene from Roi de Lahore, at the very spot where Joseph Bouquet died. Come, be brave and follow me, and keep your hand at eye level. But where are we now?" He lit the lamp and threw its light along 2 huge crossing halls. "We must be near the waterworks," he said. "I see no fire from the furnaces." He led the way, stopping suddenly whenever he feared to meet a waterman. They hid from the glow of an underground forge. Men were putting the fire out. Raoul recognized those demons Christine had seen during her first capture. So they reached the giant cellars under the stage. They were very deep now, at the bottom of the tub, deeper than the land under Paris, which lies 50 feet below the water, and yet here there was still water below. When the opera was built, the men had to pump out a lake, and still another lake stayed. The Persian touched a thick wall. "If I am right, this wall may belong to the house on the lake." He struck the partition of the tub. The bottom and walls of the tub had been built like a double case. This kept the water away from the real walls that held the stage machines. First a strong outer wall, then a brick wall, then a heavy layer of cement, then another wall several yards thick. The Persian's touch suggested that Eric's secret house was in that double case. At his words, Raoul put his ear to the wall and listened, eager. He heard nothing, only far steps on floors above. The Persian darkened the lantern. "Look out," he said. "Keep your hand up." Silence. "We will try another way." He led Raoul back to the small stair they had used. They went up slowly, stopping at each step, listening in the quiet until the 3rd cellar. There the Persian signaled Raoul to kneel. Crawling on both knees and one hand, the other hand still held high, they reached the far wall. A large old scene from Roi de Lahore leaned there. Close by stood a set piece. There was just space between them for one body, where once a body had hung, the body of Joseph Bouquet. Kneeling, the Persian stopped and listened. He looked at Raoul. He looked up toward the 2nd cellar. A faint light came down through a crack between 2 boards. That pale light seemed to worry him. At last he lifted his head, chose, and acted. He slid between the set piece and the old scene. Raoul followed at once. The Persian felt the wall with his free hand. He pressed hard, just as he had in Christine's room. A stone moved. A hole opened. The Persian took out his pistol now and nodded to Raoul to do the same. He cocked it. Then, still kneeling, he wriggled through the hole. Raoul wished to go first, but had to follow. The hole was narrow. The Persian stopped almost at once. Raoul heard him feel the stones. The Persian lit his lantern again, bent forward, looked below, and at once put the light out. "We must drop a few yards without a sound," he whispered. "Take off your boots." He gave his own shoes to Raoul. "Leave them outside the wall. We will find them when we come back." He crawled a little farther, turned around and said, "I will hang by my hands from the edge and drop into his house. Do the same. Do not fear. I will catch you." A dull thump. The Persian had fallen. Raoul dropped and felt strong arms catch him. "Hush," said the Persian. They stood still and listened. Deep dark was around them. Heavy silence pressed on them. The Persian lit the lantern again, sending its thin red circle up the wall in search of the hole. He could not find it. "Oh," he said, "the stone closed by itself." The light slid down the wall and over the floor. The Persian bent and picked up a cord. He looked at it and threw it away with horror. "The Punjab lasso," he muttered. "What is that?" Raoul asked. The Persian shivered. It may be the rope that hanged the man, the rope no one could find. Fresh fear took him. He moved the red light over the walls. The circle lit something strange, the trunk of a tree, with leaves, as if alive. Its branches climbed the walls and vanished in the ceiling. The circle was small, so they saw only a branch, a leaf, another leaf, and then nothing, only a reflection of light. Raoul put his hand on the nothing, on the reflection. "Hello," he said. "The wall is a mirror." "Yes, a mirror," said the Persian, deeply moved. He wiped his damp forehead with the hand that held the pistol. "We have fallen into the torture room." Chapter 21. Interesting and instructive. Vicissitudes of a Persian inn. It was the first time I went into the house on the lake. Many times I begged Eric to open its doors to me. In my country we called him the trapdoor lover. He always said no. I watched him again and again after he began to live under the opera. I tried to see how he used the door in the lake wall. The dark was always too thick. One day I thought I was alone. I stepped into the boat. I rowed to the place where I had seen Eric go through the wall. Then I met the siren who guards the way. Her charm almost killed me. As soon as I left the bank, the quiet over the water broke. A soft, whispering song moved all around me. It was like half breath and half music. It rose from the lake. It followed my little boat. It was so soft that it did not frighten me. I wanted to find the sweet voice. I leaned out over the water. I was sure the song came from the lake itself. By then I was alone in the middle. The voice was at my side. I leaned out more and more. The lake was calm. A thin moonbeam came down through the air hole in the Rue Scribe. It showed me nothing on the smooth black water. I shook my ears, thinking I heard a hum. But it was not in my ears. It was real. It was the singing breath that followed and pulled me. If I loved old stories, I would say a siren wanted to fool me. But in my country we know many strange tricks. I knew it must be one more trick by Eric. It was so perfect that I forgot to look for the secret. I only wanted to enjoy the charm. I leaned until the boat almost turned over. Suddenly, two huge arms rose from the water. They seized my neck and dragged me down. I would have died if I had not cried out at once. Eric knew my voice. It was he. He had meant to drown me, I am sure. But he swam with me and laid me gently on the bank. "How careless you are," he said, all wet. "Why try to enter my house? I never asked you. I want nobody there. Did you save my life only to make it hard? Remember, Eric may forget even a great service, and nothing can stop Eric, not even Eric." He spoke, but I wanted to know the trick of the siren. He showed me, because sometimes he is like a vain child. He loves to astonish people and then explain his clever mind. He laughed and showed me a long reed. "It is a silly trick," he said, "but it lets me breathe and sing in the water. I learned it from pirates in Tonkin. They can hide for hours in a river." I spoke to him in a hard voice. "Your trick nearly killed me. It may have killed others. You promised me. No more murders." "Have I really murdered anyone?" he asked in his sweet tone. "Wretched man," I cried, "do you forget the rosy hours of Mazenderan?" "Yes," he said, now sad. "I like to forget." Still, I made the little sultana laugh. "All that is past," I said. "Now you are responsible to me for the present. Without me, there would be no present for you. I saved your life. I used the moment to ask what I had kept in my heart. Eric, swear that—" "What?" he said. "I never keep oaths." "Oaths are nets for fools." "Then tell me one thing." "The chandelier?" "What about it?" "You know." He sniggered. "I don't mind." It was not I. The chandelier was old and worn. When he laughed, he was more terrible than ever. He jumped into the boat, laughing low and horrible. Very old, my dear Daroga. It fell by itself. Now go dry yourself or you will catch a cold. And never get into my boat. Do not try to enter my house. I am not always there, Daroga. I would be sorry to write my requiem mass for you." He swung like a monkey, pushed off, and vanished into the dark. From that day, I stopped trying to enter by the lake. That door was too well guarded, and he knew I knew it. But I was sure there was another way. I had seen Eric vanish from the third cellar many times. I could not guess how. From the day I found Eric living in the opera, I feared his dark ideas. I feared them for others more than for myself. When some accident came, I thought, I would not be surprised if that was Eric, while others said, smiling, "It is the ghost." If they had known the ghost had a body, they would not have smiled. Eric told me, very solemn and proud, that he had changed. He said he was good now, because he was loved for himself. The words puzzled me at first, but I still shook when I thought of him. His face was so ugly that he felt outside mankind. Then he forgot he owed anything to mankind. The way he spoke of love made me afraid. I feared new and worse tragedies. Soon I learned the strange bond between the monster and Christine Daaé. I hid in the lumber room next to her dressing room. I listened to wonderful music. It carried Christine into sweet dreams. Yet I never thought that such a voice, loud like thunder or soft like angels, could make her forget his face. I understood when I learned she had not seen him. I went to her room. I remembered his old lessons. I found the secret of the mirror wall that swings. I found the hollow bricks and other tricks that brought his voice to her ear as if he were at her side. By this same search I found the way to the well and the commune dungeon and the trap door to the deep cellars. Days later, I saw with my own eyes that Eric and Christine met. I caught the monster bending over the little well on the secret road, sprinkling her head. She had fainted. A white horse from the opera, the prophet, stood by them. I showed myself. His yellow eyes flashed. He struck my head before I could speak. I fell. When I woke, Eric, Christine, and the white horse were gone. I felt sure the poor girl was now a prisoner in the house on the lake. I went back to the bank, though it was dangerous. For 24 hours, I waited. He must go out for food sometime. When he went out in the streets, he wore a pasteboard nose with a mustache. It covered the whole of his real nose. It did not lose all the corpse look, but it made him almost bearable to see. I waited on the bank. I grew tired. I thought he had used the other door in the third cellar. Then I heard a soft splash. 2 yellow lights shone like candles. The boat touched. Eric jumped out and came to me. "You have been here for 24 hours, he said. "You annoy me. This will end badly. It will be your fault. I have been patient. You think you follow me, big fool? I follow you. I know all you know about me here. I spared you yesterday on my road. Do not go there again. You do not take a hint." He puffed and blew like a great sea animal. Then he spoke his hard thought. "You must learn to take a hint. Twice the shade in the felt hat has seized you. He took you to the managers. They thought you were a strange Persian who liked stage machines. I was there. I am everywhere. With your careless ways, they will wonder what you want. They will learn you are after Eric. Then they will be after Eric too. They will find the house on the lake. If they do, it will be bad for you, old chap. I will not answer for what comes. If Eric's secrets are not Eric's, many people will suffer. That is all. If you are not a great fool, it is enough." He sat on the stern, kicked his heels, and waited for my answer. "It is not Eric I seek," I said. "Who then?" "You know. Christine Daaé." "I have every right to see her in my own house," he said. "I am loved for myself." "That is not true. I said. You carried her off. You keep her locked up? Listen, he said. Will you promise not to meddle again if I prove she loves me for myself? Yes, I said at once. I was sure he could not prove it. Good. It is simple. Christine shall leave when she wishes and come back again. She will come back because she wants to. She will come back because she loves me for myself. I doubt she will come back, I said, but it is your duty to let her go. My duty? It is my wish, he said. She will come back. We will marry. At the Madeleine. Do you believe me? My wedding mass is written. Wait for the Kyrie. He beat time with his heels and sang, Kyrie, Kyrie, Kyrie Ellison. Wait till you hear, I will believe if I see her go out and return of her own will, I said. And you will not meddle? No. Then watch tonight. Come to the masked ball. Christine and I will look around, then hide in the lumber room. You will see her go to her dressing room and then return by the secret road, happy to come back. Now go. I must shop. To my great surprise, things happened as he said. Christine left the house and returned more than once, and no one seemed to force her. It was hard to drive Eric from my mind. I decided to be very careful. I did not go to the lake bank or the secret road. But the idea of the third cellar door did not leave me. I waited for hours behind a scene from The King of Lahore. At last I was paid. I saw the monster come on his knees. He could not see me. He passed between the scene and a set piece. He pressed a spring on the wall. A stone moved. He went in. The stone closed. I waited half an hour. Then I pressed the spring. All was the same. But I did not go through, for I knew he was inside. I also thought of Joseph Bouquet, who died by a rope. I did not want to risk such a great find. It could help many people, as Eric himself had said. I went away after I put the stone back. I kept a close watch on Eric and Christine, not out of sick curiosity, but because I feared what he would do if he learned he was not loved for himself. I walked about the opera, careful and quiet. Soon I knew the truth. He filled her mind with fear and with music, but her heart belonged to the young Viscount, Raoul de Chagny. They played like a shy couple on the top floors to avoid the monster. They did not know someone watched over them. I was ready to do anything, even to kill the monster and explain later to the police. But Eric did not show himself. That did not make me easy. Here was my plan. I thought Eric would leave his house in anger and jealousy. Then I could go in by the third cellar without danger. I needed to know what was inside for the sake of all. One day I grew tired of waiting. I moved the stone. I heard amazing music. He worked at his Don Juan triumphant. Every door in his house was open. This was his life work. I kept still in my dark hole. He stopped and walked like a madman. He said in a loud voice, "It must be finished first." Quite finished. This did not calm me. When the music began again, I closed the stone. On the night Christine was taken in the prison act, I came late. I feared bad news. That morning I read about her coming marriage with the Viscount. I almost told the police about Eric. Then I thought, no, it would bring a worse end. I went to the opera. I was surprised to see it still standing. I am a bit of a fatalist, like many in the East. I went in, ready for anything. When she vanished on the stage, all were shocked. I was not. I was sure Eric, the Prince of Conjurers, did it. I thought it might be the end for Christine and perhaps for all. I wished to tell everyone to flee. They would call me mad, so I held my tongue. But I said to myself, act now. Eric must think only of his captive. This was the moment to enter by the third cellar. I chose to take the poor young Viscount with me. He trusted me at once, and that touched me. I sent my servant for my pistols. I gave one to the Viscount and told him to be ready. Eric might be behind the wall. We would go by the secret road and the trap door. The Viscount asked if we would fight a duel. Yes, I said. And what a duel! There was no time to explain. He is brave, but he knew almost nothing about his enemy, and that was just as well. I feared he was already near, preparing the Punjab lasso. No one throws it better than he. He is king of stranglers and prince of conjurers. In the rosy hours in Mazandaran, he made the little sultana laugh. She would ask for a thrill. Then he played with the lasso he had learned in India. They would lock him in a yard. They brought a warrior with a pike and a sword. Eric had only the lasso. Just when the warrior raised his arm, the lasso sang. With a turn, the noose gripped the neck. He dragged the man before the sultana, who clapped. She learned it too and killed some of her women and friends. I will say no more of that dark time. I speak of it only to show why, when I came with the Viscount to the cellars, I had to guard him from the rope. A pistol was no use. Eric would not show himself, but he could strangle us. I had no time to explain. I told the Viscount, "Keep your hand at the level of your eyes, with your arm bent, as if you wait for the word to fire. Then even the best strangler cannot catch your neck. The rope will catch your arm or hand. You can pull it off." We avoided the commissary, the door shutters, and the firemen. We met the rat catcher and passed the man in the felt hat unseen. We reached the third cellar, between the set piece and the scene from the King of Lahore. I moved the stone. We jumped into the house which Eric had built inside the double walls of the opera. It was easy for him, for he worked on the building under the architect Garnier. When the war and the siege and the commune stopped the works, he kept working in secret. I knew Eric too well to feel safe. I knew what he did to a palace in Mazandaran. It had been an honest house. He turned it into a devil house. Every word you spoke was heard and echoed. His trapdoors caused endless tragedies. His inventions were strange and terrible. The worst was the torture room. No one went there except men marked for death, unless the little sultana played her cruel games. When they had had enough, they could take the lasso left at the foot of an iron tree and end it. So, my fear was great when I saw the room where the Viscount and I dropped. It was a copy of that old torture room. At our feet, I found the Punjab lasso I feared all evening. I was sure this rope had been used on Joseph Bouquet. He must have caught Eric at the stone one night and tried it himself. He fell into the torture room and left it hanged. I can picture Eric dragging the body to the scene from the King of Lahore and hanging it there to scare all the opera and guard his home. Later, he went back for the lasso, which is made of catgut. It might make a judge ask questions. That is why the rope was gone. And now I found the rope at our feet in the torture room. I am no coward, but cold sweat covered me. I moved the small red light of my lantern over the walls. The Viscount saw my fear. "What is it?" he asked. I shook my head hard to make him silent. Chapter 22. In the torture chamber. We were in a small room. The room had 6 sides, and each side had a big mirror. We could see where the mirrors came together in the corners. I saw an iron tree in one corner. It had a metal branch for people who were hanged. I held my friend's arm. He wanted to help the woman he loved, Christine. I was afraid he would shout. Then we heard a noise. It was like a door opening and closing. Then we heard a sad sound. I held my friend's arm tighter. Then we heard a voice. It said, "You must choose." The wedding song or the funeral song. It was the monster's voice. There was another sad sound. Then it was quiet for a long time. I thought the monster did not know we were there. If he did, he would not have made a sound. He would have closed a small window. Through the window he could watch people. I was sure he would have started to hurt us if he knew we were there. We had to be quiet. I was very afraid my friend would shout. He wanted to run to Christine. We could still hear her sad sounds. The monster's voice came again. He said, "The funeral song is not happy, but the wedding song is beautiful. You must decide. I cannot live like this, like a mole. My music is finished. I want to live like a normal person. I want to have a wife and go out on Sundays. I have a mask that makes me look normal. People will not look at me. You will be the happiest woman. We will sing until we are very happy. You are crying. You are afraid of me. But I am not bad. Love me and you will see. I only wanted to be loved. If you loved me, I would be very gentle." The sad sounds started again. They were louder now. They were full of sadness. My friend and I knew the sounds were from Eric, the monster. Christine was quiet. She seemed to be frozen with fear. The monster was on his knees. 3 times Eric cried, "You do not love me. You do not love me. You do not love me." Then he spoke more gently. "Why are you crying? You know it hurts me to see you cry." It was quiet. Each time it was quiet, we hoped. We thought, maybe he left Christine. We wanted to tell Christine we were there, but we could not leave the room. Christine had to open the door for us. We did not know where the door was. Suddenly a bell rang. The monster's voice was loud. "Someone is ringing. Come in, please." He made a bad laugh. "Who is bothering me now?" "Wait here. I will go tell the siren to open the door." He walked away. A door closed. I did not have time to think. I only knew one thing. Christine was alone. My friend called to her. "Christine! Christine!" We could hear Christine, so she could hear us, but he had to call her name many times. Finally, we heard a quiet voice. "I am dreaming," she said. "Christine, Christine, it is me, Raoul." It was quiet. "Answer me, Christine. Please, if you are alone, answer me." Then Christine said Raoul's name very quietly. "Yes, yes, it is me. It is not a dream. Christine, trust me. We are here to save you. But be careful. When you hear the monster, tell us." Christine was afraid. She was afraid Eric would find us. She quickly told us that Eric was crazy with love. He said he would kill everyone and himself if she did not marry him. He gave her until 11 o'clock the next night to think. She had to choose between the wedding song and the funeral song. Eric said something Christine did not understand. "Yes or no? If you say no, everyone will be dead and buried." But I understood. It was what I was afraid of. I asked, "Can you tell us where Eric is?" She said he must have left the house. "Can you be sure?" "No. I am tied up. I cannot move." When we heard this, we were very angry. Our safety depended on her being able to move. Christine asked, "Where are you?" She said there were only 2 doors in her room. One door was for Eric. The other door he told her not to open. He said it was the most dangerous door. The door to the torture room. "Christine, that is where we are." "You are in the torture room?" "Yes, but we cannot see the door." "Oh, if only I could get to it. I would knock on the door. Then you would know where it is." I asked, "Does it have a lock?" "Yes, it has a lock." I said, "Miss, you must open that door for us." "But how?" she asked, crying. We heard her trying to free herself. "I know where the key is," she said. She sounded tired. "But I am tied so tight. Oh, he is so bad." She cried. I asked, "Where is the key?" I told my friend to be quiet. We had no time to lose. "In the next room, near the organ," with another small key. He also told me not to touch it. They are in a small leather bag. He calls it the bag of life and death. "Raoul, Raoul, go away. Everything here is scary. Eric will soon be crazy, and you are in the torture room. Go back the way you came. There must be a reason the room has that name." My friend said, Christine, we will leave together or we will die together. I said quietly, we must stay calm. Why did he tie you up, miss? You cannot escape from his house, and he knows it. I tried to kill myself. He went out last night. He said he was going to his banker. When he came back, he found me with blood on my face. I hit my head on the walls to try to die. Christine, my friend said, and started to cry. Then he tied me up. I am not allowed to die until 11 o'clock tomorrow night. I said, Miss, the monster tied you, and he will untie you. You just need to act. Remember that he loves you. We heard her say, oh no. How could I forget it? Remember it and smile at him. Ask him. Tell him your ties hurt you. But Christine said, be quiet. I hear something by the lake. It is him. Go away. Go away. Go away. I said as loud as I could. We cannot leave even if we want to. We cannot leave here. And we are in the torture room. Be quiet, Christine whispered again. Heavy footsteps came from behind the wall. They stopped. The floor made a sound. Then came a big sigh. After that, Christine gave a cry of fear. We heard Eric's voice. I am sorry you have to see my face like this. I am a mess, am I not? It is the other person's fault. Why did he ring? Do I ask people for the time? He will never ask anyone for the time again. It is the siren's fault. Another big sigh came from deep inside him. Why did you cry, Christine? Because I am in pain, Eric. I thought I scared you. Eric, please untie me. Am I not your prisoner? You will try to kill yourself again. You gave me until tomorrow at 11 o'clock, Eric. The footsteps moved again. Anyway, since we will die together, and I want to die too. Yes, I have had enough of this life, you know. Wait, do not move. I will free you. You only have one word to say, no, and it will all be over for everyone. You are right, you are right. Why wait until tomorrow at 11 o'clock? It would have been grander. But that is a small thing. We should only think about ourselves in this life, about our own deaths. The rest does not matter. You are looking at me because I am all wet? Oh, my dear, it is raining very hard outside. Besides that, Christine, I think I see things. You know, the man who rang the siren's door just now. Go look if he is ringing at the bottom of the lake. Well, he was a little like... There, turn around. Are you happy? You are free now. Oh, my poor Christine. Look at your wrists. Tell me, did I hurt them? That alone deserves death. Talking of death, I must sing his funeral song. Hearing these terrible words, I had a bad feeling. I also had once rung at the monster's door, and without knowing it, must have made some alarm go off. And I remembered the two arms that came out of the dark water. What poor person had come to that place this time? Who was the other person, the one whose funeral song we now heard? Eric sang like a god. He sang a song of anger that sounded like a storm. The world seemed to be raging around us. Suddenly, the music and the voice stopped. My friend jumped back in a state of shock, and the voice, changed and different, spoke with a metallic sound. What did you do with my bag? Chapter 23. The tortures begin. The angry voice comes again. What have you done with my bag? So you asked me to free you only to take my bag? We hear quick steps. Christine runs to the Louis-Philippe room, as if she wants to hide on the other side of our wall. Why do you run? The furious voice asks. Give me my bag. Don't you know it is the bag of life and death? Listen to me, Eric. The girl sighs. Since we will live together, what does it matter to you? You know there are only 2 keys in it, the monster says. What do you want to do? I want to look at the room I have never seen, she says. trying to sound light. You always hide it from me. It is a woman's curiosity, but the trick is too simple. I don't like curious women, he answers. Remember, Bluebeard. Be careful. Give me the bag. Leave the key alone, you little spy. He chuckles, and Christine cries out in pain. Eric has taken back the bag. The Vicomte cannot stop himself. He lets out a low cry of rage. What was that? Asks the monster. Did you hear, Christine? No, she says. I heard nothing. I thought I heard a cry. A cry? Are you going mad, Eric? Who would cry out here? I cried because you hurt me. I heard nothing. I don't like your voice, he says. You are shaking. You are excited. You lie. That was a cry. Someone is in the torture room. Now I understand. There is no one there, Eric. I understand. No one. The man you want to marry, perhaps? I don't want to marry anyone. You know that he laughs again, low and nasty. We do not need to open the door to know. Do you want to see? If there is someone, the little window will shine up near the ceiling. We need only pull the black curtain and put out the light in here. There, like that. No light. You are not afraid of the dark when you are with your little husband. Christine's voice shakes. No, I am afraid. I don't want to look. I don't care about that room now. You always scare me with your torture room. I became curious, but I don't want it now. Not at all. Then it starts by itself. Light floods our side of the wall. The Vicomte is so shocked he stumbles. The angry voice roars, I told you! Do you see the window now? The lighted window up there? The man behind the wall cannot see it, but you can go up the folding steps. That is why they are there. You have asked me before, and now you know. They are for looking into the torture room, you curious girl. What tortures? Who is in pain? Eric, say you lie. Say you only try to frighten me. If you love me, say it. There are no tortures, are there? Go and look through the little window, dear. I do not know if the Vicomte hears her weak voice. He is staring at the bright sight in front of us. I have seen it many times in the rosy hours of Mazenderan, through that same window, so I listen to the next room, trying to learn what to do. Go and peep through the little window. Tell me what he looks like. We hear the steps on the folding ladder, sliding against the wall. Up you go. No, I will go up, dear. Oh, very well, I will go, she says. Let me. My darling, how sweet you are, he says. So kind to save my old legs. Tell me what he looks like. Then we hear her voice above us. There is no one there, dear. No one? Are you sure? Of course. No one. Well then, all is well. What is it, Christine? Do not faint, since there is no one. Come down. Be calm, since there is no one. But tell me, how do you like the landscape? Oh, very much. There, that is better. You feel better now. No trouble. And what a funny house this is, yes? A house with landscapes inside it. Yes, it is like the wax museum. But Eric, there are no tortures in there. You gave me a fright. Why would there be, since there is no one? Did you design that room? It is very fine. You are a great artist, Eric. Yes, he says. A great artist in my own way. But why do you call it the torture room? It is simple. First, what did you see? I saw a forest. And what is in a forest? Trees. And what is in a tree? Birds. Did you see birds? No, she says. What did you see then? Think. You saw branches. And what are branches? The hard voice cuts the air. There is a gibbet. That is why I call my wood the torture room. You see, it is a joke. I do not speak like other men, but I am tired of it. Tired of a forest and a torture room in my house. Tired of living like a trick man in a house with a false bottom. I want a nice flat, quiet, with simple doors and windows and a wife like other people. a wife to love and take out on Sundays, and keep happy in the week. Here, shall I show you card tricks? They will help us pass the time until 11 tomorrow night. My little Christine, are you listening? Tell me you love me. No, you do not love me, but never mind, you will. Once you could not look at my mask because you knew what was behind. Now you look and forget what is behind. One can get used to anything. Many young people who did not love before the wedding have adored after. Oh, I do not know what I am saying. But you would have fun with me. I am the greatest ventriloquist in the world. The first in the world. You laugh. You do not believe me? Listen. He only wants to turn her eyes away from the torture room, but it is foolish. Christine thinks only of us. Softly, again and again, she begs, "Put out the light in the little window." Eric, please, put it out. She knows that sudden light means danger. She sees us alive in the bright glow and feels a little calm, but she would feel safer if the light went away. He begins his tricks. Look, I lift my mask a little. Only a little. Do you see my lips? They do not move. My mouth is closed, such a mouth as I have, and yet you hear my voice. Where do you want it? In your left ear? Your right ear? In the table? In the ebony boxes on the mantel? Listen, dear. Now it is in the little box on the right. What does it say? Shall I turn the scorpion? Now, crack. In the little box on the left. Shall I turn the grasshopper? Now, crack. In the leather bag. I am the little bag of life and death. Now, crack. In Carlotta's throat. In her golden crystal throat. What does it say? It's I, Mr. Toad. It's I singing. I feel without alarm. Coac. With its melody enwinds me. Coac. Now, crack. On a chair in the ghost's box. Madame Carlotta sings tonight to bring the chandelier down. And now, crack. Listen, where is Eric's voice now? It is behind the door of the torture room. Listen, it is myself in the torture room. And what do I say? Woe to those who have a nose, a real nose, and come to look in the torture room. Aha, aha, aha. His voice is terrible. It is everywhere at once. It goes through the window, through the walls. It runs around us and between us. He speaks to us. We move, ready to rush at him. But his voice is already back behind the wall. Soon we hear nothing more, for this is what happens. Eric, Christine says, you tire me with your voice. Stop. Isn't it very hot here? Oh yes, he answers. The heat is terrible. What is this? The wall is hot. It burns. I will tell you, dear, he says. It is because of the forest next door. What has a forest to do with it? Did you not see? It is an African forest. He laughs, loud and ugly, so loud we cannot hear Christine's soft pleas. The Vicomte cries out and hits the walls like a madman. I cannot stop him. But we hear nothing else. Only the monsters laugh. He himself hears nothing else. Then we hear a body fall on the floor and drag along. A door slams, and then nothing. Nothing at all around us except the heavy, burning silence of the south, in the heart of a hot, deadly forest. Chapter 24. Barrels! Barrels! Any barrels to sell? The room is a hexagon. All 6 sides are mirrors from top to bottom. I have seen rooms like this later at fairs, but Eric made the first one. I saw him build it long ago in Mazandaran. At first it was only a game. Put a column in one corner, and you see 1,000 columns. The mirrors copy the room again and again. But the little Sultana got bored. Then Eric changed the game into pain. He put an iron tree in the corner. Its leaves were painted. It looked real, but it was iron, so a prisoner could not break it. In each corner a drum could turn. Each drum had 3 faces. When a drum turned, a new scene came at once. So the same room became a forest or a desert or something else in a second. The walls give no help. There is nothing to hold. There is no furniture. The ceiling can shine with light. The room can also grow hot by a wire and coil. Later, other people copied this heating, but the idea was Eric's. With mirrors, light, heat, and a few painted branches, you feel you stand in a hot forest under a burning sun. I tell all this so you do not think I am mad or lying. It is only a clever trick. Now I return to what happened. When the ceiling lit, the forest came around us. The Viscount stared and shook. He rubbed his head and blinked as if it were a dream. For a moment, he forgot to listen. I was not surprised. I knew this forest. So I listened for both of us to the sounds next door. I also looked at the mirrors. Some were marked and starred. This told me the room had been used before. Some poor man, with shoes, not bare like the old victims in Mazenderan, had kicked the glass in wild anger. The mirrors still showed his pain. The iron branch for hanging was placed so he would see 1,000 men die with him before the end. Yes, Joseph Bouquet had been here. Must we die like him? I did not think so. We still had hours left. I knew many of Eric's tricks. I must use my knowledge now. First, I forgot the high passage by which we fell. We dropped too far. There was nothing to climb on. Not even the iron branch helped. Not even our shoulders. There was only one exit. The door to the Louis-Philippe room where Eric and Christine were. But on our side, this door was hidden. We could not see it. We must open a door we could not see. I heard Eric drag Christine away, so she could not stop our torture. Then I began at once. But first I had to calm the Viscount. He walked like a madman. He cried and waved his pistol. He hit his head on the glass while trying to run into the trees. The spell was working. The heat grew. Sweat ran down his face. I made him touch the mirrors, the iron trunk, the branches. I told him simple facts about light and glass. Say this to yourself, I said. We are in a small room. We will leave it when we find the door. I begged him to be quiet and let me work. Give me 1 hour, I said. I will find the spring. He lay on the floor like a man resting in a wood. He said, I will wait until you find the door of this forest. The view is splendid. The room already fooled him. I turned to a glass panel and felt every inch with my fingers. Eric likes hidden springs. The weak point can be as small as a pea. Press it and a wall will turn on a pivot. Eric is my height, so I felt no higher than my reach. I hurried, for the heat was strong and we were roasting. Half an hour passed. I had tried 3 panels. The Viscount groaned. I cannot breathe. The heat jumps from every mirror. Will you find the spring soon? If not, we will be cooked. His words were good in one way. He did not talk about the forest. I hoped his reason would last. But then he added, Christine has time until 11 tomorrow night. If we cannot go to her, we will be dead first. Eric's mass can be for all of us. He sucked a mouthful of hot air and almost fainted. I gave him a few quiet words and turned back. I made a mistake. I had moved my feet while speaking. In that maze, I lost my panel and had to begin again from the start. The fever took me too. I found nothing. The next room was silent. We were lost in this false wood. No path, no guide, no compass. I knew what would happen if no one came and if I could not find the spring. But I kept touching and touching. Beautiful branches stood before me or spread above my head, but they gave no shade. Of course, the sun stood straight above. It was an African forest. We took off our coats, then put them on again. With them we were hot. Without them we were also hot. I still fought the spell. The Viscount did not. He said he had walked 3 days and nights in this wood, seeking Christine. He saw her shape again and again, behind a trunk, between leaves, and he called to her with such love that I cried. Then he cried, "Water! I am so thirsty!" I was thirsty too. My throat burned. Still I went on my knees, looking for the spring of the hidden door. Night came quickly, like in the tropics. Sudden, almost no dusk. Night in such a wood is dangerous, especially without fire. I tried to break a branch to light it with my lantern, but my hands hit glass. I remembered in time that the branches were only pictures. The heat did not fall with the light. Under the blue moon, it felt even hotter. I told the Viscount to keep his pistol ready and stay near. I searched. Suddenly a lion roared close to us. "He is near," the Viscount whispered. "Do you see him?" "There, in the thicket. If he roars again, I will fire." He roared again, louder. The Viscount fired. He did not kill a lion. He broke a mirror. I saw the crack at dawn. We must have walked far at night, for we now stood on the edge of a desert. Sand, stones, rocks. It was no use to leave the wood for this. I fell beside the Viscount. I had searched enough. I said I was surprised we had met no other beasts. The leopard, the tsetse fly. They are easy to make. I told him how Eric made a lion's voice, a long drum with an ass's skin, a catgut string rubbed with a resin glove. Rub it slow or fast and you get lion, leopard, even the buzz of a fly. If Eric was next door, making these sounds, he knew who we were. We could not surprise him, so I chose to speak. "Eric! Eric!" I shouted over the desert. No answer, only silence and the wide bare waste. What would become of us? We were dying of heat, hunger, and thirst, mostly thirst. Then the Viscount raised himself and pointed. "An oasis!" Far off we saw water, clear and still, and the iron trees reflected in it. It was the mirage scene, the worst of the three. No one could fight it. I bit my tongue not to hope. If a man hopes for water, and then hits the mirror when he reaches it, there is one end only. He hangs himself on the iron branch. "It is a mirage," I cried. "Do not believe the water." It is another trick. He told me to be quiet with my tricks and springs and doors. He said the water was real, the desert real, the forest real. He had traveled, he knew. He crawled, saying, "Water, water," his mouth open as if to drink. My mouth was open too. We did not only see water, we heard it. Soft ripples. Do you know that sound? You hear it with your tongue. You put your tongue out to listen better. We also heard rain, and it did not rain. I knew this trick too. A long narrow box filled with little stones, inside many small shelves. The stones fall and bounce, and you hear a shower pass. We reached the river. The Viscount licked the glass. I licked it too. It was burning hot. We rolled on the floor and gave a harsh cry. The Viscount put the last loaded pistol to his head. I looked at the Punjab lasso at the foot of the tree. Now I knew why the iron tree had come back in this third scene. It was for me. But then I saw something by the lasso. My shock was so great the Viscount stopped with the pistol at his temple. I seized his arm. I took the pistol. I crawled to the thing. In a groove in the floor was a black-headed nail. I knew this sign. At last. The spring. I pressed the nail. It yielded. We did not see a door in the wall. We saw a trap open in the floor. Cool air rose from the black square. We bent over as over a well and drank the coolness with our faces. We leaned lower and lower. What was down there? Water? I put my arm in. My hand touched a stone, then another. Steps. A winding stair into the dark. The Viscount wanted to jump. I feared a new trick. I lit my dark lantern and went first. Down we went. The air was fresh. The lake could not be far. We reached the bottom. Our eyes learned the shapes. Round shapes. I turned the light. Barrels. We were in Eric's cellar. He must keep wine here. Perhaps water. He loved good wine. There was plenty to drink. Maybe. The Viscount patted the barrels. Barrels, barrels! So many barrels. 2 rows, left and right, small casks easy to carry to the house. We looked for a funnel mark. There was none. All were sealed tight. I half lifted one. It was full. I knelt and took out a small knife to open the bung. Then I heard, far away, a street song I knew well from Paris. Barrels, barrels, any barrels to sell? My hand stopped. The Viscount heard it too. How strange, he said. It sounds as if the barrel sings. The song moved away. Barrels, barrels, any barrels to sell? The Viscount said. The tune dies inside the barrel. We stood, looked behind. Nothing. Our minds were weak. We went back. He cupped his hands under the bung. I forced it. He cried, "This is not water!" He held his full hands near my light. I bent to see and threw the lantern so hard it broke and went dark. In his hands was gunpowder. Chapter 25. The Scorpion or the Grasshopper? We understood at once. The gunpowder was here. Now we knew what the monster meant when he told Christine, "Yes or no? If you say no, everyone will be dead and buried under the ruins of the Paris Opera." He had given her time until 11 o'clock in the evening. He chose that hour well. At that time, the theater would be full. Many people would sit under the lights, wearing fine clothes and jewels. He wanted them for his last crowd, his last show. He would go down to the grave with the whitest shoulders in Paris above him. 11 o'clock tomorrow evening. We would all be blown up in the middle of the performance if Christine said no. 11 o'clock tomorrow evening. And what else could she say? How could she marry a living corpse? She did not know that many lives depended on her answer. 11 o'clock tomorrow evening. We crawled in the dark and felt for the stone steps because the light in the trap above us, the trap that led back to the mirror room, had gone out. We kept repeating, 11 o'clock tomorrow evening. At last I found the staircase. I put my foot on the first step. Then a terrible thought stopped me. What time is it? What time was it? Perhaps tomorrow evening was now. Perhaps it was already that moment. Who could tell us the time? In that hell it felt like we had been there for days and days, even years, since the world began. Maybe we would be blown up at once. A sound, a crack. Did you hear that? I said. There, in the corner. Good heavens, like a machine. Again. Oh, for a light. Is it the machine that will blow up everything? I tell you, it is cracking. Are you deaf? We cried out like madmen. Fear pushed us up. We rushed up the stairs, tripping and falling, just to escape the black. We wanted the deadly light of the mirror room again, even if death waited there. The trap was still open, but the mirror room was as dark as the cellar. We crawled over the floor above the gunpowder. What was the time? We shouted. The Vicomte called to Christine. I called to Eric. I reminded him I had saved his life. But there was no answer, only our own wild voices. We tried to count the hours we had spent there, but our heads were not clear. If only we could see a watch. Mine had stopped. The Vicomte's still went. He said he had wound it before he dressed for the opera. We had no matches. He broke the glass on his watch and felt the hands with his finger. By the space between the hands and the ring, he thought it might be 11 o'clock. But which 11? The 11 we feared? Or did we still have 12 hours? Hush, I said suddenly. I heard footsteps in the next room. Someone tapped on the wall. Then Christine's voice, "Raoul! Raoul!" We all spoke at once through the wall. Christine sobbed. She was afraid she would find Raoul dead. The monster had been terrible. He had raged and shouted while he waited for the yes she would not give. She had even promised him that yes if he would take her to the torture room. But he refused, and he threatened the whole human race. At last, after long hours, he had just gone out and left her alone to think one last time. "How late is it?" we asked. "Christine, the time?" "It is 11 o'clock, she said. 11 minus 5 minutes. "But which 11? I asked. "The 11 that decides life or death," she said. "He told me so before he went." He is terrible. He is quite mad. He tore off his mask. His yellow eyes shot flames. He laughed and laughed. He said, "I give you 5 minutes to save your blushes. Here is a little bronze key from the bag of life and death. It opens 2 ebony boxes on the mantel in the Louis Philippe room. In one box there is a scorpion, in the other a grasshopper, both in Japanese bronze. They will say yes or no for you. If you turn the scorpion, it will mean yes when I return. If you turn the grasshopper, it will mean no." Then he laughed like a drunk demon. I begged him for the key to the torture room. I promised to be his wife if he gave it to me. But he said the key was no longer needed and that he was going to throw it into the lake. Then he laughed again and left. His last words were, "The grasshopper. Be careful of the grasshopper. A grasshopper not only turns, it hops, and it hops very high." The 5 minutes were almost over. The scorpion and the grasshopper seemed to scratch inside my head. I still had enough sense to see the trick. If the grasshopper was turned, it would hop. With it, many people would hop into the air. The grasshopper would set off the current for the gunpowder. The Vicomte, who grew strong again when he heard Christine's voice, quickly told her our danger and the danger of the whole opera. He told her to turn the scorpion at once. There was a silence. "Christine," I said, "where are you?" "By the scorpion," she said. "Do not touch it," I cried. I knew my Eric. Maybe he had lied again. Maybe it was the scorpion that would blow us up. Why was he not there? The 5 minutes had passed and he had not come back. Perhaps he had run away to a safe place and was waiting. Why had he not come back? He could not expect Christine to say yes. Why had he not come back? "Do not touch the scorpion," I repeated. "Here he comes," cried Christine. "I hear him." We heard steps enter the Louis Philippe room. He came up to Christine and said nothing. I raised my voice. "Eric, it is I. Do you know me?" He answered calmly, "So you are not dead in there?" "Then keep quiet," I tried to speak again. He said in a cold voice, "Not a word, Daroga, or I will blow everything up. The honor belongs to Mademoiselle. Mademoiselle has not touched the scorpion." He spoke so slowly. "Mademoiselle has not touched the grasshopper." He went on in the same calm way. "But it is not too late to do the right thing. I open the caskets without a key. I am a trapdoor lover. I open and shut what I please. I open the ebony caskets. Mademoiselle, look at the pretty little things inside. If you turn the grasshopper, we shall all be blown up. There is enough powder under our feet to blow up a quarter of Paris. If you turn the scorpion, all the powder will be soaked and drowned. To celebrate our wedding, you will give a nice gift to a few hundred Parisians who are now clapping a poor work by Meyerbeer. You will give them their lives. With your own hands, you will turn the scorpion. And then we will be married, merry and happy." He paused and then said, "If in 2 minutes you have not turned the scorpion, I will turn the grasshopper." And the grasshopper jumps very high. The silence began again. The Vicomte fell to his knees and prayed. My heart beat so hard that I had to hold my chest with both hands. At last Eric spoke. "The 2 minutes are past. Goodbye, mademoiselle. Hop, grasshopper." "Eric," Christine cried, "do you swear the scorpion is the one to turn?" "Yes," he said, "to hop at our wedding." "Aha, you see," she cried. "You said to hop." "At our wedding, simple child." The scorpion opens the ball. That is enough. You will not take the scorpion? Then I turned the grasshopper. Eric! Enough! I cried out with Christine. The Vicomte still prayed. Eric! I have turned the scorpion, she cried. Oh, the second we lived through then. We waited to feel everything break. We waited for the roar and the fall. We felt something crack under our feet. We heard a hiss from the open trap, the first breath of a rocket. It came soft at first, then louder, then very loud. But it was not fire. It was water. A hiss, then a gurgle. Guggle! Guggle! We ran to the trap. Our thirst, which had left us in our terror, came back at the sound of water. The water rose in the cellar, above the barrels, the powder barrels. Barrels! Barrels! Any barrels to sell? The voice played in my mind while we went down with dry mouths. It rose to our chins, our lips. We drank. We stood in the cellar and drank. Then we climbed the stairs again, step by step, with the water. It came out into the room and spread across the floor. If this went on, the whole house on the lake would drown. The floor of the torture room became a little lake. Our feet splashed. Surely there was enough water now. Eric must turn off the tap. Eric, that is enough for the powder. Turn off the tap. Turn off the scorpion. Eric did not answer. Only the sound of water answered us. It rose to our waists. Christine, cried the Vicomte, the water is to our knees. She did not answer. No one answered. No one in the next room. No one to turn the tap. No one to turn the scorpion back. We were alone in the dark with the dark water. It grabbed us. It froze us. Eric! Eric! Christine! Christine! We lost our footing and began to turn in the whirl. The water pulled and pushed us. It threw us against the dark mirror. The mirror pushed us back. We kept our mouths above the turning water and shouted like beasts. Were we to die here, drowned in the torture room? I had never seen this show in the rosy hours of Mazenderan. Eric had never shown me this trick through the little window. Eric, I cried, I saved your life. Remember, you were to die. I kept you from death. Eric. We spun like broken wood. Suddenly my hands found the iron trunk. I called to the Vicomte. We both hung on the iron branch. The water rose higher. Oh, how much space is there between this branch and the round ceiling? Can you remember? Try to remember. The water may stop. It must find its level. There. I think it stops. No, horrible. Swim, swim. Our arms struck each other. We choked. We fought in the black water. We could hardly breathe the bad air above it, the little air that was running out. We heard it hiss away through a hole. Turn and turn until we find the air hole, I cried. Then put your mouth on it. My strength failed. I tried to hold the walls. The glass slipped away from my fingers. We spun again. We began to sink. One last effort. One last cry. Eric! Christine! Guggle, guggle, guggle in our ears. Guggle, guggle. At the bottom of the black water, our ears said, guggle, guggle. Before I lost myself, I thought I heard between two drops. Barrels! Barrels! Any barrels to sell? Chapter 26. The End of the Ghost's Love Story. The written story of the Persian ended there. But the Persian and the Vicomte did not die. They lived because Christine Daaé was brave and kind. I went to visit the Persian later. He still lived in his small flat in the Rue de Rivoli, across from the Tuileries. He was weak and ill. His old servant, Darius, opened the door for me. The Persian sat by a window that looked over the garden. His eyes were still bright and strong. His face was thin and tired. His head was shaved, and he usually wore an astrakhan cap. He had on a long, plain coat. His hands turned slowly inside his sleeves, without thinking. But his mind was clear. He told me the rest of his story. He said that when he opened his eyes, he lay on a bed. The Vicomte de Chagny slept on a sofa near a wardrobe. An angel and a devil watched over them both. The quiet room looked like a normal middle-class home. This was strange in the deep cellars of the opera. There was a wooden bed. There were waxed mahogany chairs. There was a chest of drawers with brass. On the chairs were small square antimacassars. A clock stood on the mantelpiece. At each end stood a harmless ebony casket. On a whatnot were shells, red pincushions, mother-of-pearl boats, and a huge ostrich egg. A shaded lamp stood on a round table and gave a soft light. All this neat and ugly furniture was more confusing than the torture room of mirrors. It made the mind stop and wonder. In this tidy frame, the masked man looked more terrible. He bent over the Persian and spoke softly. "Are you better, Daroga? You look at my furniture. All this is from my poor mother." Christine did not speak. She moved like a quiet nurse. She carried a cup for the Persian. The masked man took the cup from her and gave it to the Persian to drink. The Vicomte still slept. Eric poured a drop of rum into the cup. He pointed to the sleeping man and said, "He woke up before we knew if you would live, Daroga. He is fine. He sleeps now. We must not wake him." Eric left the room for a moment. The Persian raised himself and looked around. By the fire, Christine sat in a chair. He called to her, very softly. He was too weak and fell back on his pillow. Christine came, put her hand on his forehead, and went back to her chair. She did not look at the Vicomte, even though he lay near her and slept. She sat again by the fire, silent and still, like a sister with a vow of silence. Eric returned with little bottles. He set them on the mantelpiece. He mixed a draught and gave it to the Persian. He whispered so as not to wake the Vicomte, "You are saved now, both of you. Soon I will take you up to the world above to please my wife." He went away again. The Persian watched Christine's quiet face under the lamp. She read a small book with gilt edges, like a prayer book. The words, "to please my wife," still sounded in the Persian's ear. He called her again, very gently. Christine did not hear. She read on. Eric came back once more. He said it was dangerous for the Persian to speak to his wife or to anyone. He said it might harm the health of everyone. The Persian slept at last, like the Vicomte. He woke later in his own room. Darius was there and nursed him. Darius said that the night before, a stranger brought the Persian to the door, set him there, rang the bell, and left. When the Persian grew stronger, he sent to ask about the Vicomte. The answer came. The young man had not been seen. Count Philippe was dead. They found his body on the bank of the lake, on the Rue Scribe side. The Persian remembered the requiem he had heard through the wall. He knew the crime and the criminal. He knew Eric. He saw the story in his mind. The Count thought his brother had run away with Christine. He took the Brussels road because he knew the plan. He did not find them. He hurried back to the opera. He remembered the strange talk about a ghost. He learned that the Vicomte tried to go down into the cellars and had vanished. He left his hat in Christine's room beside an empty pistol case. The Count now believed his brother was mad. He ran into the maze below. So his body was found by the lake, where the sirens sang and kept watch. The Persian went to the police. The case had an examining magistrate named Faure. He did not believe such things. He was common and shallow, I say frankly. He took down the Persian's words and treated him as a madman. The Persian lost hope with the police. He sat down to write the truth for the newspapers. He had just finished the last line when Darius came in and said, "A stranger is here. He will not give his name. He will not show his face. He will not go until he speaks with you." The Persian knew at once who it was. He told Darius to show the man in. It was the ghost. It was Eric. Eric looked very weak. He leaned on the wall. He took off his hat. His forehead was white as wax. A mask hid the rest of his face. The Persian stood up. "Murderer of Count Philippe," he said, "what have you done with his brother and Christine Daaé?" Eric shook under the hard words. He said nothing at first. He pulled himself to a chair and sighed. Then he spoke in short gasps. "Daroga, do not speak of Count Philippe. He was dead before I left my house. He was dead when the sirens sang. It was an accident, a very sad accident. He fell into the lake, badly, but simply and naturally." "You lie," said the Persian. Eric bowed his head. "I did not come to talk of Count Philippe," he said. "I came to say I am going to die." "Where are Raoul de Chagny and Christine Daaé?" asked the Persian. "I am going to die," said Eric. "Raoul de Chagny and Christine Daaé?" the Persian asked again. "Of love, Daroga," Eric answered. "I am dying of love. I loved her so. I love her still. If you knew how beautiful she was when she let me kiss her alive. It was the first time I ever kissed a woman. Yes, alive. I kissed her alive. She looked as beautiful as if she were dead." The Persian shook his arm. "Tell me, is she alive or dead?" "Why do you shake me?" Eric said, trying to speak more clearly. "I said I am going to die. Yes, I kissed her alive." "And now she is dead?" asked the Persian. "I kissed her on the forehead," said Eric, "and she did not pull away. She is a good girl. I do not think she is dead. No one will touch her hair. She saved your life when I would not have given 2 coins for you. No one cared about you. Why were you there with the little Viscount? You would have died with him. How she asked me for her little chap. But I said that, when she turned the scorpion, she agreed to be my wife. One promise was enough. You did not exist. You were going to die with the other. But when you both cried out because of the water, Christine came to me. She opened her beautiful eyes wide. She swore, to save you, that she would be my living wife. Until then, in her eyes, I always saw my dead wife. Now I saw my living wife there. She was honest. She would not kill herself. It was a bargain." Half a minute later, all the water was back in the lake. "I had a hard time with you, Daroga. I thought you were finished. Still, there you were. I was to take you both up to the earth. When I had cleared the room, I came back alone." "What about the Vicomte?" asked the Persian. "I could not carry him up at once," said Eric. "He was a hostage. I could not keep him by the lake, because of Christine. So I locked him up safely. I chained him gently. A breath of the Mazenderan perfume made him limp as a rag. I laid him in the communists' dungeon far below, in the 5th cellar, where no one comes and no one hears. Then I went back to Christine. She waited for me." Eric stood up. He trembled like a leaf as he spoke. "Yes, she waited for me. She stood, alive and upright, a real bride, hopeful to be saved. I came to her, shy like a little child. She did not run. She waited. I think she put her forehead forward, a little, like a living bride. I kissed her, and she did not die. Oh, how good it is to kiss a forehead. My mother never let me kiss her. She ran away and threw me my mask. No other woman ever allowed it. So I cried for joy. I fell at her feet and kissed her little feet and cried. You are crying too, Daroga. She cried as well. The angel cried. Eric sobbed. The Persian turned away his eyes and also wept. Eric went on. I felt her tears on my forehead. They were soft and sweet. They slid under my mask and mixed with my tears in my eyes. They flowed between my lips. Listen, Daroga. I tore off my mask so I would not lose one tear. She did not run. She did not die. She stayed and wept over me. We cried together. I have tasted all the happiness the world can give. He choked and sat again. I will not die yet, he said. Soon I will. Let me cry. Listen, Daroga. When I was at her feet, I heard her say, Poor, unhappy Eric. She took my hand. I had become like a poor dog ready to die for her. I held a plain gold ring. I had given it to her once. She lost it. I found it. I put it in her hand and said, "Take it for you and for him. It is my wedding gift for your true wedding. I know you love the boy. Please do not cry." She asked softly what I meant. I made her understand. For her, I was only a dog ready to die. But she could marry the young man when she wished, because she cried with me and mixed her tears with mine. Eric asked the Persian not to look at him. He needed air and must take off his mask. The Persian opened the window and watched the trees in the Tuileries so he would not see the face. "I went and freed the young man," Eric said. "I brought him to Christine. They kissed before me in the Louis Philippe room. Christine wore my ring. I made her swear to come back one night after my death. She must cross the lake from the Rue Scribe's side and bury me in secret with the gold ring. I told her where to find my body and what to do. Then Christine kissed me by herself, here on the forehead. Do not look, Daroga, here on my forehead." And they went away together. Christine stopped crying. I alone cried. "Daroga, if she keeps her promise, she will soon come back." The Persian did not ask more. He was sure the two young people were safe. No one could doubt the word of Eric in tears. The monster put on his mask again. He stood up to go. He said that when he felt his end near, he would send the Persian the things he loved most: Christine's papers, which she wrote for Raoul and left with Eric, and a few small things of hers, like a pair of gloves, a shoe buckle, and 2 pocket handkerchiefs. He said the couple had decided to find a priest in a quiet place and hide their joy. They had left from the northern railway station of the world. He asked the Persian to tell them of his death and to put a notice in the Epoque. That was all. Darius helped Eric down to the street. A cab waited there. The Persian opened the window and heard Eric say to the driver, "Go to the opera." The cab drove away. That was the last time the Persian saw poor Eric. 3 weeks later, a small notice appeared in the Epoque: "Eric is dead." Chapter 27. Epilogue. I will now tell the true story of the opera ghost. His name was Eric. He was a real person. Many things show that he really lived. We can now understand all of his actions. The events caused a stir in the city. The singer was taken. A count died. His brother disappeared. A man who worked with the gas at the opera house and his helpers were given a drug to make them sleep. These were terrible things. The young man Raoul and the kind Christine loved each other. What happened to Christine? No one ever saw her again. People thought she was a victim of the two brothers' fight. No one knew the truth. Raoul and Christine both left the city. They went to live a happy life away from everyone. They left by train. Maybe I will go to Norway one day. I will look for Raoul and Christine there. Maybe I will hear Christine singing in the lonely hills. The police did not solve the mystery, but the newspapers kept trying. One paper said, "The opera ghost is at work again," but they were just joking. Only the Persian man knew the truth. He had proof. I helped him get more proof. I spoke with him every day. He helped me to find things. He had not been to the opera for many years, but he knew the building very well. He told me who to talk to. He sent me to see Mr. Poligny. The poor man was very sick. My questions about the ghost made him nervous. He looked at me as if I were a bad person. He did not say much, but he showed how much the ghost had troubled him. I told the Persian man about my visit. He smiled and said, "Poligny never knew how much Eric tricked him." The Persians sometimes called Eric a god and sometimes a bad man. Poligny believed in spirits. Eric knew this. Eric knew many things about the opera house. When Poligny heard a voice in box 5, he was scared. The voice told him about his secrets. He thought it was a voice from heaven. Then the voice asked for money. He knew it was not a spirit. It was a man. He thought it was a very smart trick. He knew his partner had also been tricked. Both of them were tired of their jobs. They left without trying to find out who the ghost was. They gave the mystery to the new managers. They were happy to be free of a problem that was not fun. Then I talked about the new managers. I was surprised that one of them, Mr. Moncharmin, wrote about the ghost in the first part of his book, but not the second. The Persian man had read the book many times. He told me to read the second part again. I found a few lines that explained everything. It was about the money that went missing. This is what Moncharmin wrote. OG made us worried, but he made up for it with a good action. Maybe he felt the joke went too far. The police were going to be told. A few days after Christine Daaé disappeared, we had a meeting with the police. We found an envelope on a table. It said, "From OG." It had the money inside. My partner said we should forget about the whole thing. I agreed. All is well that ends well. What do you say, OG? Of course, Moncharmin thought his partner Richard was playing a joke on him. Richard thought Moncharmin made up the story about the ghost to get back at him for a few jokes. I asked the Persian man how the ghost took the money from Richard's pocket. He said he did not know. He told me to look for myself. He said to remember that Eric was called the trapdoor lover. I promised to look for it. My search was successful. I found many real proofs of the ghost's actions. The Persian man's paper, Christine's papers, and talks with other people helped me. I talked to a woman who worked for the managers. I talked to Meg, who is now a good woman, and I talked to a dancer, Sorelli. She now lives in a quiet place. All the papers about the ghost are real. I found many other things that proved the story. I am proud of this. I could not find the house on the lake. Eric had closed all the secret doors. But I did find the secret passage. The wood is falling apart. I also found the trapdoor that Raoul and the Persian used to get into the cellars. In the passage, I saw letters written on the walls. There was an R and a C. RC means Raoul de Chagny. You can still see them today. If you go to the opera house, ask to walk around alone. Go to box 5. Hit the big pillar next to the stage box with your hand or a stick. You will hear that it is hollow. So, it is not strange that the ghost's voice came from there. There is enough room for 2 men inside. You may ask why no one turned to look at the pillar. Remember, it looked like solid stone. And the ghost was a good ventriloquist. He could make his voice sound like it was coming from far away. The pillar was decorated with beautiful carvings. I hoped to find the piece of wood that could be lifted up or down. This would let the ghost and Madame Giry talk to each other. But these finds are not as great as what I found in the manager's office. I found a trapdoor in the floor, 2 inches from the desk chair. It was the length of a man's arm. It opens like a box. I can see a hand coming through it. It takes money from a pocket. That is how the money went missing. And that is also how it was returned. I talked to the Persian man about this. I said, since the money was returned, was Eric just playing a joke? No, he said. Eric wanted money. He felt he was not a part of normal life. He did not have any morals. He used his great skills to trick people. He had these skills because he was so ugly. He returned the money because he no longer wanted it. He had decided not to marry Christine. He gave up on everything in the world. The Persian said Eric was born near a town called Rouen. His father was a builder. Eric ran away from home when he was young. His parents were scared of his ugliness. For a time he worked at fairs. People called him the living corpse. He traveled all over Europe. He learned to be an artist and a magician from people who live in caravans. One time, no one knew what he did. He was seen at a fair. He was very ugly. He sang like no one else. He was a ventriloquist. He did magic tricks. People who traveled to Asia talked about his magic. A man who sold animal skins went to the palace of the Shah. He talked about Eric's magic. The ruler's wife was bored. The man was told to find Eric. The Daroga of Mazandaran was sent to get him. He brought Eric to Persia. Eric was in charge for a few months. He did many bad things. He did not know the difference between right and wrong. He helped kill people. He used his skills to fight against the ruler of another country. The Shah liked him. Eric had great ideas for building. He built a palace like a magic trick. The Shah could move around in it and disappear. When the Shah had the palace, he told his men to blind Eric. But then he thought, even if Eric is blind, he could build another great house for another ruler. And as long as Eric was alive, someone would know the secret of the palace. The Shah decided to kill Eric and all the people who helped build it. The Daroga was told to do this. But Eric had been kind to him. He saved Eric. But he almost lost his head for it. Luckily for the Daroga, a dead body was found. Birds had eaten part of it. The Daroga's friends put Eric's clothes on the body. Everyone thought it was Eric. The Daroga lost his job and all his things. But because he was part of the royal family, he still got some money each month. He came to live in Paris. Eric went to another place called Constantinople. He worked for the Sultan. He made trapdoors, secret rooms, and secret boxes. These were found after the Turkish Revolution. He also made robots that looked just like the Sultan. People thought the Sultan was in one place, but he was really somewhere else. Eric had to leave the Sultan's job for the same reason he left Persia. He knew too much. He was tired of his strange life. He wanted to be a normal person. He became a builder. He built normal houses. He got a job working on the opera house. When he was in the cellars, he went back to his old ways. He was still ugly. He wanted to build a home for himself, a place where he could hide forever. You know the rest of the story. It is a strange but true story. Poor Eric. Should we feel sorry for him, or should we hate him? He only wanted to be like everyone else, but he was too ugly. He had to hide his smarts or use them for tricks. If his face were normal, he would have been a great man. He had a heart that could have loved the whole world, but he had to live in a cellar. Yes, we must feel sorry for the opera ghost. I prayed for him. I asked God to be kind to him. I am sure I prayed over his bones a few days ago. The bones were found. It was his skeleton. I knew it was him not because of his ugly head. All old skeletons are ugly. I knew it was him because of a simple gold ring. Christine Daaé must have put it on his finger. She promised to bury him. The skeleton was near a small water well. This is the place where the angel of music first held Christine. He carried her to the cellars of the opera house that night. What will they do with the skeleton? They should not bury it in a common grave. I think the skeleton of the opera ghost should be in the opera's records. It is not an ordinary skeleton.